Chapter 736. What was Xianqing trying to do? They were thinking of ways to deal with the North Star, but not only did Xianqing not want to help, he even stabbed them in the back. Now, the North Star had completed this matter of great merit with the help of the disciples of the two sections. It was undoubtedly one step closer to achieving the Tao fruit of the human emperor and became more difficult to deal with. Xianqing was stabbing them in the back this time. Originally, when they were dealing with the North Star, they did not know where to start. Now that Xianqing did this, it undoubtedly made it more difficult for them to deal with the North Star. That was unbearable. All right. Taoist Kundi, don't say any more. Poor Wei and the others will teach Xianqing a lesson after this matter is over. At that moment, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said unhappily. He was very angry, very angry. Of course, he was not angry at Xianqing, but his disciples. The Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was very satisfied with Xianqing. Looking at his performance in this matter, no one could find any fault with it. He was impartial between the Jia sect and the Chan sect. That made the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning very satisfied. There was no difference between sects in his heart and only the disciples of the Xian sect in his eyes. That was the demeanor of the eldest senior brother of the Xian sect. The more satisfied he was with Xianqing, the more dissatisfied the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was with his disciples. What people were most afraid of was comparison. Compared to Xianqing, the disciples of the Chan sect could not stand it at all. Look, Xianqing had taken the initiative to send merit to them, but the disciples of the Chan sect did not want it. Are they stupid? The moment he knew that the disciples of the Chan sect had chosen, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning really wanted to call his disciples over and ask them loudly. Are you stupid? Why don't you go to heaven if you don't want merit that is sent to you? But he could not. He cared about his reputation. Even if his disciples were in the wrong, he could not reprimand them in front of everyone. Let's not talk about this anymore. Even if Xianqing does not let his disciples do it, the human emperor will find someone else to do it. It will not affect his plan. So, it's meaningless to talk about Xianqing's merits now. It's better to think about how to deal with the North Star. Seeing that the Taoist Kundi still wanted to say something, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's words. In his opinion, what Xianqing did this time was not wrong. Instead, it was meritorious. When he saw that things were not going well, he immediately changed his attitude and went with the flow, thinking that he was seeking the greatest benefit. That was very in line with the way the Grand Pure One dealt with the world. The success of the North Star plan was inevitable. Seeing that he couldn't stop them, Xianqing decided to join in and seek benefits for his side. This was obviously the way of a smart person. It was also the most practical method. The Grand Pure One was the most practical person among the saints. He always looked at the results, not the process. As long as the result was beneficial to him, the process did not matter at all. Taoist Kundi was not an iron-headed person. Since the three pure ones had said so, he naturally would not pursue the matter. 500 Daluo Taoist priests. This force is beyond our control. If we want to deal with the human race, we can only rely on external forces. In order to prevent Taoist Zhuan-Ti from being surrounded by the three pure ones, Saint Jie-yin hurriedly changed the topic. External force? Could it be demon race? Hearing Saint Jie-yin's words, the Grand Pure One seemed to have understood something and looked at him inexplicably. This fellow was a little black-hearted. He actually thought of using the demons to deal with the human race. There were not many external forces that could threaten the human race in the entire primordial world. It was not difficult for the Grand Pure One to guess. Apart from the three Khanate races, there were only the Magi and demon races. The three Khanate races and the Magi were allies of the human race. They would definitely not attack the human race. That left only the Yao race. Speaking of the demons, the North Sea demons and the 10 demon gods of the ancient heavenly courts could produce about 100 Daluo Taoist priests. This force was indeed very suitable to restrain the human race. The Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could naturally think of what the Grand Pure One could think of. They looked at Saint Jiayin with strange gazes as if they were meeting him for the first time. This Saint Jiayin was quite something. He did not expect that under his compassionate appearance, he was also hiding a bellyful of evil tricks. One could not judge a book by its cover. Using the demons to deal with the humans was not just bad. It was so bad that smoke was coming out of it. No matter who won or lost, it was a good thing for the saints. It would be even better if both sides suffered heavy losses. Be it the demons or the humans, they were all targets that the saints wanted to suppress. That was because they could shake the ruling position of the saints. While the saints were thinking this, what Saint Jiayin said next gave them a huge shock. Yes and no. Saint Jiayin shook his head and said, "The demons that the poor Wei mentioned are the demon gods that have fallen into a long slumber." What? Fellow Taoist Jiayin, are you crazy? You actually want to revive those demon gods that have long fallen? Hearing that, everyone could not help but stand up in shock. The ancient demons were much stronger than the current humans. If they were revived, they could fight against the humans. However, if they were not careful, perhaps they would not only deal with the humans, but also them. The ancient demon clan was so powerful that even the saints had to retreat. It was not something that the current human clan could compare with. Although the current humans were strong, they were only valued by the saints and did not make them have the thought of retreating. However, the ancient demons could. From the attitude of the saints, it could be seen that there was still a big gap between the humans and the ancient demons. Only by making the saints fear the humans could the humans be on par with the ancient demons and then surpass them. Fellow Taoists, don't be agitated. The poor Wei is just saying. She doesn't really intend to put it into action. This is the last resort. Unless it's a last resort, it must not be used. Seeing that everyone was so agitated, Saint Jiayin hurriedly explained. It's good that you know the severity of the matter. Hearing that, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and sat down again. It was no wonder that they were so nervous. The ancient demons had touched on the taboo in the hearts of the saints, Dijun and Tai. A revived ancient demon god was not terrifying, nor was it worthy of the saints' fear. Even if all the fallen ancient demon gods were revived, it would be the same. The strength of the saints was not something that mere ancient demon gods could shake. What really made the saints fear were the two people that they could not forget, Dijun and Tai. No, to be more precise, it should be Tai, the existence that had once been invincible in the primordial world. Tai's strength was recognized by the primordial world. Even the three pure ones had been defeated by him in a one-on-one battle. His strength could not be measured by common sense. He was not a saint, but he was better than one. It was because they were afraid of Tai that the saints were unwilling to revive the ancient demon gods. If the ancient demon gods were to revive, the first thing they would do would not be to attack the human race or the witch race. Instead, they would think of a way to revive Tai and Dijun. Therefore, the saints would never allow the ancient demon gods to revive. In fact, not to mention the fallen ancient demon gods, even the 10 great demon gods who were still alive were under constant surveillance by the sages. Their purpose was naturally to prevent these demon gods from secretly reviving Dijun and Tai. To this day, there was still no news of Dijun and Tai in the primordial world. This was the work of the saints. In an unknown corner of the primordial world, the saints had set up countless methods to prevent the return of Tai and Dijun. If it were not for the witch race still having goddess Hoodoo, the saints would also interfere with their return, even if it were the 11 ancestral wizards. The ancestral Magi Palace could stand in the primordial world for so many years not because the saints could not see it, nor because they had the merit of suppressing the primordial world. Instead, it was because goddess Hoodoo was behind them. If it were not for this, the saints would have destroyed the ancestral Magi Palace long ago. Dijun and Tai were at a disadvantage because the demon race did not have a powerful figure like goddess Hoodoo. As a result, after they died, they were targeted in all kinds of ways, making it difficult for them to return. The ancient demon gods can be used as trump cards. We won't use them for the time being. However, the current North Sea demon race and the 10 great demon gods can be used. Also, the human race has dominated the primordial world for so many years. Many races are dissatisfied with them and want to replace them. And these races that are dissatisfied with the human race are also targets that we can use. With their strength, although they can't touch the foundation of the jade human race, they can create some chaos for the human race. The more chaotic the human race is, the greater our chances and the lower our chances of success. With the discussion of the 5 saints, a complete plan against the human race was sorted out by them. Then, it was time to implement it. Just as the saints were discussing how to deal with the human race, the ancestral land of the human race was bustling. From afar, one could see that in the sky above the ancestral land of the human race, endless wind and clouds were gathering, constantly surging and surging. There were also huge waves of connate Taoist rhymes rushing up from the ancestral land, colliding and intertwining in the air, deducing all kinds of mysteries of the great Tao. This was the aura that the human Taoist priests naturally emitted. Every Daluo Jingxian could be said to be the incarnation of their corresponding great Tao. Naturally, their bodies carried the aura of the great Tao. And when 500 Daluo Taoist priests gathered together, the aura of the great Tao on their bodies overlapped, creating a strange phenomenon. At this moment, the human race's ancestral land seemed to have turned into a supreme Tao domain. Inside, thousands of Taos intertwined, the connate Taoist rhymes filled the air, and endless luck gathered. How could it not be a Tao domain? 500 incarnations of the great Tao gathered together. The Taoist rhymes on their bodies could turn a mortal land into a sacred land, not to mention the extraordinary ancestral land of the human race. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a Tao domain. At this moment, the cultivators in the human race's ancestral land were very lucky. Cultivating here was more than 100 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. Especially the cultivators who cultivated the connate Tao. Cultivating here was as if they had returned to the ancient connate era. Not only did they get twice the results with half the effort, but they also had a deeper understanding of the connate Tao. At this moment, what were Feng Zichen and the Daluo Taoist priests of the human race doing? Could it be that they were discussing how to deal with the saint as everyone thought? Of course not. Feng Zichen was discussing the Tao with them. 500 Daluo Taoist priests were indeed a very powerful force, but in front of the saints, it was completely not enough. Unless each of them had a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure, the 500 human Taoist priests would not be able to defeat the saints with one hand. In that case, why would Feng Zichen send them to their deaths? It should be known that the 500 Daluo Taoist priests could be said to be more than 70% of the power of the human race in the untainted land. They could not be lost. At present, the number of Taoist priests of the human race was definitely more than 500. Just as the saints thought, Feng Zichen could not expose all the resources of the human race, so he had to leave something behind. Therefore, Feng Zichen deliberately hid some Daluo Taoist priests. In fact, there should be about 600 Daluo Taoist priests of the human race. 500 of them were in front of Feng Zichen, while the other 100 were hidden by him. They were hidden in the boundless starry sky. In this era, it was not easy to cultivate Daluo Taoist priests, but it was not very difficult for Feng Zichen. Because not only did he have a lot of resources, but he was also willing to spend them. Just by relying on resources, Feng Zichen could cultivate many Daluo Taoist priests. Over the years, the production of the boundless starry sky had been used by Feng Zichen on these Daluo Taoist priests. This was the reason why there were so many Daluo Taoist priests of the human race. It should be known that countless years had passed, and under the hard work of the god Pangu, the boundless starry sky had returned to its peak, and there was a trend of further improvement. However, Feng Zichen had been keeping it a secret, so no one knew about it. Back then, the demon race relied on the boundless starry sky to cultivate 3,000 Daluo demon gods. Now, Feng Zichen controlled the boundless starry sky that was stronger than before. Even if he did not control it for as long as the demon race leader, it was not too much to cultivate more than 100 Daluo Taoist priests for the human race at all costs, right? It could be said that nearly one-third of the 600 Daluo Taoist priests of the human race came from the boundless starry sky, and the other one-third more or less received help from the boundless starry sky. Only one-third of the Daluo Taoist priests were cultivated by the human race. From this point of view, it was not too much to say that Feng Zichen had raised half of the human race alone. Feng Zichen had paid a price for cultivating so many Daluo Taoist priests. For this reason, the overall improvement of the boundless starry sky had been delayed for a period of time. In other words, in order to cultivate these Daluo Taoist priests, Feng Zichen did not hesitate to delay the incubation of the innate star gods, innate spiritual treasures, and innate cardinal treasures in the Zhouxing. The loss was almost equivalent to half of an innate cardinal treasure, and it was enough to make Feng Zichen feel heartache for a long time. However, the result was still gratifying, and his efforts were not in vain. The human race had hundreds more Daluo Taoist priests, and they really had the capital to dominate the Eldritch Wilderness. And these 600 Daluo Taoist priests were only the Taoist priests of the Eldritch Wilderness. P.S. When I say late, I usually mean 3 in the morning. Chapter 737. Outside the primordial world, in the realm sea, there were still 400 Daluo Taoist priests of the human clan. These were all direct descendants of Feng Zichen, the foundation of the path of gods and demons, and the greatest trump card of the human clan. In total, there were more than 1,000 Daluo Taoist priests of the human clan. Although this force was still incomparable to the shaman and demon clan at their peak, it was definitely enough to contend with them. The human clan had already risen. But this was not enough. Although the human clan was becoming stronger, the saints were not standing still. They were also becoming stronger. If the saints had just attained the Tao, with the current strength of the human clan, they might not be afraid of the saints. But now, it was obviously not possible. Because the current saints were much stronger than the saints of that time. If the human clan did not want to be afraid of the saints and get rid of their control, they had to continue to become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger. Become stronger again. Feng Zichen gathered these Khanate Taoist priests of the human clan. His purpose was not to fight the saints as everyone thought, but to increase the strength of the human clan. As for why all living beings would think so, it could only be said that they were scaring themselves. Becoming stronger was not something that could be done overnight, but a gradual process. In ancient times, the human clan had the 5 elements Tao scripture, which was used as a foundation to increase the strength of the human clan. But the human clan at that time was much stronger than the human clan now. Moreover, the 5 elements Tao scripture was a foundation cultivation method that matched the path of gods and demons. Now, it was still a little outdated. For this reason, Feng Zichen specially called these Daluo Taoist priests over. He wanted to combine everyone's wisdom to deduce a new cultivation method that was suitable for the entire human clan to cultivate and popularize it among the human clan. He wanted to use this cultivation method to spread martial arts throughout the world and popularize martial arts among the human clan. If everyone in the world was like a dragon, how could the saints dare to continue scheming against the human clan? This cultivation method could be said to carry Feng Zichen's great ambition. Everyone worked together and spent 1,000 years to create a cultivation method. It was called the World's Martial Arts Master Guide, and Feng Zichen called it the Martial Arts Code. With the martial code completed, Feng Zichen first engraved it on the heavenly steel of martial arts. Then, he used a supreme divine ability to scatter it all over the human race for the human race to browse. As soon as the martial arts codex appeared, the human race's luck shook. Although it didn't increase by much, it became more stable. Compared to the slight change in the human tribe's providence, the change in the martial path's providence was much greater. It increased by several times, overshadowing the heavenly immortal Tao in one fell swoop before gradually coming to a stop. And this was only the beginning. With the popularization of martial arts in the human race, the fate of martial arts would become stronger and stronger until it was replaced by the immortal Tao of the celestial sect and became the mainstream of the untainted land. After deducing the martial arts codex, Feng Zichen did not let everyone leave. Instead, he pulled them along to deduce the human path Abhijna. What was the human Tao divine ability? It was a divine ability that was useful to the human race. God for human use. Feng Zichen wanted to integrate the divine ability into the daily lives of the common people. Cultivators could soar through the clouds and summon the wind and rain. But mortals could not. A cultivator could travel between a city and a place in a short time, but a mortal would need several days or even several months to do so. Cultivators could not eat or drink, but mortals could not. Cultivators did not need to work at sunrise and rest at sunset, but mortals had to. And what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to change this situation. He wanted to study some divine abilities to save the ordinary human race from endless labor so that they would have time to cultivate martial arts. Feng Zichen popularized martial arts, causing the human race to enter the stage of cultivation. But mortals had to run around every day for their livelihood, so how could they have time to cultivate? Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to change this situation. The human path Abhijna was born for this. Integrating the Abhijna into the daily lives of ordinary people would help them reduce the time they had to work and have more time to cultivate. To put it bluntly, the so-called human path Abhijna was the Xianxia version of high-tech. When there was a drought, use the Abhijna to rain. When there were too many weeds in the ground, use the Abhijna to remove the weeds. When the weather was too hot, use the Abhijna to cool down. When the weather was too cold, use the Abhijna to heat up. In short, it was to use the Abhijna to control the environment, turning it from uncontrollable to controllable. It was said to be an Abhijna, but it did not have to exist in the form of an Abhijna. Naturally, it had to be as convenient as possible. It could be a talisman, a magic artifact, or an array disc. For example, a talisman that could automatically adjust the temperature. Wasn't that much more convenient than an air conditioner? Wasn't a flying boat powered by a cultivation pill more convenient than a car? Could a car fly? An array disc that could automatically drive dust was much more useful than a sweeping robot. And so on. The technology that Feng Zichen had seen in his previous life would be recreated by his extraordinary means. These were the tasks that Feng Zichen had given to the human race, Daoyuo Taoist priests, to turn them from ideas into reality. In the ancestral land of the human race, Feng Zichen used his supreme Abhijna and pulled the human race, Daoyuo Taoist priests, into his dream, bringing them to experience the elegance of an interstellar civilization. Everyone, you've all seen the scene in my dream, right? After waking up from the dream, Feng Zichen said to the people below. I saw it. It was very exciting. This is a civilization that is different from the immortal path system. It seems to have developed external forces to the limit. It can give us a lot of inspiration. After coming back to their senses, everyone said with some unfinished words. They had really taken a good look at this journey in the dream realm. They had never thought that there would be other civilizations in the world. The optical computer, the network, the spaceship, the mecha, the genetic modification, it really gave them a refreshing feeling. It was a pity that it was just a dream. It was all illusory and did not exist. Otherwise, if they could be allowed to comprehend in that interstellar civilization for tens of thousands of years, then they might have the possibility of taking a step forward. The collision of civilizations and the impact of ideas would ignite the sparks of wisdom. And these sparks of wisdom would be the capital for everyone to take a step forward. It's good that you've seen it. Then I'm relieved. What do you think of what you saw in the dream? Was it both real and illusory? Nodding, Feng Zichen asked. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We are ignorant and can't tell whether what we saw in the dream is real or not. But from those creations, we can see that the dream world has great wisdom. Everyone thought for a moment before answering. Feng Zichen's dream world was both real and illusory. With their strength, it was indeed difficult to tell the difference between real and illusory. But this did not prevent them from studying the things in the dream. Based on their many years of cultivation experience, it was indeed a civilization that was different from the immortal path system. It did not seem to belong to the primitive world. Perhaps, everything in the dream before did not exist. But at this moment, since it can be seen by you, then it is real. The charm of cultivation lies in this. Turning the illusory into reality, refining the false into the real, and turning the impossible into the possible. After listening to everyone's answer, Feng Zichen said slowly, but he was guiding them on the true meaning of cultivation. There was nothing that cultivation could not do. If there was, it meant that you were not strong enough. Refining the false into the real was to turn all the illusory into reality. Even if it was just a dream, it could be turned into reality. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Hearing this, everyone bowed. It's fine. I have a request for guiding you. Since you have seen everything in the dream, you should know how important it is to the human race. So, I want you to use the immortal path to refine it for the human race to use. So, can you do it? Waving his hand, Feng Zichen asked. We will not disappoint Your Majesty. Everyone stood up and promised Feng Zichen. After all, they were Daluo Taoist priests. It was not difficult for them to refine what they saw. Feng Zichen's request was not difficult for them. Since you are confident, I will not say anything else. I just hope that you can understand that the future of the human race lies in your hands. After saying that, Feng Zichen's figure disappeared in front of everyone. The mission had been given, so there was no need for him to stay here. After all, he was the human emperor. There were many things to do. After leaving everyone, Feng Zichen returned to the human emperor's palace and summoned the disciples of the Jie school and the Chan school. His purpose was to thank them for their contributions to the human race. Secondly, he had a new mission to give them. That was to build a city for the human race. That's right, it was to build a city. Build a huge city during the ancient human race. In ancient times, Feng Zichen led the human race to build many huge cities in the primordial world to resist the invasion of foreign races. The huge city of the human race was connected to the stars and the dragon vein. It gathered the power of the two to nurture the dragon chi and resist foreign enemies. It was really mysterious. Unfortunately, after the ancient war, the human race was no match for the power of the demon race and was forced to fall into depravity. The huge city that was built previously was also destroyed in the hands of the demon race. It became a great regret of the human race. If those huge cities were still around, the human race's current strength would probably be stronger. Now, Feng Zichen had regained control of the human race. Naturally, he had plans to build a huge city. No, it should be called a divine city. That was because the conditions to build a huge city were much better than in ancient times. In ancient times, to build a huge city, one had to first explore the terrain and find the location of the dragon vein. But now, there was no need for that. There were 365 universe divine palaces in the human territory. And these heavenly cycle temples were the best coordinates. If the human race wanted to build a huge city, there was no need to explore the terrain and search for the dragon vein. They could just use these heavenly cycle temples as the center and build a huge city. They were all on the nodes of the earth vein. Every one of them was a unique land of creation. The starlight of the heavenly cycle temples hung up and drew in endless stellar power. The huge city built here could no longer be called a huge city. It should be called a divine city. As for why the disciples of Chan school and Jie school were allowed to build divine cities for the human race, other than to rope them in, it was more because they were more familiar with the huge cities of the ancient human race. Back then, when Feng Zichen built the huge city for the human race, he had completely refined it as a Dharma treasure. This move could be said to be the peak of the knowledge of the primordial world cultivators. It turned out that Dharma treasures could be refined in this way. This groundbreaking move attracted many people to come and observe the huge city of the human race to understand its structure and refining methods. The disciples of Chan school and Jie school were among them. Therefore, after the ancient human race fell, the disciples of the two sects became the people who knew the huge city of the human race the best. In the entire human race, there were not many people who knew the huge city of the human race better than them. Most of the people who knew more than them were dead, and a small number were in the realm sea. For this reason, the disciples of the two sects became Feng Zichen's best choice. He was not afraid that the disciples of the two sects would reject him. That was because when the human race fell and the demons destroyed the traces of the human race, the disciples of the two sects had secretly taken away a few huge cities of the human race for collection. What was karma? This was it. With this karma, Feng Zichen was not afraid that the disciples of the two sects would reject him. Who asked them to be greedy back then? At the right time, the human race became the main characters of the world. The geographical advantage was 365 heavenly cycle temples. The people and the disciples of the two sections. According to this, it was the best opportunity for Feng Zichen to build a divine city. He had no reason to refuse. Under the threat of karma, the disciples of the two sects finally agreed to build a divine city for the human race. However, the human race still had to be responsible for the materials needed to build the city. In this regard, Feng Zichen had no objection. This was what he should do. With the current foundation of the human race, it was more than enough to take out the materials needed to build a divine city. It was an exaggeration to say that it was a drizzle, but it was not to the extent of hurting the muscles and bones. After all, the human race had not developed in vain all these years. They had accumulated some foundation. Now, what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to convert the foundation of the human race into strength. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. After 1,000 years of preparation, the project of building a divine city was finally put on the agenda by the disciples of the two sects and began to take action. 1,000 years was enough for martial arts manuals to spread among the human race, causing many changes to the human race. After all, in this world, practicing martial arts could really change one's fate. For this reason, many people yearned for martial arts. Now that there was a better introductory cultivation method, everyone naturally practiced it enthusiastically. For a time, there was a craze for practicing martial arts in the human race. More and more people practiced martial arts. The prosperity of martial arts naturally affected the other orthodoxies. The path of gods and demons and the path of immortals all showed signs of weakening. The path of immortals was fine. Its foundation was deep. Even if it weakened, it would not shake its foundation. However, the path of gods and demons was not good. It had been abandoned by the times and was about to become a legend. If it were not for the fact that the martial arts were also created by Feng Zichen, the situation of the path of gods and demons was enough to make him vomit blood. The decline was too great. It was almost extinct. In the ancestral land, the Daoyuo Taoist priests also had some results. They were making the final adjustments and putting them into use. Everything was developing in a good direction. The human race as a whole showed a trend of prosperity, and their luck was getting stronger and stronger. If nothing unexpected happened, Feng Zichen would be able to successfully condense his own human emperor Dao fruit in tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, unforeseen events always happened inadvertently. It was the sages. They were going to attack the human race. Chapter 738. After thousands of years, the sage finally made his preparations and began to bare his fangs against the human race. At the human race's border, there were the other Ho-Tian races that were defeated by Yu the Great when he was controlling the flood. In the ancient Xianyuan period, there were also the mutants who betrayed the human race and joined forces to invade the human race's border. No one knew what benefits the sage promised them that made them have such an overconfident idea. How dare they attack the human race? They must be tired of living. Why don't they look at themselves? The two forces together couldn't even gather 5 Daoyuo Taoist priests. Even if they used the power of the entire race to attack the human race, what was the use? Not to mention shaking the human race, they couldn't even create chaos for the human race. The gap between the two sides was too big. Not to mention anything else, the gap between 500 Daluo Taoist priests and 5 Daluo Taoist priests was enough to make them despair. After hearing that these two forces invaded the human race's border, Feng Zichen didn't take it to heart at all. He directly sent 1,000,000 troops to the border to trample the two races. The human race's military system was created by Feng Zichen by imitating the Heavenly Court's military system. In other words, mortals were not qualified to join the army. Those who were qualified to join the army had to at least have the cultivation of a celestial immortal. And these were only the most ordinary soldiers. To become an elite, one had to at least be a golden immortal. To become a general, one had to have the cultivation of a Tai Jingxian. To command an army, one had to have the cultivation of a Daluo Jingxian. As for the Daluo Taoist priests, they were somewhat detached and couldn't be judged by common sense. They had the qualifications to become the human race's elders. As for the sage-to-be, they could be called kings. In the name of the human king, they could help the human emperor govern the world. Among the 1,000,000 troops sent by Feng Zichen to suppress the two races, there were no Daluo Taoist priests. However, they were all elites of the human race. The weakest among them was a golden immortal. Apart from that, there were also 10,000 Tai Jingxian, 1,000 Daluo Jingxian, and 300 Khanate Dao Lords. Tai Jingxian and Daluo Jingxian aside, the 300 Xiantian Dao Lords were Feng Zichen's most cherished treasures, one of the most important reserves of the human race. At the same time, they were also the most elite troops of the human race. Their status was second only to the Daluo Taoist priests. What was a Dao Lord? It was the Tai Jingxian of the ancient times, the Tai Jingxian who cultivated the Tao of innate. In ancient times and before, Daluo Jingxian was known as the Taoist priests, while Tai Jingxian was known as the Taoist Lord. This was because after one's strength reached the level of Tai Jingxian, one would begin to touch the level of Tao. This Tao referred to the Tao of innate. Therefore, the current Tai Jingxian and Daluo Jingxian were not qualified to be called Dao Lords and Taoist priests. These 300 Xiantian Dao Lords could be said to be the seeds of the Daluo Taoist priests. They had the potential to transcend the river of fate and become the Daluo Taoist priests. Feng Zichen had sent them on this expedition to train them. He wanted them to fight the Daluo Taoist priests and constantly hover between life and death. There were great terrors and great opportunities between life and death. If they could see through it, even if they couldn't become the Daluo Taoist priests, they would still benefit greatly. They would be a small step closer to becoming the Daluo Taoist priests and become half-step Taoist priests. 300 Xiantian Dao Lords, 1,000 Daluo Jingxian, 10,000 Tai Jingxian, and 1,000,000 golden immortals. The formation set up by these people together, coupled with the treasures secretly given to them by Feng Zichen, was enough to kill the Daluo Taoist priests. The Hotian race and the mutant race added together only had 4 Daluo Taoist priests. It might not be possible for the 1,000,000 soldiers and the experts guarding the border of the human race to kill all of them together. But if they couldn't even kill 1 or 2 of them, they would be useless. Feng Zichen felt that the elites of the human race were not so useless. They would definitely be able to kill the Daluo Taoist priests. Why did Feng Zichen not send the Daluo Taoist priests but only 1,000,000 soldiers to quell the unrest between the two races? Was it because there were no Daluo Taoist priests in the human race? Did he not know that only 5 Daluo Taoist priests were needed to quell the unrest between the two races? No, Feng Zichen knew. But he was unwilling to do so. This was because Feng Zichen wanted to use this battle to tell the world that even without the Daluo Taoist priests, the human race still had the ability to kill the Daluo Taoist priests. Was it shocking that the Daluo Taoist priests killed the Daluo Taoist priests? Perhaps, but it was not enough to shock the people. However, it was different when the Tai Jingxian killed the Daluo Taoist priests. The effect would definitely shock the untainted land for 1,000,000 years and be deeply engraved in the hearts of all living beings. The human race did not even send the Daluo Taoist priests, but they were able to kill the Daluo Taoist priests. If the Daluo Taoist priests of the human race really took action, how powerful would they be? They would probably be able to kill powerful beings. Fear often came from the unknown. As long as the living beings could not see the depths of the human race, they would always be afraid of the human race and would not dare to have the thought of fighting against them. Just as the million soldiers of the human race were setting off, a sudden change was quietly happening on the distant Mount Shouyang. Mount Shouyang, the eldest direct disciple of the Grand Pure One, Xuandu, was cultivating in seclusion in the Eight Visions Palace. However, at this moment, the innate cardinal treasure Taiji diagram quietly appeared. Rumble. While Xuandu was unprepared, a vast and boundless power gushed out from the Taiji diagram. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, the space-time in the hall froze. It was completely stagnant. As for Xuandu, he was naturally frozen on the spot. Since the Taiji diagram had appeared, the person who attacked Xuandu was obviously his master, the Grand Pure One. Xuandu was only at the perfected realm of the Daluo Taoist priests. How could he be a match for the Grand Pure One who held a connate cardinal treasure? It was not surprising that he was directly sealed. Disciple, don't blame me. I sealed you for your own good. With your status, it's not appropriate for you to help anyone in this battle between the saint and the human race. Therefore, in order to prevent you from being in a difficult position, I'll seal you and make you lose all perception of the outside world. In this way, no matter what the outcome of this battle is, it will not affect you. All the mistakes will be blamed on me. After you wake up, you will still be the eldest disciple of the Ren school, Xuandu, and the human race's Wang Yang. After sealing Xuandu, the Grand Pure One's voice sounded slowly. It turned out that the Grand Pure One was worried that Xuandu would be in a difficult position, so he sealed him directly so that he could be removed from the battle between the heavens and humans. Who was Xuandu? He was the only true disciple of the Grand Pure One, the successor of the Ren school. At the same time, he was also one of the first 9 human kings of the human race, the human king, Yi-Ang. With these two identities, it could be said to have brought great convenience to Xuandu. However, that was under the condition that the human race had a good relationship with the saint. Once the human race fell out with the saint, just like now, Xuandu's situation would become extremely awkward. It was wrong for him to help anyone. If he helped the human race, how could he repay his master's kindness? If he helped his master, how could he repay the human race's kindness of raising him? Therefore, the Grand Pure One's sealing of Xuandu was the best choice. Only then could he stay out of it. Ah! After sighing softly, the Grand Pure One's voice and the Taiji diagram disappeared from the hall. As for Xuandu, he did not react at all. The Grand Pure One's attack just now was as if he had pressed the pause button. It had completely paused Xuandu's time and stopped at that moment forever. At this moment, not to mention the Grand Pure One's words, even if someone attacked him, Xuandu would not feel it at all. When Xuandu woke up, it might be tens of thousands of years later. However, to him, time had only passed for an instant. His consciousness had been stuck at the previous moment. He was completely unaware of the thousands of years that had passed. In an instant, everything had changed. This was the current situation of Xuandu. The strength of the Grand Pure One's mystical abilities could be seen. Of course, this was the only way that Xuandu could completely stay out of it. What was a master-disciple relationship? That was it. The Grand Pure One's master-disciple relationship with Xuandu was truly beyond words. Huh? The aura of the Yang clan has disappeared. What's going on? In the human emperor's palace, the moment Xuandu was sealed by the Grand Pure One, Feng Zichen sensed that something was wrong with him. As the human emperor, Feng Zichen could sense the aura of all the experts of the human race. That was because, under the connection of the destiny of the human race, the aura of the human race experts was like a bonfire in the night to him. It was so eye-catching and eye-catching. The disappearance of every human expert was like the extinguishment of a bonfire in the darkness. It disappeared from Feng Zichen's perception. Therefore, the moment the Xianqing aura disappeared, Feng Zichen sensed it immediately. Surprised, Feng Zichen used the Ziwei divine calculation to deduce the situation of Xuandu. Soon, Feng Zichen found out the cause and effect of the disappearance of Xuandu's aura from the heavenly secrets. What a grand pure one! After coming back to his senses, Feng Zichen said. The Grand Pure One was indeed scheming and astute. He could even plot against him. If not for the permission of the Grand Pure One, how could Feng Zichen have calculated the situation of Xuandu so easily? It was because he did not intend to hide it that Feng Zichen could easily calculate it. As long as the Grand Pure One could cover it up, Feng Zichen would have no other way to know the true situation of Xuandu other than personally going to the Baiying Palace on Mount Shouyang to take a look. It was just like how Feng Zichen could conceal the heavenly secrets and the saint could not detect it. If the Grand Pure One concealed the heavenly secrets, Feng Zichen would not be able to detect it either. When the situation of Xuandu was placed in front of Feng Zichen, he would face a choice: should he save Xuandu? With Feng Zichen's strength, it would be easy to save Xuandu. However, what could he do after saving him? Make things difficult for Xuandu? After thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided not to save Xuandu. It was good to let him be sealed by the Grand Pure One. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen was shocked. He seemed to understand the Grand Pure One's plan. The Grand Pure One did not hide the situation of Xuandu at all. Was he looking forward to him saving Xuandu? Compared to the Grand Pure One's action of sealing Xuandu, wasn't Feng Zichen's action of releasing Xuandu a little selfish? The Grand Pure One could say that he had sealed Xuandu for Xuandu's own good. However, could Feng Zichen release Xuandu for his own good? Feng Zichen thought about it from another perspective. If he were Xuandu, even if he did not say anything, he would still feel uncomfortable in his heart. He would gradually lean towards the Grand Pure One. At the thought of this, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh at the Grand Pure One's shrewdness. With a single mistake, he had almost missed a general and allowed the Grand Pure One to obtain a loyal disciple. Putting everything else aside, wouldn't a normal person's first reaction when they saw their friend being sealed be to save him? Why would he think so much about it? It was only Feng Zichen who was scheming that he noticed so many details. After guessing the Grand Pure One's plan, Feng Zichen looked at Xuandu again and discovered many details that he had not paid attention to previously. For example, the seal that the Grand Pure One used to seal Xuandu was indeed very powerful from the inside. With Xuandu's strength, it was impossible to break it. However, from the outside, the seal would shatter with a single touch. Just now, if Feng Zichen's spiritual will had scanned over, it would have shattered the moment it touched the seal on Xuandu. It was confirmed. This was the Grand Pure One's scheme against him. He wanted to sow discord between him and Xuandu without bloodshed. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen used his mystical ability and added another seal outside Xuandu. Xuandu was indeed not suitable to appear in this battle. Since that was the case, he would seal him completely. After the battle ended, he would let him out. Since the Grand Pure One's seal was not safe, Feng Zichen would add another one. That way, it would be foolproof. Under such circumstances, if the seal on Xuandu's body was broken, it could only be done by the Grand Pure One. After all, it was the saint's Taoist sect, the Taoist sect of the first saint. Who would dare to cause trouble here? The Grand Pure One had personally sealed Xuandu and released him. What should this action be called? Oh! If it was the modern world, it should be called acting and standing. That was how the gap was created. The Grand Pure One naturally sensed Feng Zichen's actions. However, he did not say anything about that. It was a casual move. If he succeeded, it was naturally worth celebrating. If he failed, there was nothing to be depressed about. When Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were confronting each other, the million-strong army of the human race had already rushed to the border of the human race and met up with the human experts guarding there. There were not many soldiers guarding the border of the human race. There were only about 300,000 people. However, they were all elites and veterans of the human race. In terms of combat strength, they were even stronger than the million-strong army. After all, they were an army guarding the border. They had been fighting with foreign races all year round. If they were not strong, they would have died long ago. Putting everything else aside, most of the border soldiers were from the Jiang tribe and the Xiong tribe. From this, one could tell how powerful they were. Chapter 739. The Jiang tribe and the Xiong tribe belonged to the Yan Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. The resources enjoyed by the disciples of these tribes were naturally much better than the rest of the human race. And this was what made them so powerful. Since they had enjoyed treatment that exceeded that of ordinary people, they also had to bear the corresponding responsibility. Therefore, the disciples of these two tribes were sent to the border of the human race to defend against the invasion of the foreign race. 300,000 elites of the elites and millions of elites. It would be an exaggeration to say that this force could dominate the untainted land, but it was strong enough and could not be taken lightly. At the very least, the Daluo Taoist priests could not do it. After the million troops of the human race arrived at the border, they were not in a hurry to start a war with the two tribes. Instead, they sent messengers to the variant humans to persuade them to return to the human race. After all, they were once members of the human race. There were still many people in the human race who were unwilling to start a war with the variant humans. Therefore, after a unanimous discussion, they decided to give the variant humans one last chance. If they were willing to return to the human race, then their previous crimes could be written off and they could return to the human race. If they refused, then they could not blame the human race for being ruthless. The human race had never been merciful to their enemies. It was unknown what benefits the saint had given the variant human's ancestor to make him mercilessly refuse the goodwill of the human race. Since that was the case, there was nothing to talk about. A war was about to break out. Not long after the two sides deployed their troops, a war broke out. In fact, although it was called a war, the human race was one-sidedly crushing the variant humans. As soon as they started fighting, the allied forces of the two tribes were defeated by the human army and fled for their lives. In response, the human army naturally chased after them, intending to annihilate the main forces of the two tribes in one fell swoop. However, halfway through, the Daluo Taoist priests of the other side made a move. A Daluo Taoist priests of the post-celestial race stood alone in front of the million troops of the human race, intending to fight against the million troops of the human race with his own strength. To be honest, with the identity of the Daluo Taoist priests, it was indeed embarrassing for him to attack low-level cultivators. However, he had to make a move. Because if he still did not make a move, then the elites of his race would be wiped out. This kind of loss was a price that the post-celestial race could not bear. It would cause their race to fall from prosperity to decline. Face was very important, but compared to the rise and fall of the race, it was insignificant. Kill. The Taoist priests had the power to turn the world upside down. The Taoist priests of the post-celestial race pressed out with one hand, which transformed into a giant palm that blotted out the sky. He was about to slap the million-strong human army to death. As the Daluo Taoist priests, he was confident that he could single-handedly destroy the million-strong human army. The Daluo Taoist priests were just that strong. Those who had not reached this realm would never be able to understand the strength of this realm. This kind of strength was innate. It was not something that could be made up for by numbers. Although the million-strong human army was strong, they were as weak as ants in the eyes of the Daluo Taoist priests. For this reason, he was very confident and did not think that he would lose. However, the reality was that people often liked to say no to self-righteous people. Just as the Taoist priests thought that victory was in his hands, something unexpected happened. Even when facing the Daluo Taoist priests, the million-strong human army did not panic at all. They orderly arranged their formation, then opened their mouths and shouted at the Daluo Taoist priests. Kill. The word, kill, resounded through the world and shook the universe. Suddenly, endless blood and chi gushed out from the million-strong human army and connected into a wave in the air. Like a rolling wave, it swept toward the Daluo Taoist priests. At the same time, the destiny of the human race in the long river of destiny also shook violently. A terrifying power tore through the endless universe and spread out from the unknown void, fusing with the vast blood and chi. Rumble. At this moment, the universe changed. Heaven and earth shook, stirring up endless wind and clouds. After the blood and chi of the human race fused with the destiny of the human race, its power suddenly increased and reached an extremely shocking level in an instant. Under this power, the whole world became oppressive. The Daluo Taoist priests of the postnatal lineage who bore the brunt of this power changed his expression wildly and thought of running away. Oh no! It's the destiny of the human race. These soldiers can mobilize the destiny of the human race. Feeling the powerful power contained in the blood and chi of the human race, even the Daluo Taoist priests could not help but feel a little scared. The blood and chi of the human race might not be strong, but the power of the destiny of the human race was definitely unimaginably strong. Not to mention the Daluo Taoist priests, even a sage-to-be was suppressed. Thinking of this, the Daluo Taoist priests of the postnatal lineage turned and fled, not caring about his dignity as a Daluo Taoist priest. If he did not run, he would die. This was the Daluo Taoist priest's only thought at this moment. The power of destiny of the human race was too strong and far beyond what he could contend with. The Daluo Taoist priests were particularly sensitive to life and death. Since his intuition told him that he would die if he did not run, then it must be true. Therefore, if he wanted to run, he had to run as fast as he could. If he had known that the human race army could mobilize the power of destiny of the human race, he would not have foolishly rushed to the front like this. Instead, he would have used a safer method. Alas, if he had known, he would not have acted so pretentiously. At this moment, the Daluo Taoist priest's heart was filled with regret. But it was too late to say anything now because he was about to die. Seeing that the Daluo Taoist priest was about to escape, the commander of the human race army, Jiang Hong, suddenly took out a flag. It was unknown what method he used, but he gently waved the flag in his hand, and then, the Daluo Taoist priest was frozen in place. Boom! At this moment, the aura of the human race swept over and directly crushed the Daluo Taoist priest's body, tearing his physical body and primordial spirit into pieces. No, I can't accept this. I haven't achieved Tao yet. How can I die here? In the aura wave, the Daluo Taoist priest's innate indestructible true spirit let out an unwilling roar. However, the aura of the human race was like a blazing sun and a sacred flame, erupting with a powerful force and burning it into ashes. His physical body exploded, his primordial spirit dissipated, and his innate indestructible true spirit turned into ashes. The Daluo Taoist priests from the postnatal lineage could not be more dead. Moreover, he would not be able to be resurrected for a long time. How could it be so easy to resurrect someone who died under the power of destiny of the human race? Even with the help of a saint, he would have to pay a great price. In the distance, the other three Daluo Taoist priests who were about to rescue this person slowly withdrew their hands after sensing that something was wrong. It was too fast. It was really too fast. The Daluo Taoist priests died too fast. They did not have the chance to rescue him at all. By the time they realized that something was wrong and were about to rescue him, he was already gone. The strength of the human race has increased again. Looking at the human army that continued to chase after the defeated troops of the two races, the three of them had extremely ugly expressions. This time, they were too careless. They should not have been so easily tempted by the saints' conditions and become their pawns to test the strength of the human race for them. At the moment, they had not tested the strength of the human race yet, but the elites of their race were almost gone. The strength of the human race was much stronger than the human race in their memory. Over the years, they had been improving, and the human race had also been improving, and they were improving faster than them. This was very uncomfortable. This was especially so for the mutants. Their feelings were extremely complicated now. They had left the human race in order to obtain better development. But now that they looked back, they suddenly realized that if they had not left the human race, their development would have been better. As such, how could they not feel uncomfortable? At this point, it's useless to say more. Let's think of a way to deal with the human race first. At the moment, the human race's general trend has been formed, and it's far from what we can contend against. In my opinion, we'd better stay put. Let's wait for a while and see what the saint has to say. The three of them communicated for a moment and discussed the next plan. They would stay put and wait for the saint's support. There were a total of 4 Daluo Taoist priests in the two races. Their strength was at the same level. Even if there was a difference in strength, the difference would not be too big. This meant that since the human army had the ability to kill one of the 4 of them, it meant that they also had the strength to kill the 3 of them. Thinking of this, the 3 of them were afraid. It was normal that they did not dare to attack the human race. After all, they had just proven that they really could not defeat the human race. For this reason, there was only one path left in front of the 3 of them, which was to wait for the saint's support. Since the saint wanted to deal with the human race, he must be fully prepared and would not only let them attack. As long as they could hold on, when the saint's backup plan was launched, the pressure on the human race would increase greatly. That would be the opportunity for them to counterattack. Therefore, before the saint's next plan was carried out, they had to hold on for a while. The news that the human army of 1 million joined forces and killed a Daluo Taoist priest in an instant in the border of the human race quickly spread in the primordial world. For a time, the world shook. The video of this battle was circulated among the tens of thousands of races and was read by people. After watching the video of the battle, the tens of thousands of races fell into silence. So, unknowingly, the human race had become so strong. Just the power of providence mobilized by the million-strong army was enough to kill the Daluo Taoist priests. What would happen if this number was multiplied by 100 or 1,000 times? They would probably be able to suppress the sage-to-be and the powerful ones. They might even be able to contend with the saint. The strength of the human race was already comparable to that of the shaman and demon race. In this world, there would probably be another race that could suppress the past, present, and future. After this battle, the tens of thousands of races tacitly raised the status of the human race to the level of the shaman and demon race. The human race had been established. Sooner or later, it would become a powerful force that was comparable to the shaman and demon race. With the strength of the tens of thousands of races, it was impossible to contend with it. In this world, the only ones who could stop its development were the saints. If the powerful ones were right, the primordial world would become a battlefield between the saints and the human race. This was bound to be a battle that was not inferior to the battle between the shaman and demon race. It might even be more exciting. At the border of the human race, the two races could hide, but the human race could not. The entire primordial world was watching their performance. They were waiting for them to wipe out the two races in one fell swoop so that they could completely calm the chaos at the border of the human race. If they did not take action, they would lose the face of the entire human race. Therefore, the border army had been on the move. However, no matter what they did, the 3 Zenith Heaven Holy Masters only pretended not to see or hear anything. They only focused on guarding the area and did not come out. This made the border army unable to attack for a while. The 3 Daluo Taoist priests working together was enough to fight against the human army of 1 million. They were determined to defend, so it was normal that the human army could not attack. Seeing that time had passed, the human army still could not do anything to the two races. For a time, Feng Zichen gradually lost his patience. Just as his patience was exhausted and he was about to send out the Daluo Taoist priests, an unforeseen event happened. Among the two races, some mutants suddenly announced that they wanted to return to the human race. It turned out that when the human messengers went to the mutant lineage, they were not without gains. Although the ancestor of the mutant lineage rejected the suggestion of returning to the human race, this did not mean that the entire mutant lineage agreed with his decision. Just as there were people in the human race who did not want to start a war with the mutant lineage, there were also people in the mutant lineage who did not want to start a war with the human race. In the past, even if they had parted ways, how could they bear to fight against each other? Therefore, under the continuous persuasion of the human race, they were finally persuaded to return to the human race. And this became the turning point of the war. The betrayal of some of the mutants caused the perfect defense set up by the three Taoist priests to collapse from the inside. This also gave the human army a chance. They launched the fiercest attack and drove straight in through the gap, wiping out the remaining forces of the two races in one fell swoop. At this point, the chaos at the human border was quelled. As for the three Taoist priests of the two races, they did not suffer any harm. After all, with the three of them working together, the strength of the human army could not do anything to them. However, more than half of their clansmen had died in battle, and their territory had been occupied by the human race. The three of them did not have the face to continue staying here. They gathered their remaining clansmen and rushed in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. At this time, only the saint could protect them. After all, they had attacked the human race under the orders of the saint, which was why they had ended up like this. The saint had to be responsible for this. Otherwise, who would dare to work for them in the future? As for going back to take revenge on the human army, the three of them wanted to. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen did not give them the chance. In order to prevent the three of them from jumping over the wall in desperation, Feng Zichen sent several Daluo Taoist priests to come here and stare at them. It was because they sensed the aura of these Daluo Taoist priests that the three of them left without hesitation. If they did not leave now, when the three of them were surrounded, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. The three of them were very fast. It did not take long for them to arrive near Kunlun Mountain. Just as they were about to step into the range of Kunlun Mountain, Feng Zichen, who was far away in the ancestral land of the human race, moved. P.S. Yesterday. Chapter 740. Rumble. Vast and boundless mana rushed out of the ancestral land of the human race, wrapped in the destiny of the human race. Like a torrent of the human race, it swept everything and crashed into the three people who were about to enter Kunlun Mountain. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the three Zenith Heaven Dao Masters were blasted into smithereens at the foot of Kunlun Mountain by this surge of mana. Not even their true spirits were left behind. They completely disappeared into thin air. And this scene was not only seen by the five saints in Kunlun Mountain, but also by the powerful beings who were watching the show. For a moment, the entire world seemed to have fallen into silence. Everyone knew that something big had happened. Bloodshed in the Holy Land was no small matter. There was no doubt that this was done by Feng Zichen. With his strength, coupled with the destiny of the human race, he could easily kill a sage-to-be, not to mention the Daluo Taoist priests. The reason why Feng Zichen did not attack at the beginning but chose to attack at this moment was that he was waiting for them to arrive at Kunlun Mountain. Fortunately, he could kill the three of them here in front of the saints. Otherwise, he could not show the dignity of the human race. If the world saw this scene, they would know that if they became enemies with the human race, even the saints would not be able to protect them. In this way, they would definitely be afraid. When they became enemies with the human race again, they would carefully weigh the pros and cons. Feng Zichen's action was intended to intimidate all living beings and make them not dare to be enemies with the human race. It was the same even if they had the backing of the saints. Didn't they see that the three Daluo Taoist priests who had the backing of the saints had been killed by Feng Zichen at the door of the saint's house? Killing the chickens to warn the monkeys was like that. The three Daluo Taoist priests could live until now because they were the chickens that Feng Zichen prepared to warn the monkeys. You've gone too far. In the Jade Void Palace, seeing the pool of blood at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the Heavenly Lord of the Origin's face turned blue with anger. The other sages did not look too good either. Feng Zichen had really gone too far this time. His action could be said to have killed the saints' people at their doorstep. This was no longer a slap in the face, but a complete falling out. If the saints did not get back at them, no one in the primordial world would dare to follow them in the future. Die. Filled with hatred, the primeval Lord of Heaven activated his divine will and unleashed his wrath. In an instant, boundless dark clouds gathered at the borders of the human race, dyeing the sky black. Rumble. Within the dark clouds, lightning snakes danced wildly, emitting a destructive aura. The lightning and the dark clouds were all formed from the fury of the primeval Lord of Heaven. When a saint was enraged, heaven and earth would change color. Boom! Endless thunderbolts burst forth and blasted toward the human border. The dazzling light turned the entire world white. At the same time, it also illuminated the horrified faces of the humans below. This was the primeval Lord of Heaven venting his anger. He resonated with heaven and earth and created a heavenly punishment to descend upon the world, wanting to destroy everything. The thunderbolts rumbled and turned into a world-destroying calamity. They wanted to destroy the human border and the millions of human troops stationed there. Obviously, the primeval Lord of Heaven was really angry. Feng Zichen had killed 3 of his subordinates, so he wanted to bury the human army with him. Seeing that the heavenly punishment was about to descend and wipe out the human army, Feng Zichen suddenly stood up in the ancestral land of the human race in this world. Boom! As Feng Zichen stood up, an invisible force rose from his body. In the blink of an eye, it swept through the entire primordial world. Then, time stopped at this moment. Everyone and everything stopped in place, including the heavenly punishment that was about to descend. Fellow primeval Lord of Heaven, are you trying to fall out with me? In the ancestral land, Feng Zichen shouted at the primeval Lord of Heaven from afar. As he spoke, the human Tao Emperor's seal rose from his body and wrapped around his waist, one on the left and one on the right of the human race. So what if I fall out with you? In the face of Feng Zichen's threat, the primeval Lord of Heaven was not afraid. He also raised the Panga banner and faced him from afar. Neither side gave way to the other. A great battle was about to break out. But at this moment, outside the 33 heavens, a treasure suddenly flew out of Jinxiu heaven and hung in the sky. It was the Khanate Supreme Treasure, the cauldron of heaven and earth. At the same time, the Zhouxing diagram appeared in the boundless starry sky. In the celestial court, the phantom of the primeval pagoda of heaven was faintly discernible. Great Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor had made their move. 3 supreme forces descended at the same time, cooperating with Feng Zichen's aura to suppress the primeval Lord of Heaven. Nuwa was undoubtedly on Feng Zichen's side. As for Great Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor, they were both celestial court emperors. They had no reason to help outsiders against their own people. Rumble. At this moment, the great Tao wailed incessantly. The void even showed signs of instability, faintly showing signs of collapsing. Enough, let's end this matter here. Poor Wei and the others have lost this round. At this moment, the Grand Pure One spoke. It was a shocking admission of defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, the primeval Lord of Heaven put away the Panga banner and turned to return to the Jade Void Palace. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the others also withdrew their auras. After returning to the Jade Void Palace, the primeval Lord of Heaven shouted angrily at the Grand Pure One, "Big brother, what's the meaning of this? A loss is a loss. It's no big deal. The next sentence is to get it back." The Grand Pure One glanced at the primeval Lord of Heaven and said, "Why? Do you really want to fight with Gaochen?" Sigh. Hearing this, the primeval Lord of Heaven was stunned for a moment. He did not say anything and only sighed. This battle was destined not to happen. In the end, it would definitely attract the Tao ancestors' intervention. At that time, both sides would lose face. After a long while, the primeval Lord of Heaven asked unwillingly, "So, this matter is over?" "Of course not. Although this attempt to test the human race has failed, I can see that Gaochen fellow Daoist is still as straightforward as ever. Just because of a disagreement, you fight. How carefree. You should be a role model for our generation. However, it's also because of this that this battle has become more interesting. I just don't know if the carefree Gauchan fellow Taoist can still be carefree in the face of poor Wei's next plan. The Grand Pure One shook his head and said mysteriously. According to him, another plan against the human race had begun. North Sea. North Sea. North Sea, which had been silent since the fall of the ancient heavenly court, suddenly had huge waves. Rumble. In the North Sea, huge waves surged towards the land one after another. Under these huge waves, the figures of countless demon soldiers could be vaguely seen. They were all wearing battle armor and holding spears. Their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. That was the North Sea demon race. They had made a move. The North Sea demon race, who had been silent for many years, stepped out of the North Sea and came to the land in groups. They advanced forward according to the ancient demon army formation. Their target was the human race. The battle between the human race and the demon race had begun. In just a few days, the news of the North Sea demon race's reappearance and their troops in the North Sea spread throughout the primordial world. For a moment, the primordial world was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this news. That was the North Sea demon race, a force that had existed since ancient times. It could be said that they were the direct descendants of the ancient demon race. They were also the most powerful force of the demon race now. The North Sea demon race could almost represent the entire demon race now. Their strength was also unimaginably powerful. Just the demon gods of the Daluo Taoist priests' realm were not inferior to 100. After all, not all demons participated in the battle between the liches and the demons. Patriarch Kunpeng was a shrewd person. How could he let his direct descendants take risks? Therefore, there were not many demon gods of the North Sea demon race who participated in the battle between the liches and the demons. It was also because of this that the North Sea demon race's strength was preserved and they basically did not suffer any losses. And this also caused the prosperity of the North Sea demon race. 100 demon gods coexisted. In ancient times, demon god was the name of the Daluo Taoist priests. P.S. Brothers, I've tried my best. That's all I can write. It's too difficult to write in the hospital. However, this is the last day. After today, we can change people. Chapter 741. In other words, 100 demon gods were 100 Daluo Taoist priests. The foundation of the North Sea demons could be seen from this. If not for Patriarch Kunpeng keeping a low profile and the suppression of the various great gods, the North Sea demons would have been the strongest force in the primordial world after the final battle. If the North Sea demons fought for hegemony then, the human race would have nothing to do. Unfortunately, Patriarch Kunpeng did not dare to come out at that time. Otherwise, he would be besieged by the various great gods of the primordial world. Because at that time, no one wanted to see the demons rise again. Therefore, if Patriarch Kunpeng did not want to be killed, he could only hide in the North Sea. If he missed that opportunity, the North Sea demons would lose the chance to fight for hegemony when the human race rose from the decline. If not, Patriarch Kunpeng would not be in such an awkward situation. Although he had such power, he was far from being as powerful as imagined. He had only just entered the half-step primordial chaos realm. However, if the North Sea demons had chosen to fight for hegemony back then, Patriarch Kunpeng would have had a high chance of becoming a primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. It was really one step wrong. With the strength of the North Sea demons, it was naturally very easy to deal with the human army stationed in the North Sea. It did not take long for the North Sea demons to break through several human cities and drive straight in. Soon, they arrived at the human race's doorstep. If not for the protection of the 9 states boundary, the North Sea demons would not be able to enter the human territory. Then, the North Sea demons would probably have already attacked the human ancestral land. By the time Feng Zichen received the news, the North Sea demon army had already taken root outside the human territory. Feng Zichen did not know about the North Sea demon's actions in advance, and he did not know immediately afterwards. Because he had been schemed against by the saint. He did not know what method the saint had used, but he had actually blocked Feng Zichen's perception, causing him to completely lose his sense of the outside world. The news that informed Feng Zichen had also been intercepted by the saint with various methods, so he could not be informed in time. As a result, Feng Zichen received news of the North Sea monster spirits a step behind everyone else. All the powerful divines in the untainted land knew that the North Sea monster tribe had attacked the human tribe. However, Feng Zichen, the human emperor, was the last to know. How ironic. This time, Feng Zichen's face was really lost. That's not right. Being schemed against by 5 saints isn't a disgrace. Instead, it's an honor. After all, how many people in the untainted land could receive such treatment? Damn it. Bastard Kunpeng. Goddamn saint. In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen, whose face was filled with anger, cursed at the sage and Kunpeng. To him, losing face was not a big deal. The main thing was that things had gone beyond his expectations. He did not expect that the saint would invite the Kunpeng to deal with him. This was really an unexpected move. To be honest, this matter was extremely unbelievable to Feng Zichen. After all, that was the Kunpeng patriarch. How could he be with the saint? Didn't he hate the saint the most? If it weren't for the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning and the 2 saints Xuanti, the Kunpeng patriarch would have had a share of the saint position in the Purple Cloud Palace. Unfortunately, it was all ruined by the 3 saints. The Heavenly Lord of the Beginning sentence, "How can a person with feathers be the same as me?" completely ruined the Kunpeng patriarch's opportunity to become a saint. For this reason, the Kunpeng patriarch hated the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning and the 3 saints to the core. How could he cooperate with them? Also, what was going on with the Heavenly Lord of the Beginning and the 3 saints Xuanti? Didn't they look down on the Kunpeng patriarch? Why would they be with him? Sure enough, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. This sentence was applicable everywhere. He didn't know what benefits the saint had promised the Kunpeng patriarch to make him give up his principles and choose to cooperate with them. F***ck. However, although he didn't know the specific deal between the 2 sides, Feng Zichen could roughly guess. It was nothing more than a promise to help the Kunpeng achieve the Tao. Other than that, the saints had nothing to move the Kunpeng patriarch. As for the alliance between Feng Zichen and the Kunpeng patriarch, he didn't take it to heart. How could the Kunpeng patriarch take it to heart? The Kunpeng patriarch could even betray Di Juntai, let alone Feng Zichen. The Kunpeng patriarch's words were just to be taken seriously. Even if it was a great Tao oath, one couldn't believe it. Whoever really believed it would really be a fool. This could be seen from Di Juntai. Look at how they were tricked by the Kunpeng patriarch during the decisive battle between the liches and demons. At the critical moment of the decisive battle, the Kunpeng patriarch stole the He Tu and Luo Shu and ran away. This matter, the Kunpeng patriarch was really cunning. He wasn't afraid that one day, Di Jun would suddenly revive and fight him to the death. Feng Zichen didn't believe it. Back then, when the Kunpeng patriarch joined the heavenly court, he didn't make any oath. Even if the Kunpeng patriarch didn't want to, with Di Jun's personality, he would force him to. But even so, the Kunpeng patriarch still betrayed him. From this, it could be seen that an oath didn't have much binding force on him. This person was already like this to the heavenly court, not to mention the relationship between him and Feng Zichen. It was just a verbal agreement. How could he abide by it? One had to know that when he knew about the 3 primordial races, the Kunpeng patriarch had relied on his special background to repeatedly jump between the Scale clan and the Bird clan. When he was a Kun, he was a member of the Water clan. When he was a Peng, he was a member of the Bird clan. Betrayal was a common thing for the Kunpeng patriarch. Therefore, Feng Zichen had never believed the alliance that the Kunpeng patriarch had mentioned. Since that was the case, Why did he agree to the Kunpeng Patriarch's alliance? That was naturally to dig a hole for the Kunpeng Patriarch. Knowing that the Kunpeng Patriarch didn't keep his word, how could Feng Zichen not be on guard? Although he didn't know how the Kunpeng Patriarch could hide from the perception of the heavenly Tao and make the Tao oath invalid, Feng Zichen knew that his method could hide from the heavenly Tao, but it definitely couldn't hide from the great Tao. Therefore, when he made the alliance agreement with the Kunpeng Patriarch, Feng Zichen had secretly activated the power of his true name and used the true name that was bestowed by the great Tao to make a contract with the Kunpeng Patriarch. In this way, the agreement between the two of them was carried out under the witness of the great Tao. Under the great Tao, it would be fine if the Kunpeng Patriarch abided by the agreement. If he violated it, then the great price could only be paid with his life. And the Kunpeng Patriarch didn't know about this at all. He thought that the agreement this time was the same as before. Because of this, the Kunpeng Patriarch was destined to not be able to escape this calamity. However, Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry to make a move. The Kunpeng Patriarch hadn't fallen too deep, and there was still room to turn back. Therefore, he was waiting for the Kunpeng Patriarch to personally attack the human race. At that time, there would be no more room to turn things around, and Feng Zichen could send the Kunpeng Patriarch on his way with peace of mind. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen directly sent out 200 Daluo Taoist priests to guard the borders of the human race's territory and confront the North Sea demon race across space. Don't the North Sea demon race have 100 demon gods? Then the human race will directly send out 200 Daluo Taoist priests to confront you. It was not so easy to make up for the difference of one time. What was called suppressing others with power? This was it. No matter what schemes you have, I will break them with my own strength. After making the deployment, Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry to appear. Instead, he silently used his divine powers to circulate the aura of weapons and murderous aura between heaven and earth. After the incident with the North Sea demon race, Feng Zichen had already deeply understood that it was still too difficult for him to deal with the 5 saints by himself. Look, the moment the saints attacked, they blinded his perception and made him unable to sense anything at all. It was enough for such a thing to happen once. If it happened again and again, it would really become a fatal thing. However, Feng Zichen really didn't have a good way to solve this kind of thing. Because they relied on their strength that far exceeded his to forcefully block his perception. Therefore, other than being stronger than them, there was no good way. Because of this, Feng Zichen thought about it and decided to be straightforward. Since he couldn't stop this kind of thing from happening, then he might as well make everyone lose the ability to deduce the heavenly secrets together. In this way, everyone would be on the same level. Whether they won or lost would depend on their own methods. It was difficult to fight against the 5 saints with his own strength, but it wasn't difficult to make everyone lose the ability to deduce the heavenly secrets together. Especially at this time, it was even simpler. Every time a calamity happened, the heavenly Tao would lose its perception of the eldritch world. Then, all living beings would be free to do what they wanted to do to settle the karma between heaven and earth. This was also the reason why the heavenly Tao didn't appear when everyone was fighting to the death during the calamity, even if heaven and earth were to be broken. If the heavenly Tao couldn't sense the situation in the eldritch world, how could it appear to stop them? It could only wait for the calamity to end, and it could sense the situation in heaven and earth again before coming out to clean up the mess. The phenomenon of the heavenly Tao appearing after the destruction of the eldritch world was born because of this. This was also because it was affected by the calamity. If it was during normal times, the heavenly Tao would have appeared to stop everyone before they started fighting. For example, there were a few times before when Feng Zichen planned to have a decisive battle with the saints. However, at the crucial moment, he would be interrupted by the heavenly Tao. Things like destroying heaven and earth would only happen during the calamity. During normal times, they couldn't even fight, let alone destroy heaven and earth. After knowing the reason, he could make use of it, just like what Feng Zichen wanted to do now. He wanted to use the murderous aura and the aura of weapons that filled heaven and earth as a guide to affect the tribulation aura that was suppressed by the saints, so that it would spread between heaven and earth. When the concentration of the tribulation aura between heaven and earth rose to a certain level, the heavenly Tao would naturally lose its perception of the eldritch world. After the heavenly Tao lost its perception of the eldritch world, all living beings would be free. True freedom. They could do whatever they wanted. They didn't have to worry about being targeted by the heavenly Tao. Similarly, the deduction method that relied on the heavenly Tao had completely lost its effect during the period when the heavenly Tao was fading. Even the saints couldn't deduce anything during the calamity. If not, how could the Jie school of the later generations lose so miserably? His disciples went to die one after another, but the Grand Master of Heaven didn't react at all. Wasn't it because he couldn't predict the situation of his disciples? He thought that his disciples were all following his instructions and chanting in their cave abodes. The North Star Emperor was the master of war. Controlling the power of weapons between heaven and earth was Feng Zichen's responsibility. For this reason, when he used his power of the heavenly Tao, the aura of weapons between heaven and earth swept across the entire eldritch world like a storm. Boom! 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 Under the impact of the aura of weapons and the murderous aura, heaven and earth started to tremble. Then, wisps of tribulation aura appeared in the void and gradually spread between heaven and earth in an uncontrollable manner. Damn it! What's that bastard North Star doing? How dare he do this? The saints immediately sensed the change in heaven and earth. Then, their faces darkened. They were all smart people, so they naturally guessed Feng Zichen's plan immediately. As the tribulation aura spread, the primordial divination lost its effect. It was obviously disadvantageous to the saints. This was because if the saints worked together, they could make Feng Zichen lose his ability to deduce the heavenly secrets. However, Feng Zichen couldn't make them lose their ability to deduce the heavenly secrets. This was the advantage of the saints. However, as the tribulation aura spread between heaven and earth, this advantage of the saints no longer existed. Seeing that their advantage was about to disappear, it would be strange if they were happy. Unfortunately, even if they guessed Feng Zichen's plan, they couldn't stop it. Since the tribulation aura had already appeared, they couldn't suppress it anymore. Otherwise, when the tribulation aura backfired, even the saints wouldn't feel good. The North Star Emperor is still as powerful as ever. Sensing the change in heaven and earth, everyone exclaimed. The saints had just schemed against the North Star Emperor, and he returned the favor. Such a powerful stance was really enviable. In the eldritch world, there weren't many who dared to slap the saints in the face. As for the North Star Emperor, he was the only one who felt that it wasn't enough after one slap and wanted to continue slapping the saints. He was so powerful that he could be called the #1 face-slapping saint in the eldritch world. The tribulation aura continued to spread between heaven and earth. Although it hadn't reached the point where it could cover the heavenly path, it wouldn't take long. At this time, anyone who had some knowledge knew that the calamity was about to descend, and it was time to start preparing. When the calamity completely descended, those who had grudges could take revenge and those who had grievances could complain. Fellow Taoist North Star Emperor is really ruthless. Since that's the case, don't blame the poor Wei and the others for being ruthless. In the Jade Mirage Palace, the 5 saints gradually calmed down after a short period of anger. At the same time, they were also thinking of a way to counterattack. Since the North Star Emperor had already made his move, they had to counterattack to avoid being ridiculed. And their way of fighting back was simple. Chapter 742. That was heaven and earth isolation. Millions of years ago, Emperor Zhuanqiu followed the will of heaven and earth and developed the Sea of Laws, establishing the situation of the human race ruling the primordial world in one fell swoop. But now, the role of the Sea of Laws had been understood by the world. It might have restrictions on ordinary cultivators, but to important figures, it was almost like a decoration. There were too many ways to avoid it. Look at now, the various races in the primordial world were constantly conquering, but no one was forcefully led to the heaven realm. This meant that the world already had a way to avoid the Sea of Laws. But even so, It only meant that the sea of laws had lost its effect, not that heaven and earth isolation had lost its effect. With the sea of laws between heaven and earth, there were still many people in the heaven realm who could not come down. But the human race could come and go freely. This was the advantage of the human race. The current situation was that the human race could go up, but they were unwilling to go up. The heaven realm wanted to come down, but they could not. Therefore, what the saints wanted to do was to eliminate the advantage of the human race, reopen the passage between heaven and earth, and abolish the heaven and earth isolation. One had to know that after Emperor Xuanqiu severed the heaven and earth isolation, apart from a small portion of the innate races who were enemies of the human race, most of them entered the heaven realm. They cultivated and recuperated in the heaven realm, secretly accumulating strength in order to counterattack the human race in the future and reoccupy the primordial world. But the sea of law was placed horizontally there, completely blocking off the passageway for them to counterattack. No matter how they increased their strength, it was useless if they could not come down. In the current world, the North Sea demon race attacked the human race and delayed most of the human race's energy. It was a good opportunity for them to counterattack the human race. If they missed this opportunity, with the strength of the heavenly realms races, they would never have any hope of counterattacking the human race. Unfortunately, they could not come down. However, if the heaven and earth isolation was broken, the situation would be completely different. The heavenly realms races could take advantage of the war between the North Sea demon race and the human race to attack the human race's rear and stab the human race ruthlessly. In this way, the human race would be attacked from both sides. In this case, the human race would be in danger. If they were not careful, they would risk shaking their foundation. The heavenly realms races were one of the backup plans used by the saints to deal with the human race. Removing the heaven and earth isolation was also one of the saints' plans. However, although they had this plan, they did not intend to use it at this time. According to the saint's original plan, he was prepared to take advantage of the worsening situation between the North Sea monsters and the human race to activate this trump card. But now, Feng Ziqian had triggered the power of the killing calamity, erasing their advantage and causing them to fall into a passive state. The sages had no choice but to launch this backup plan in advance to offset the adverse effects of Feng Ziqian's actions on them. Fellow Taoists, please make your move. Inside the Jade Void Palace, after the 5 sages had finished their preparations, they summoned their magic treasures at the same time and blasted them towards the Sea of Laws. If it were normal times, they naturally would not dare to make a move against the Sea of Law. If they really did that, the heavenly Tao would be the first to not spare them. However, things were different now. It was all thanks to Feng Ziqian that the tribulation aura filled the world and blinded the perception of the heavenly Tao. And this also gave the sage the opportunity to attack the Sea of Law. If the heavenly Tao could not see the primordial world, what were they afraid of? If they were unhappy with the Sea of Law, they could just blast it over. There was nothing that could not be solved with a blast. If there was, then it must be that the blast was not thorough enough. Boom! 5 resplendent rainbows rose from Mount Kunlun and collided with the Sea of Laws between heaven and earth. Rumble! There was a shocking explosion, and the Sea of Law that had been between heaven and earth for millions of years shattered with a bang, turning into boundless connate chi that fell onto the primordial world. Whoosh! At this moment, on the primordial world, there was a sweet rain and heavenly flowers falling. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had become more than 100 times richer, and it continued to rise at a terrifying speed. One had to know that the sudden increase in spiritual chi was not acquired chi, but extremely pure connate chi. The Sea of Law had existed for millions of years, and who knew how much connate spiritual chi it had accumulated. Now that it had exploded, the connate spiritual chi was swept into the primordial world, and the changes it brought to it could be imagined. Under the nourishment of the connate spiritual chi, the primordial world recovered and gave birth to countless vitality. Immortal fruits and immortal herbs rose from the ground, and spiritual treasures and spiritual objects slowly took shape. There were also countless birds, beasts, fish, insects, flowers, and trees. Under the nourishment of the Khanate Chi, they were able to give birth to spiritual wisdom and take form. Of course, among them, the ones who benefited the most were the humans. When the Khanate Chi was swept back, countless humans were able to break through, from mortals to immortals, and their cultivation improved by a step. It was as if the spiritual Chi had recovered. Looking at the Khanate Chi that filled the world, if it were not for the fact that the acquired path was still in power and not the Khanate path that dominated everything, everyone would have thought that the Khanate era had returned. After the saints' attack broke through the sea of law, it did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to attack upward and blasted into the unknown void. The sea of law had been broken, but it did not mean that isolation of heaven and earth had been broken. This was because the sea of law was only a heaven and earth barrier created by great Emperor Ziwei when he channeled the power of heaven and earth. It was not the main body of isolation of heaven and earth. The main body of isolation of heaven and earth was still the fate of the humans in the unseen world. Only by repelling the fate of the humans that shrouded between heaven and earth would isolation of heaven and earth be completely broken. Only then would the passageway between the two realms be connected, allowing everyone to come and go. Although the fate of the humans was strong, how could it fight against the joint forces of 5 saints? Not to mention, the fate that shrouded between heaven and earth was only a part of the fate of the humans. It was even more impossible to fight against the saints. With a boom, the portion of the fate of the humans that shrouded between heaven and earth was repelled by the saints. It rumbled back and merged with the fate of the humans once again. Rumble. At this moment, the fate of the humans shook violently. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who were guarding the fire cloud cave used all their strength to suppress this tremor. The fate of the humans that had been cut off from the return of heaven and earth soared. Feng Zichen's strength naturally rose as well and became stronger. Oh no! We've been tricked. The moment they saw the sea of laws shatter and the innate spirit Qi return, the 5 saints in the Jade Void Palace understood that they had been tricked by Feng Zichen. He had long known that someone would destroy isolation of heaven and earth, so he had made arrangements inside in advance. He was waiting for someone to destroy isolation of heaven and earth, so that the innate spirit Qi inside would return to heaven and earth to increase the strength of the humans. Gao Chengua is so cunning. After understanding that they had been tricked, the saints' faces darkened. After isolation of heaven and earth was broken, the advantage of the humans was erased, but it also caused the growth of the human strength to enter a spurt period. It was hard to tell whether it was good or bad. Fortunately, isolation of heaven and earth was broken by them in the end. Ha! In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen could not help but laugh out loud when he felt the soaring fate of the humans. To be honest, Feng Zichen really did not expect that the saints would destroy isolation of heaven and earth. However, he knew that sooner or later, someone would not be able to resist attacking the Sea of Laws. There was no other reason than isolation of heaven and earth was too much of a hindrance and affected the freedom of some people. Therefore, from the beginning, isolation of heaven and earth was destined to not last long. To be honest, isolation of heaven and earth could last for more than 10 million years, which was already greatly beyond Feng Zichen's expectations. The great divine masters of the untainted land were more tolerant than he had imagined. Since he had long expected that the Sea of Laws would be destroyed, how could Feng Zichen not make preparations early? He secretly used a method to turn the entire Sea of Laws into spirit Qi, waiting for it to break so that he could give back to heaven and earth. He did not expect that a casual move back then would actually plot against the saints. It was really fate. It was a pity that the innate spirit Qi was rootless. Although there was a lot of it, under the consumption of countless cultivators, it would be exhausted in at most 10,000 years. However, it was also good to be able to last for 10,000 years. It was enough to bring about a lot of changes to this world. When isolation of heaven and earth disappeared, the cultivators of the heaven realm immediately sensed it. Then, they knew that their chance to counterattack the untainted land had come. Therefore, under the lead of the 10 Daluo Taoist priests, more than 108 races in the heaven realm secretly descended to the lower realm, planning to take advantage of the human race's unpreparedness to give them a ruthless blow. These were the innate 100 races, which could also be called the heaven realm's 100 races. This race thought that their actions were extremely secretive and that no one would notice. However, they did not know that their actions were all seen by the 3 emperors, Great Emperor Ziwei, Jade Emperor, and Great Emperor of the South Pole. As the masters of the heaven realm, if someone was causing trouble under their noses and they could not detect it, then they would be a little useless as emperors. In the Hall of Enlightenment of the Heavenly Court, the 3 emperors of the Heavenly Court gathered together and silently watched the actions of the 100 races. Fellow Taoist Ziwei, do you want to help fellow Taoist Gaochen? The current situation of the human race is not very optimistic. With the addition of the innate 100 races, the human race is really in danger. Suddenly, Jade Emperor turned his head and said to Great Emperor Ziwei. After the death of Gaochen, Haotian had stopped the 2 great emperors of the Ziwei and South Pole from avenging him. Haotian had always felt guilty towards him. Therefore, now that he saw that Gaochen was in trouble, Haotian wanted to help him without hesitation to clear his thoughts. Cultivation, 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 cultivation was about freedom. If one's thoughts were not clear, how could one cultivate the Tao? It was because of this that Haotian did not hesitate to stand on the side of Gaochen in this war. It was not for anything else but to clear his thoughts. Right now, Haotian really did not have any desires. He was just waiting to break through to primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian so that he could step down from his position as Celestial Emperor and live a carefree life. No need. In the ancient times, the 10,000 races joined forces and still could not defeat the human race. Now that there are only 100 races left, they are even less of a match for the human race. We don't need to worry about Gaochen. If he is no match for the human race, he will naturally ask for our help. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head and said. That's true. Haotian thought about it and agreed. He nodded and did not say anything else. These 100 races are quite interesting. They eat what belongs to the heavenly realm and use what belongs to the heavenly realm. Now, under the command of an outsider, they are becoming enemies with the heavenly court. Well done. At this moment, Great Emperor of the South Pole spoke. The moment he opened his mouth, he expressed his dissatisfaction with the 100 races. Indeed, these 100 races do not know how to appreciate favors. Our heavenly court has raised them for nearly 10 million years. Even a cold sword should be warmed up by now. But look at what they have done. It's just a sentence from the sage, and they can't wait to rush to the mortal realm and become enemies with fellow cultivator Gaochen. Their actions are really disappointing. I wonder what benefits the sage has given them to make them act like this. Haotian's expression turned ugly when he heard Great Emperor of the South Pole's words. The 100 races did not have a good life in the heavenly realm, but the 3 of them definitely did not make things difficult for them. They treated them equally. But look at how they repaid the heavenly court. At this moment, they did not go down to the mortal realm to help Great Emperor Gaochen. Instead, they became enemies with him. How could this not make the 3 of them feel disappointed? Actually, to Haotian, it was not a big deal for the 100 races to go down to the mortal realm to deal with the human race. What he really could not tolerate was that the 100 races followed the sage's orders to go down to the mortal realm. This was the heavenly realm, his territory. The 100 races did not listen to his orders and instead listened to the sage's orders. What did this mean? It meant that the 100 races did not take him, the Celestial Emperor, seriously at all. Especially now, when Haotian and the sage had completely fallen out. The 100 races' actions were like a slap to his face. Even if Haotian had no desires, he could not stand this grievance. One could imagine the anger in his heart. A group of ungrateful wretches. They are indeed annoying. Great Emperor Ziwei nodded and said. We can't let this group of people stay. Even if it's not to help fellow cultivator Gaochen, we can't let them stay. Otherwise, If we allow them to go down to the mortal realm, the other races in the heaven realm will follow suit. How can we rule the heaven realm with dignity? At that time, it will be hard to say whether we or the sage will be in charge of the heaven realm. After hearing the two's words, Haotian made a decision in his heart. The 100 races could not be allowed to stay. Otherwise, it would not be enough to intimidate the 10,000 races in the heaven realm. In the heaven realm, any race that was related to the sage should be killed on sight. Only then would they know who the master of the heaven realm was. After that, they would understand what to do in the future. What you said makes sense. Then, should we send people to bring the heavenly soldiers and intercept them? Hearing this, the corners of Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes twitched. He knew that Haotian had the intention to kill. The 100 races were too impatient and had narrowed the path ahead of them. If they had known this before they went down to the mortal realm and reported to Haotian, such an incident would not have happened. TSK, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Haotian shook his head. With a thought, a destructive tide suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It swept toward the army of the 100 races that was passing through the passage of heaven and earth. P.S. A warm celebration of the first anniversary of this book. I originally planned to add more chapters today. But there was a sudden accident and I had to stay in the hospital for 3 days and 2 nights. So I had to change the plan. The plan to add more chapters will probably start tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Brothers, please forgive me. Chapter 743. At this moment, under the lead of the 10 Daluo Taoist priests, the 100 primordial clans were rushing to the human world in high spirits. They were completely unaware that danger had already arrived. Rumble. Very suddenly, the tide of destruction struck and swept everything around it. Even though the 10 Taoist priests reacted in time, half of the primordial clans were still swallowed by the mighty wave of destruction and completely disappeared. Boom! After the first tide of destruction, the second tide of destruction followed closely behind, and its power was several times stronger than the first tide of destruction. Even the 10 Taoist priests felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts when they saw it, and they felt that they would die in it. Break for the poor way. Frightened, the 10 Taoist priests chose to risk their lives. The vast mana surged out of their bodies and turned into powerful magic, bombarding the tide of destruction one after another. They wanted to use this method to stop the tide of destruction's advance. Unfortunately, their struggle was completely useless. With their cultivation level, how could they fight against Haotian, who was infinitely close to the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian? If Haotian wanted them to die, they had no other choice but to die. Unless, an existence far superior to Haotian intervened and saved them. The magic of the 10 Taoist priests bombarded the tide of destruction, but other than making it stronger, it had no other effect. No. Seeing this, the 10 Taoist priests couldn't help but have a look of despair in their eyes. However, although they were desperate, they were unwilling to die just like that. They seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw and shouted desperately, "Saint, save me!" The voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire untainted land in an instant. The saint in the Jade Mirage Palace immediately heard it and looked in the direction of the voice. Seeing that the tide of destruction was about to swallow all the 100 primordial clans, including the 10 Taoist priests. The saint had made his move. "Haotian, how dare you!" An angry voice came from the Kunlun Mountains. Then, the Trijade Rui flew high into the sky and turned into a stream of light. It broke through the layers of the void and blasted into the tide of destruction, shattering it into pieces and saving the Khan 800 races. "You're courting death." Seeing the primeval Lord of Heaven make a move, Hao Tian was naturally furious. Without further ado, he tossed out the supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, the clear sky godly sword, and slashed at the 100 innate beings. At the same time, Great Emperor Ziwei and the Great Emperor of the South Pole also attacked. Swoosh boundless starlight appeared and turned into a myriad manifestation Rui that blasted toward the Khan 800 races. On the other side, the heavenly punishment divine eye shot out coldly, unleashing countless light of calamity that covered the sky and rained down on the innate 100 races. The heavenly courts were strong, and the saints were not willing to fall behind. The Tri-Jade Rui spun and met the Wanxiang Jade Rui. At the same time, the Qingping sword and the coiling dragon cane flew out from the Kunlun mountain one after another, each facing the Haotian divine sword and the heavenly punishment divine eye. After that, the wonderful tree of 7 treasures and the guiding divine banner quietly appeared, sweeping up the 100 races who were still alive and were about to leave. How dare you! Seeing this, the 3 great emperors naturally did not let it go. They stood up from their thrones and attacked the 5 saints with all their might. Rumble! Amidst the shocking explosion, an earth-shattering battle broke out. However, the battle came and went quickly. As the 100 races were rescued by the saints, the sudden battle came to an end. The heavenly courts were fighting 3 against 5, so they were naturally no match for the saints. It was normal for the 100 races to be rescued. However, even if they were rescued, the 100 races did not have a good time. Being in the center of the primordial chaos battlefield, even with the full protection of the saints, it was impossible for them to be safe. Although the 100 races were still around, their strength was already less than 10%. Even the 10 Daluo Taoist priests were all injured. As for the 100 races of the Xiantian realm, it could be said that they had died before they were born. They had not even reached the mortal world, but they were already almost dead. Just the word tragic was enough to describe it. Not only was the strength that they had secretly accumulated over the years to deal with the humans gone, but even their original strength was almost gone. The current 100 races were not even as strong as those who had just ascended to the heavenly courts. Bastards, a bunch of bastards, they've gone too far. In the Hall of Enlightenment, Haotian could not help but curse. At the same time, he wanted to make a move and wipe out the remaining strength of the 100 races in the heavenly realm. However, at this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei stepped in to stop him. Hey, fellow Daoist Haotian, please calm down. Fellow Daoist, you've already made a move once just now. If you continue to make a move now, you'll inevitably be ridiculed. Great Emperor Ziwei shook his head and said. It was just to deal with a small 100 races. It was fine if they failed to wipe them out once, but they still had to make a move a second time. If this spread out, it was inevitable that people would say that the heavenly courts were incompetent. Then we'll just let this matter go. Haotian said unwillingly. No. There are tens of thousands of races in the heavenly realm. The saints can mobilize the 100 races, but they definitely can't mobilize the 10,000 races. Since the 100 races have chosen to betray the heavenly courts and join the saints, then we don't have to be merciful. Let the 10,000 races deal with them. Great Emperor Ziwei said slowly as he glanced in the direction of the heavenly realm. The 100 races were not all of the heavenly realm. They were just a part of it. Moreover, not everyone in the heavenly realm was willing to be the lackey of the saints. There were many races that belonged to the 3 emperors. After thinking for a while, Haotian asked, what if they refuse? Refuse? Fellow Daoist, you have to know that this is the heavenly realm, our territory. Since they live here, they have to obey our rule. If they don't obey, what's the difference between them and the 100 races? Such people can't be left alive. Hearing this, Great Emperor Ziwei was silent for a long time before he said slowly. Yes, those who obey us are our people. Those who don't obey us, what does that have to do with us? What right do they have to stay in the heavenly realm? Great Emperor of the South Pole also said. Yes, the 2 of you are right. It's the poor Wei who misunderstood. After listening to the 2 of them, Haotian seemed to have understood something. Then, an order jointly issued by the 3 emperors spread from the Lingxiao Palace and spread throughout the heavenly realm. The 100 races of the Khanate realm had betrayed the heavenly court and ordered the races of the heavenly realm to attack them together. As soon as this order was issued, the people of the heavenly realm immediately became anxious. The races that were enemies of the 100 races took this opportunity to mobilize their troops and occupy the territories left behind by the 100 races. As for the Heavenly Court, they mobilized the elites of the Heavenly Realm and formed an army. In a few days, they would go to the lower realm and conquer the 100 races of the Khanate realm that had betrayed them. As for the Khanate races that were unwilling to attack the 100 races of the Khanate realm, they were either chased out of the Heavenly Realm or dealt with together. From now on, the Heavenly Realm only needed one voice. That was the voice of the Heavenly Court. Putting aside the matter of the Heavenly Realm, the war at the border of the human territory gradually became more intense. This time, Great Ancestor Kuanping was determined to become enemies with the human clan. Not only did he mobilize hundreds of demon gods, but he also brought out the foundation of the North Sea Demon Clan. They were the elites of the North Sea Demon Clan from the ancient times. What were the elites of the North Sea Demon Clan? They were the elites of the Demon Clan from the ancient times. In the ancient times, only the most outstanding Tai Jingxian were qualified to become the elites of the Demon Clan. Not only did they have powerful cultivation techniques and divine powers, but they were also equipped with powerful Dharma treasures. They ranged from supreme-grade acquired cardinal treasures to Khanate spirit treasures. In the past, the vanguard sent by the demon race to attack the human race was known as the inferior demon soldiers. Each of them had the cultivation base of a primordial immortal, let alone the elites of the demon race who were even stronger. The weakest had the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, and the strongest had already stepped into the half-step Daoyuo realm. Moreover, these demon clans were all ancient demon clans. Since they were from the primordial demon clan, there was no doubt that they cultivated the Khanate Dao. After all, the ancient times were still the Khanate era, and there was no room for the postnatal Dao to survive. If one counted carefully, the elites of the North Sea Demon Clan had 1,000 half-step Daoyuo and 1,000,000 Tai Dao lords. At the peak of the North Sea Demon Clan, there were definitely more than these Demon Clan elites. There were even 100 million of them. However, no matter how capable Great Ancestor Kuanping was, it was impossible for him to hide 100 million North Sea elites in front of Dijun Tai. In fact, Great Ancestor Kuanping couldn't even keep 1,000,000 elites. Now, the reason why there were so many North Sea elites was because he had spent all these years nurturing them. To put it bluntly, excluding Daoyuo Jingxian, the strength of the North Sea Demon Clan was 30 to 40% of the human clan's strength, even if they couldn't compare to the human clan. Strong, they were really too strong. The North Sea Demon Clan elites attacked the human clan. If not for the protection of the 9 states barrier, the human clan army would have been scattered by the demon clan army. In fact, with the current strength of the human clan, it wasn't impossible for them to gather 1,000,000 Tai Dao lords. However, even if they could, Feng Zichen couldn't let them fight the demon clan elites here. After all, the human clan's territory was too large and there were too many places that needed to be guarded. Feng Zichen couldn't transfer too many experts to deal with the North Sea elites. Otherwise, the North Sea Demon Clan would be repelled, but the rest of the human clan would be in trouble. It was also because the war between the two clans had not entered the final stage. Otherwise, no matter how strong the North Sea Demon Clan elites were, it would be difficult for them to defeat the human clan. If the 500 Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human clan attacked together, they would be able to sweep everything away. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the human clan and the Daoyuo Taoist priests of the demon clan could only confront each other and not attack. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the joint attack of all the great divine abilities of the primordial world. If hundreds of Daoyuo Taoist priests were to fight, their destructive power would be enough to cause irreparable damage to the primordial world. Therefore, in order to protect the primordial world, such a large-scale battle was not allowed to happen. Once violated, the entire world would suffer. Of course, this agreement only restricted the great divine abilities and the Daoyuo Taoist priests. It didn't bind the saints and the primordial chaos Dao Master. Who could be stronger than them? Apart from that, when the great divine abilities and the Daoyuo Taoist priests were forced into a corner, they could also violate this agreement. That's right. If they were about to die or their clans were about to be destroyed, there was no need to abide by this agreement. They could fight with their lives on the line and perish together with their opponents. However, this was only allowed to happen under extreme circumstances. Under normal circumstances, the Daluo Taoist priests would not fight. In other words, unless the human clan was in a life-and-death crisis or the North Sea Demon clan was about to be destroyed by the human clan, the Daluo Taoist priests of the two clans could only fight to the death. At other times, the Daluo Taoist priests could only serve as a deterrent, but they could not be used on a large scale. Just like the nuclear weapons of the later generations, their deterrence was more important than their practical use. They would not be used easily. The Daluo Taoist priests could not take action, and the human clan's forces were too scattered. It was really difficult to deal with the demon clan's elites in a short time. Feng Zichen could only try his best to draw out troops from other places of the human clan to stabilize the situation at the border. This would take time. Although the human clan's armies were large, they all had missions and could not be mobilized as and when Feng Zichen wanted. They needed to be carefully coordinated before they could draw out a portion of their forces to reinforce the border. After all, the human clan's current opponents were not just the demon clan. There were too many places where they needed to deploy troops. Fortunately, with the boundary of the Nine Province, the North Sea Demon clan could not invade the human clan's territory and could only circle around outside. The human clan's army relied on the boundary of the Nine Province to make the North Sea Demon clan suffer a lot and lose a lot of their strength. On this day, Feng Zichen was in the human emperor's palace thinking of a way to deal with the demon clan when he suddenly felt an extremely oppressive aura emerge from outside the human clan's territory. Surprised, Feng Zichen looked up and saw a giant claw that blotted out the sky. It reached down from the heavens and viciously slammed into the human clan's territory. With a boom, the giant claw slammed into the boundary of the Nine Province, causing it to shake violently. Then, with a snap sound, the seemingly indestructible spirit formation of the Nine Provinces shattered with a loud bang. The boundary of the Nine Province was broken. The boundary of the Nine Province that had protected the human clan for millions of years was broken. At this moment, most of the human clan's hearts were filled with fear. However, Feng Zichen was unmoved. Looking at the giant claw that was slowly disappearing in the air, Feng Zichen said in an inexplicable tone, "Kunpeng, you finally couldn't help but make a move." That giant claw was undoubtedly the work of the Kunpeng Patriarch. Of course, it might not be the work of the Kunpeng Patriarch. The boundary of the Nine Province of the human clan was maintained with the lives of the 9 great divine masters. It was not that Feng Zichen looked down on the Kunpeng Patriarch, but with his current strength, he definitely could not break the boundary of the Nine Province unless he had a Khanate cardinal treasure. After all, the strength of the 9 great divine masters was not a bluff. It was real. They might not be a match for the Kunpeng Patriarch one-on-one, but 9 against 1, they could definitely beat him to the ground. Even so, the Kunpeng Patriarch still broke the boundary of the Nine Province with one strike. It would be strange if there was no problem. There must be more than one saint helping him in secret. It was not that Feng Zichen was boasting, but with the strength of the boundary of the Nine Province, it was impossible for the saint to break it in a short time without using the power of the Way of Heaven. Chapter 744. At the very least, it couldn't be done in one move. Of course, this referred to a sage. If several sages joined forces, they could indeed break the boundary of the 9 provinces in one move. Just like the current situation. Alas, what a pity, Kunpeng. Feng Zichen sighed and said with a little pity. The great ancestor Kunpeng had chosen to be his enemy and had embarked on a dead end. Standing up from the throne, Feng Zichen released his divine thought and tried to restore the boundary of the 9 provinces. But at this moment, he encountered resistance. As the 9 cauldrons trembled, 5 supreme powers appeared. They firmly imprisoned 5 of the cauldrons, causing them to be unable to connect with the other 4 cauldrons. That was the power of the 5 sages. They hid their magic in the giant claws of the great ancestor Kunpeng. While helping him break the boundary of the 9 provinces, they also secretly penetrated the core of the boundary of the 9 provinces, where the 9 cauldrons were. Rumble. No matter how the remaining 4 cauldrons trembled, they could not break through the blockade of the sage's power and awaken the 5 cauldrons that were sealed. With the 5 cauldrons sealed, the chi of the 9 cauldrons could not be connected. The power of the boundary of the 9 provinces was reduced by half. Go! With a thought, a majestic power gushed out of Feng Zichen's body and blasted toward the 9 cauldrons to help them break the blockade of the 5 sages. Rumble. At this moment, the human domain began to shake violently. 2 supreme forces clashed and collided in the depths of the earth, causing devastating shockwaves to surge out. After a few breaths, Feng Zichen withdrew his power with a dignified face. He had to admit that with his own strength, even with the help of the 9 cauldrons, he was far from being a match for the 5 sages. He could not shake the power of the 5 sages at all to help the 9 cauldrons break the seal. It seems that the boundary of the 9 provinces cannot be used in a short time, Feng Zichen sighed and said helplessly. Although he was helpless, his tone was not too surprised. That's right, it was expected. The sages had broken the boundary of the 9 provinces. How could they let Feng Zichen repair it in a short time? Then what was the meaning of the saint's intervention? However, although the power left behind by the 5 saints had sealed the 5 cauldrons, this was only temporary. Their powers were ultimately rootless duckweeds that would slowly be obliterated by the 9 cauldrons over time and become nutrients for their growth. At that time, the barrier of the 9 provinces would reappear in an even stronger form. This was inevitable and irreversible, but it required time. At least 1,000 years, and at most 10,000 years. During this period of time, the barrier of the 9 province had completely lost its function. No matter what race they were, they could freely enter and leave the borders of the human race. The moment the boundary of the 9 states shattered, the elites of the North Sea moved. Like a sharp sword, they directly pierced through the human army and rushed into the human territory. If the reinforcements from other places had not arrived in time and joined forces with the human army to block the North Sea elites, they would have been able to charge straight into the ancestral land of the human race. Troublesome. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head when he saw the scene outside the border. He was very disappointed with the performance of the human army. Even if the North Sea elites were very strong, without the barrier of the 9 provinces, the human army could not be so easily broken through. This behavior could no longer be described as incompetent. Alas, the human race is really getting worse with each generation. Shaking his head in disappointment, Feng Zichen said. Now his expression was like a high school teacher complaining that they were the worst class he had taught. It's a pity that the human race of the mini-primitive world can't appear in the primitive world for the time being. Otherwise, how could the North Sea elites have the chance to be arrogant? Inexplicably, Feng Zichen thought of the human race in the mini-primitive world. That was the real elite of the human race. Their strength was not weaker than the elite of the demon race at all. In fact, they were even stronger. However, that was Feng Zichen's last trump card. He had to use it at the most critical moment to give the saint a surprise. It would be a waste to use it on the North Sea elites now. Wait, he still had to wait. When the saint thought that victory was in his hands, it would be time for the real elites of the human race to appear. Now, the battle between Feng Zichen and the saint was to reveal each other's trump cards. It was to see who had more hidden trump cards and who was stronger. Whoever used up their trump cards first would have lost most of this battle. Although he was very disappointed with the young people of the human race, Feng Zichen could not really leave them alone. If the human race's frontline army was really defeated by the North Sea elites, then the ordinary humans in the human race's territory would suffer. The North Sea demons would not pity them. They would definitely turn them into blood food to become resources for their own improvement. Therefore, out of consideration for the mortals in the human territory, Feng Zichen decided to reveal a trump card. He released his divine consciousness, crossed the endless void, and came to a battlefield full of devastation. Here, broken flags fluttered, the sky was stained with blood, there were traces of a great battle everywhere, and there were countless corpses on the ground. There were monsters, dragons, phoenix, humans, and so on. This battlefield was one of the main battlefields of the monster race's war against the humans in the ancient times. It could be said that apart from the battle in the human Dao imperial court, this was the most tragic battle. The battle was so tragic that not only did most of the experts of the three races and the human race die here, but even a great treasure of the human race was lost here. One could see a broken section of the city wall in the center of the battlefield. It was buried in the endless yellow sand, allowing the passage of time to sweep past it. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, stirring up sand into the air, revealing the mottled section of the city wall. Silent desolation and tragedy were the first feelings that the section of the city wall gave off. It was like a book of history, recording the rise and fall of a race. This was the immortal dragon city, a great treasure of the human race in the past. It was said to be the strongest defense of the human race, protecting the stability of the human race. Unfortunately, that battle had been too tragic. Even the immortal dragon city, which was said to be indestructible, had been destroyed. The strongest defense of the human race still couldn't protect the human race in the end. Before the final battle between the human race and the monster race, it had been destroyed in that battle. Immortal Dragon City, we meet again. Feng Zichen said with nostalgia as he walked to the side of the Immortal Dragon City's ruins. The current Immortal Dragon City had long been destroyed beyond recognition. There was no trace of its former glory. However, Feng Zichen could feel that the spirit of the Immortal Dragon City was still there. The spirit of protecting the human race. The Immortal Dragon City's strength had never been its body, but its spirit of protecting the human race. This was because it was the physical manifestation of the human race's will. Back then, Feng Zichen had used his unparalleled abilities to extract the part of the human race's will that was related to protection and materialized it into the Immortal Dragon City, the supreme treasure of the human race. Why was the Immortal Dragon City called immortal? It was because of this. As long as the human race's will was not destroyed, the Immortal Dragon City would not be destroyed. Therefore, it was naturally called immortal. Although the Immortal Dragon City had been destroyed, as long as it was awakened and connected to the human race's will, it could instantly recover and become even stronger than before. Feng Zichen had come here today to awaken the Immortal Dragon City. It had been asleep for too long. It was time to wake up. Immortal Dragon City, the human race needs your protection again. So, wake up and continue to fulfill your mission to protect the human race. In front of the Immortal Dragon City, Feng Zichen cut his palm and dripped his blood onto the walls of the Immortal Dragon City. Rumble. As the Emperor's blood entered the Immortal Dragon City's body, the remnants of the Immortal Dragon City suddenly shook violently. Rays of divine light rose from its body and pierced through the void. Then, the battlefield shattered like a broken mirror. It turned into fragments that filled the sky and merged into the Immortal Dragon City's body. In reality, there was no battlefield. Back then, the demon race had massacred the human race. In order to stop the advance of the demon race army, the human race experts had really given their all. They had burned their bodies and souls in exchange for a moment of invincibility. They had been able to stop the advance of the demon race slightly so that the human race behind them could have a chance to escape. After the great battle, all the human race experts had turned into ashes. Even their weapons were not left behind. How could there be a battlefield left? The truth of the battlefield was nothing more than the Immortal Dragon City's inability to forget the past. When it was on the verge of collapse, it had used its last bit of energy to project the battlefield. Now that the Immortal Dragon City had awakened, the battlefield was naturally useless. It turned into energy and returned to the Immortal Dragon City's body. Crack. As the battlefield shattered, Feng Zichen returned to the human emperor's palace. At this moment, he heard an earth-shattering dragon roar that reverberated through the entire eldritch universe. Roar. Amidst the dragon roar, a boundless divine dragon slowly appeared. Its gigantic body moved in the void, stirring up an endless storm, blowing away countless demons. Rumble. The divine dragon wriggled up and down, surrounding the human race's territory. Then, a divine light flashed and the divine dragon's figure disappeared. It was replaced by a winding great wall. It was vast and boundless, surrounding the entire human race's territory and protecting it firmly. It was like the most loyal warrior protecting its own people. Rumble. At the same time, the sky changed color. The will of the people Tao suddenly appeared, turning into endless divine light that supported the immortal dragon city. It looked even more majestic. The strength of the immortal dragon city was related to the human race's will. The stronger the human race's will to protect, the more powerful the immortal dragon city would be. In ancient times, the human race was far from being as prosperous as it was today. The immortal dragon city's power was comparable to that of the Daluo Taoist priests. Now that the human race's strength was much greater than that of ancient times, the immortal dragon city's power naturally rose with the tide. Although it still could not compare to a saint, it had reached the half-step primordial chaos level. Rumble. As soon as the immortal dragon city appeared, its vast power swept out, sweeping away the demon army that had charged into the human race's territory. The boundary of the Nine Province was broken, and the immortal dragon city appeared. In an instant, the human race regained its stability. That's the immortal dragon city of the human race. I didn't expect that this treasure was not destroyed in ancient times. Instead, it was hidden by the North Star and only taken out now. Seeing the great wall that suddenly appeared outside the human race's territory, the saint's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized its origin. In fact, he was not the only one. Every existence that paid attention to the demon race's massacre of humans in ancient times also recognized the origin of the immortal dragon city. After all, the groundbreaking feat of using one's will to refine a treasure was truly unforgettable. The North Star has so many trump cards. He used the immortal dragon city today, which reminded the poor way of something. In the later stages of the Great War between humans and demons, Tai Yi used all his strength to seal a human city, the Imperial Court of Human Tao. That was also the place the North Star used to set up the Chaos Formation back then. Now that I think about it, it's probably also one of the North Star's trump cards. The Grand Pure One frowned as he looked at the restless dragon city. He seemed to have thought of something and said slowly. The Chaos Formation. Hearing this name, everyone's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The Imperial Court of Human Tao was nothing, but the Chaos Formation had left a deep impression on them. The Great Tao Divine Diagram, the endless Khanate Divine Light, the indomitable God-fiend phantoms that stood between heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao's incarnation that made people tremble. They had never thought that, before the Chaos Formation appeared, no one had thought that there would be a formation that could directly summon the heavenly Tao's incarnation. Little did they know that when the Chaos Formation summoned the heavenly Tao's incarnation, everyone was shocked. It was also at that moment that everyone had an indelible impression of the Chaos Formation. At the same time, the Chaos Formation became one of the three great formations of the primordial world. Yes. That's right. There were 4 of the 3 great formations, just like the 4 heavenly kings had 5. This should be common knowledge. I almost forgot that the North Star still had this trump card. We really can't be careless when facing him. After coming back to his senses, the primordial Lord of Heaven said with some lingering fear. He really didn't think of the Chaos Formation. After all, the Imperial Court of Human Tao hadn't appeared in front of everyone for too long. It had long been forgotten by the world. Perhaps the news of the Imperial Court of Human Tao hasn't spread in the primordial world because the North Star deliberately blocked it. His goal was to wait for this moment. For some reason, Taoist Kundi thought. However, it didn't matter. Since they had noticed it in advance, they could make preparations early. The effect of the North Star's trump card would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. If they could still be tricked by the North Star under such circumstances, it could only be said that they were really too useless. It was also because Feng Zichen couldn't hear their thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh out loud. Feng Zichen wasn't surprised that the 5 saints could guess the imperial court of human Tao. However, it would be strange if they could guess what was inside. There was nothing to look forward to in the imperial court of human Tao. However, the humans inside were the surprise that Feng Zichen gave to the saints. They were also his greatest trump card. This was something that the saints would never have thought of. They would never have thought that there were millions of Tai Dao lords in the imperial court of human Tao. Chapter 745. The saints would never have thought that Feng Zichen still had control of the passage to the realm sea. This huge difference in information was Feng Zichen's biggest advantage when facing the saints. In the human emperor's palace, after Feng Zichen awakened the immortal dragon city, he called Feng Zichen and instructed him, "Kangmeng, take my sword and go to the 5th manor of the Longevity Mountain to visit the great deity Zhen Yuan." As he spoke, Feng Zichen took off the Zichen sword and handed it to Feng Kangmeng. "Your Majesty, what should I say after seeing the great deity Zhen Yuan?" Feng Kangmeng asked doubtfully after receiving the Zichen sword. Even if he was going to visit him, there had to be a reason. He could not just run over carelessly. "After you see the great deity Zhen Yuan, don't say anything. Just wait for me and say hello to him. Then, leave the Zichen sword behind and you can leave." Hearing this, Feng Zichen shook his head and continued to instruct. "Ah, this, I understand." Although he did not understand, Feng Kangmeng did not ask further. He bowed to Feng Zichen and hurriedly left for the Longevity Mountain. "Kuan Peng, your death is coming." Looking in the direction where Feng Kangmeng left, Feng Zichen said slowly. The purpose of letting Feng Kangmeng go to the Longevity Mountain to visit Zhen Yuanzi was naturally to use him to kill the great deity Kuan Peng. With the Great Tao Oath, it was naturally very easy for Feng Zichen to kill the great deity Kuan Peng. But why did he have to do it himself? Killing the great deity Kuan Peng directly was simple, but it could not maximize the benefits. However, if Zhen Yuanzi killed the great deity Kuan Peng, the result would be completely different. At this juncture, if Zhen Yuanzi killed the great deity Kuan Peng with the Zichen sword, he would not be able to explain his relationship with the human race even if he had mouths all over his body. They would definitely be classified as part of the human race by the saints and the other great divines. As long as Zhen Yuanzi killed Kuan Peng, he would be bound to the human tribe from now on. This was also Feng Zichen's goal. Not only did he kill ancestor Kuan Peng, a great enemy of the human race, but he also got Zhen Yuanzi, a strong helper for the human race. As for why he chose Zhen Yuanzi and not others, it was naturally because Zhen Yuanzi and ancestor Kuan Peng had a blood feud. For this reason, Feng Zichen was not worried that Zhen Yuanzi would refuse. This might be Zhen Yuanzi's only chance to kill ancestor Rock and avenge ancestor Hongyun. If Zhen Yuanzi missed this opportunity, he would never have the chance to kill Kuan Peng. Therefore, he could not refuse. Besides, even if Zhen Yuanzi refused, it didn't matter. Feng Zichen is such a shrewd person. Do you think Zhen Yuanzi will be fine if he refuses? That would be too naive. He had many ways to force Zhen Yuanzi to agree. Over the years, not many people who were targeted by Feng Zichen could escape from his hands. Feng Kangmeng was a Taoist priest who had attained Daoyuo's fruit of Tao. His speed was naturally extremely fast. Therefore, it did not take long for him to reach the vicinity of Longevity Mountain. When he was still some distance away from Longevity Mountain, Feng Kangmeng walked out of the void and changed to walk to 5th Manor Temple to show his respect to the ancestor of earthly immortals. In 5th Manor Temple, Zhen Yuanzi, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He called for 2 Taoist children and ordered, "Qing Feng, Mingyu, there is an important guest. Quickly go out and welcome him for me, so as not to be impolite." "Yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 children walked out and bowed to Zhen Yuanzi. Then, they walked towards the door. It's strange. Why would the human emperor send someone to the poor way? Zhen Yuanzi murmured to himself in confusion after the 2 had walked away. He did not understand why the human emperor sent someone to see him. Did he want him to get involved in this killing calamity? That was absolutely impossible. There were too many variables in this killing calamity, and people could not see the trajectory of its development. There was a faint tendency to evolve into a calamity that could destroy the world. He could not wait to avoid it. Why would he take the initiative to get involved? The human emperor should understand this. But why did he still send someone over? He really did not understand. Alas! The more he thought about it, the more worried Zhen Yuanzi became. He knew what kind of character the human emperor was. He was afraid that he did not come with good intentions. This was troublesome. With his small arms and legs, he really did not want to get involved in the battle between the human emperor and the saint. Because he could not afford to offend either side. In fact, if it was only Feng Kangmang who came, Zhen Yuanzi could totally refuse to see him. Zhen Yuanzi was just a Tao master. Even if he was the messenger of the human clan, Zhen Yuanzi did not want to see him, so Feng Zichen could not say anything. But from a distance, Zhen Yuanzi could feel the emperor's aura on Zichen's sword, which was enough to shake the world. Obviously, Feng Kangmang came with the Zichen's sword. In this way, Zhen Yuanzi could not refuse to see him. Because Feng Kangmang came with the Zichen's sword, which meant that he came on behalf of the human emperor. If Zhen Yuanzi did not see him, he would be suspected of ignoring the human emperor. In this way, he would offend the human clan. So, he had to see him. That was also why Zhen Yuanzi felt that he came with bad intentions. It was obviously not a good sign to come with a weapon in hand. I am Feng Kangmang of the human clan. Today, I come to see the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi under the order of the human emperor. Please show yourself, Feng Kangmang shouted respectfully outside the 5 villages temple. Squeak! As soon as he finished speaking, the gate of the 5 villages temple opened from the inside, and 2 small figures walked out. Are you the distinguished guest that Master mentioned? Master is already waiting for you inside. Please go in and meet him. Looking up at Feng Kangmang and seeing that his cultivation was unfathomable, Qing Feng and Mingyu said. I don't dare to call myself a distinguished guest, but I do come to see the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Since the great immortal has summoned me, please lead the way. Poor Wei, thank you. Even in the face of 2 Taoist children, Feng Kangmang was still very polite. These days, Taoist children were not to be trifled with. There was a saying that one should not bully a poor Taoist child. Look at Haotian of the Jade Pool, who was also a Taoist child. Now, not only was she the heavenly emperor and heavenly empress, but she could also wrestle with a sage. Her strength was not weak. They were the goal of all the Taoist children in the untainted land. Therefore, every Taoist child was a potential stock, especially the Taoist children of big shots. They were the most potential stock and could not be easily offended. Because you would never know how far they could grow in the future. Taoist priests, please come with us. Feng Kangmang could call them young friends, but Qing Feng and Mingyu did not dare to call a Taoist priest a Taoist friend. They respectfully guided Feng Kangmang to Zhen Yuanzi's place. Since Zhen Yuanzi said that Feng Kangmang was a distinguished guest, his status must be unspeakably high, far beyond their own. Qing Feng and Mingyu knew that. Under their guidance, Feng Kangmang soon saw Zhen Yuanzi. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Feng Kangmang of the human tribe. Feng Kangmang respectfully saluted the moment he saw Zhen Yuanzi. He had to be respectful. Zhen Yuanzi was the ancestor of earthly immortals recognized by heaven and earth. He had great merits. Disrespecting him would shorten one's life. Zhen Yuanzi nodded and asked, His Majesty asked you to see poor Wei. What's the matter? Hearing this, Feng Kangmang took off the Zichen sword, raised it above his head with both hands, and bowed to Zhen Yuanzi. I'm here to greet the great immortal under the order of His Majesty, and to show this sword to you. Zichen sword? Show it to poor Wei. Zhen Yuanzi did not take the Zichen sword immediately, and asked in disbelief. Yes, is that what His Majesty said? Feng Kangmang said affirmatively, handing the Zichen sword forward. Let poor Wei see the Zichen sword. I wonder what the human emperor is up to. Puzzled, Zhen Yuanzi took the Zichen sword from Feng Kangmang's hand and looked at it carefully, trying to figure out what the human emperor was up to. But at this glance, Zhen Yuanzi could not help but narrow his eyes, and his face became serious. Because at the moment when the purple imperial sword was in his hand, Zhen Yuanzi actually saw the scene of ancestor Kunpeng being killed by his sword from the purple imperial sword. But how could this be possible? He was clear about his own strength, and he was not clear about ancestor Kunpeng's strength, but he knew that ancestor Kunpeng was not much weaker than him, or even a little stronger. But no matter which possibility it was, it showed that he, Zhen Yuanzi, might have the strength to defeat ancestor Kunpeng, but there was no possibility of killing him. But why did Zichen's sword show the scene of him killing ancestor Kunpeng? With Zhen Yuanzi's strength, he could naturally distinguish between the real and the illusory. Therefore, he was very sure that the scene on Zichen's sword was not an illusion, but a scene from the future. That was to say, in the future, Zhen Yuanzi killed ancestor Kunpeng with a sword. But this was impossible. For a moment, Zhen Yuanzi's Taoist heart was in a mess, completely disturbed by the scene that suddenly appeared on Zichen's sword. After a long while, Zhen Yuanzi came back to his senses and realized where the problem was. With his current strength, there was absolutely no possibility of killing ancestor Kunpeng. The problem was with the sword. And that sword was Zichen's sword. This meant that he, who originally did not have the ability to kill ancestor Kunpeng, had the strength to kill ancestor Kunpeng after picking up Zichen's sword. With this thought in mind, Zhen Yuanzi looked at Zichen's sword again. However, at this moment, he looked more carefully, almost pouring all his mind into it. Boom through the layers of fog, in that trance, Zhen Yuanzi seemed to see a transparent thread extending from Zichen's sword and falling on ancestor Kunpeng's body. This was the karma thread. It was this thread that gave Zichen's sword the ability to kill ancestor Kunpeng. That was to say, any powerful person, as long as he held Zichen's sword, had the ability to kill ancestor Kunpeng. This was given to Zichen's sword by Feng Zichen. Before Zichen's sword was taken out, Feng Zichen engraved his power of the Great Way on Zichen's sword, so that it had the ability to kill ancestor Kunpeng. That was not the karma of the Way of Heaven, but the karma of the Great Way. Ancestor Kunpeng had nowhere to hide, so he could only fulfill his oath. Of course, did you think that was the end? That was not impossible. If the karma of the Great Way could be erased so easily, then it did not deserve to be called the karma of the Great Way. The death of ancestor Kunpeng was not the end of everything, but the beginning of his suffering. The karma of the Great Way would always entangle him. Even if he returned from his sleep, it would still be attached to him. This meant that unless ancestor Kunpeng chose to abide by the agreement between himself and Feng Zichen, his life and death would always be in the hands of Feng Zichen. As long as he wanted, he could end ancestor Kunpeng's life at any time like now. Signing a contract with Feng Zichen was the beginning of the misfortune of ancestor Kunpeng's life. He had already been tied to Feng Zichen's ship, but he still did not know it. Holding Zichen's sword, Zhen Yuanzi understood Feng Zichen's plan at the first time. He wanted to kill ancestor Kunpeng with his own hands, and take this opportunity to tie him to the human race. This was an open conspiracy without any concealment. Everything was clearly placed in front of Zhen Yuanzi for him to choose. But could he refuse? Even if he knew that Feng Zichen had bad intentions, Zhen Yuanzi could not refuse. As Feng Zichen had guessed before, this might be the only chance for Zhen Yuanzi to kill ancestor Kunpeng. In order to take revenge, he had no choice. Putting away Zichen's sword, Zhen Yuanzi turned to Feng Kangmang and said, "Poor Wei has understood the meaning of your emperor. Go back and tell him that poor Wei has agreed." After that, Zhen Yuanzi waved his hand and called Qing Feng and Mingyu. He ordered, "Go to the back garden and get 10 fruits. Give one of them to fellow Taoist Kangmang to quench his thirst. Let him take the remaining 9 and give them to the emperor as a thank you gift from poor Wei." After that, Zhen Yuanzi directly left with his hands behind his back. The whole process was done in one breath, leaving no chance for Feng Kangmang to reply. Fellow Taoists on Mount Kunlun, poor Wei did not want to be your enemy, but you forced poor Wei. Since you have chosen to cooperate with Kunpeng, you are destined to be the enemy of poor Wei. Forget about the three pure ones, but the two Taoists in the West can also cooperate with Kunpeng so calmly. This is really infuriating. Do they really not care about fellow Taoist Hongyun at all? After all, fellow Taoist Hongyun was killed by that bastard Kunpeng. Not only did they not want to take revenge for fellow Taoist Hongyun, but now they are even talking and laughing with the murderer who killed her. They are really worse than beasts. In the depths of Wuzhuang Taoist Temple, where Zhen Yuanzi had set up clothes for ancestor Hongyun, came Zhen Yuanzi's angry scolding. After knowing that the sage had cooperated with ancestor Kunpeng, he was really angry. He kept cursing Jian and Junti. At this moment, he had completely given up on the two of them and no longer had any hope. It was impossible to count on the two of them to resurrect fellow Taoist Hongyun in this life. Even until today, there was still no sign of ancestor Hongyun's return. This could be related to them, and they were secretly obstructing him. Chapter 746. Ancestor Red Cloud died in the middle of the Antiquity Age, when the sages had just attained Tao. Now, this era was about to pass. History was about to turn over and enter a brand new era. The Antiquity Age was about to become the Archean Age. How long had it been since the middle of the Antiquity Age? Tens of millions of years. Billions of years? Zhen Yuanzi was not sure, but he knew that it was definitely an extremely long period of time. Even so, such a long period of time had passed. An entire era, but there was still no sign of ancestor Red Cloud returning. This was obviously illogical. Ancestor Red Cloud was not Di Jun, who had enemies all over the world. Even the sages were trying to stop his return. He only had Ancestor Rock and Ancestor Nether River as his enemies. The two of them did not have the ability to hide from Zhen Yuanzi and stop Ancestor Red Cloud's return. Under such circumstances, Zhen Yuanzi had worked hard for an entire era, but there was no result. Ancestor Red Cloud's real spirit was still dead. There was no sign of him returning. At this point, even if Zhen Yuanzi did not want to believe it, he had to admit that there was someone stronger than him who was secretly stopping Ancestor Red Cloud's return. There were not many people stronger than Zhen Yuanzi in the Eldritch world. The range was easy to pinpoint. There was an 80% chance that the sages were secretly involved. Among the 6 sages, Zhen Yuanzi could not think of anyone else other than the 2 sages, Zhen Yuanzi and Zhuan Ti. They owed Ancestor Red Cloud too much karma. They could either return Ancestor Red Cloud the position of a sage, or give him a primordial treasure each. This was the only way to end the karma between them. There was no other way. However, even if the 2 sages of the West were willing to pay such a price to repay Ancestor Red Cloud, they could not afford it. In order to get rid of this karma, the best way was to prevent Ancestor Red Cloud from ever returning. As long as Ancestor Red Cloud no longer existed, the karma would naturally cease to exist. Therefore, no matter how hard Zhen Yuanzi tried, he could not revive Ancestor Red Cloud. The 2 sages of the West would not allow it. A long time ago, Zhen Yuanzi thought of this possibility. However, he did not want to believe it or confirm it. Because, once he confirmed his guess, it would mean that Ancestor Red Cloud had no hope of returning. For the hope in his heart, Zhen Yuanzi chose to deceive himself, unwilling to accept the cruel truth. As time passed, the resurrection of Ancestor Hongyun became a knot in his heart. It had even dragged down his cultivation, causing his cultivation progress to be somewhat slow in recent years. Of course, if this knot could be untied, it meant that Zhen Yuanzi was not far from breaking through the realm of Daluo Jingxian. However, with Zhen Yuanzi's power, it would be impossible for him to revive Ancestor Hongyun under the combined suppression of the 2 from the West. However, the appearance of Feng Zichen gave Zenuanzi a chance to turn things around. First of all, Feng Zichen used Zichen's sword to tell Zenuanzi that he had the ability to help him kill Ancestor Kuanpeng and avenge Ancestor Hongyun. Secondly, Feng Zichen's arrival made Zenuanzi see another possibility. The other possibility of reviving Ancestor Hongyun. Yes, it was true that he could not deal with the two Western saints alone, but he could also find help. Feng Zichen. This was Zenuanzi's best choice. After all, he was one of the few experts in the untainted land who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sages. At the same time, like Zenuanzi, he had a blood feud with the two Western saints. Moreover, Feng Zichen's power was not weaker than the two Western saints. This was not Zenuanzi's guess, but Feng Zichen's real battle record. After all, he had fought against 3 sages by himself. If he could get the help of Feng Zichen, then the matter of Ancestor Hongyun's return would be settled. That was why Zenuanzi chose to accept Zichen's sword. Otherwise, did he really think that Zenuanzi would sell himself to the human tribe just because of Ancestor Kuanpeng's life? This was obviously impossible. In Zenuanzi's heart, killing Ancestor Kuanpeng was not worth mentioning compared to reviving Ancestor Hongyun. Killing Ancestor Kuanpeng was of no use except to vent his anger. Zenuanzi was one of the few great mediums in the untainted land. He could not sell himself to the human tribe just to vent his anger. There must be a deeper reason. He wanted to borrow Feng Zichen's hand to revive Ancestor Hongyun. He had already sold himself to the human tribe. Feng Zichen could not help him. Even if he did not want to help, he had to. Otherwise, who would dare to rely on the human tribe in the future? This time, Zenuanzi and Feng Zichen were using each other. However, overall, Feng Zichen had profited. After all, reviving Ancestor Hongyun was part of his plan to deal with the two saints Xuanti. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zenuanzi, a future Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal of the origin, was Feng Zichen's gain no matter how he looked at it. When Ancestor Hongyun was revived in the future and Zenuanzi became the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, the human tribe would have 2 more supreme beings. After that, if the 3 sovereigns also attained Dao, the scene would be TSK, 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 it would be spectacular. By then, the human tribe would have the capital to fight against the saints. They would be able to say no to the arrangements of the saints. This was what Feng Zichen was looking forward to. He firmly believed that the day would come soon. Xuanti, when Ancestor Hongyun returns, poor Wei and Xuanti will definitely settle the karma of all these years with you 2 brothers. After worshipping Ancestor Hongyun again, Zenuanzi said with murderous intent. At this moment, with the change of his thoughts, the hatred in his heart for Xuanti and Xuanti could no longer be suppressed. Almost all of it surged out in an instant and surged in his heart. It was difficult to calm down, and it was difficult to calm down. Only the blood of the 2 could wash it away. Fortunately, the sage had lost the ability to deduce the divine mystery. Otherwise, Zenuanzi's current actions would have been sensed by the 2 sages, Zhenin and Xuanti, and unknown troubles would have arisen. After a long time, Zenuanzi suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Then, he carried Zichen's sword and went to the quiet room to cultivate in seclusion. This was the prelude to killing. In Zenuanzi's current state, it was not good to directly find trouble with Ancestor Kuanpeng. Therefore, he had to go to the quiet room to meditate for a while to adjust his state of mind. In addition, revenge was a very sacred thing. He needed to make all the preparations and kill Ancestor Kuanpeng at the best time. For example, on the day Ancestor Red Cloud fell. Killing Ancestor Kuanpeng on this day was the final sacrifice to Ancestor Hongyun. Your Majesty, Zichen's sword has been accepted by the Great Immortal. In addition, the Great Immortal asked me to tell Your Majesty that he has understood your intention and he agrees. In the Human Emperor Palace, Feng Kangmang, who had returned from Longevity Mountain, reported to Feng Zichen. At the same time, he did not forget to offer the 9 ginseng fruits. Oh yes, Your Majesty, these 9 ginseng fruits are a gift from the Great Immortal. Feng Kangmeng took out the ginseng fruits that Qing Feng and Ming Yu had given him. Yes. You did well. You can keep the ginseng fruits. Or you can give them to whoever you like, or you can keep them for yourself. Anyway, just treat them as your reward for this task. Feng Zichen nodded and praised. As for the ginseng fruits, they were useless to him. He might as well give them to Feng Kangmeng. Yes. After accepting the ginseng fruits, Feng Kangmeng got up and left. Ancestor Kunpeng, let's see if you can die this time. Feng Zichen turned his head to look at the North Sea and sneered. At least 100 years, or at most 1,000 years, Ancestor Kunpeng would definitely die. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 130 years had passed. And this day, according to the time in the heaven realm, was the death anniversary of Ancestor Hongyun. Boom! On Longevity Mountain, a violent wave suddenly rose, shaking the entire untainted land. Then, the ancestor of Earth immortals, Zenyuanzi, who had not moved for a long time, walked out of Longevity Mountain with a shocking murderous intent and headed toward the North Sea. Kunpeng, it's time for you to pay with your life for fellow Taoist Hongyun. His cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth, waking up countless great divine ability users from their stupor. That's Brother Zenyuanzi's voice. What is he doing? Is he going to attack Ancestor Kunpeng at this moment? After waking up from their seclusion, everyone looked in the direction of Longevity Mountain in shock and doubt. A battle of life and death between great mediums was not a small matter. Moreover, it was at this crucial moment. Ancestor Kunpeng had just received the support of the sage and was preparing to fight with the human emperor to seize the position of the Emperor of Earth. Now that he was full of himself, it was unwise for Zenyuanzi to choose to fight with him at this moment. In addition, during the cultivation tribulation, although it was the best time to take revenge, it was the first time that such a vendetta between great mediums had happened. It was beyond the scope, it was really beyond the scope. It was already a big deal that Daluo Jingxian was involved in the cultivation tribulation. But there were actually top great mediums in the world who took the initiative to enter the cultivation tribulation. What was he doing? Did he think that the situation was not chaotic enough and the power of the cultivation tribulation was not strong enough? Did he want to add fuel to the fire? At this moment, the most anxious ones should be the 5 sages on Kunlun Mountain. Zenyuanzi suddenly attacked Ancestor Kunpeng, which really caught them off guard. Why did Jin Yuanzi suddenly want to make a move against old Ancestor Kunpeng without any rhyme or reason? He had endured for countless years, why couldn't he bear it at this moment? Without the ability to deduce the mysteries of heaven, even the sages could not know everything. Therefore, they did not know that Feng Zichen had sent Feng Kangmeng to Longevity Mountain. Damn it, we can't let fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi attack Kunpeng. Otherwise, whether we win or lose this battle, it will affect our plan. Saint Juandi said with a gloomy face. As long as Zenyuanzi attacked Kunpeng, Kunpeng would not be able to show up in a short time. How could a battle between great mediums of the same level be decided without hundreds or thousands of years? It would be even more difficult to determine life and death. Unless they had overwhelming strength, they could only rely on time to slowly wear them down. But at this critical moment when the demon clan was attacking the human clan, how could Ancestor Kunpeng not show up for a long time? It would not take many years. As long as Ancestor Kunpeng did not show up for 1,000 years, the morale of the North Sea demon clan would be completely destroyed. It would not be a matter of time before they were defeated by the human clan. Therefore, Zenyuanzi could not fight Ancestor Kunpeng, at least not now. Zenyuanzi was very popular in the untainted land. Therefore, seeing that he was stupid at this time and wanted to attack Kunpeng to destroy the saint's plan, everyone showed up to persuade him. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi, please think twice. It's unwise to fight Kunpeng now. That's right. Now that the general trend is with him, you'd better avoid him. In everyone's opinion, if Zenyuanzi went to kill Ancestor Kunpeng now, there was no other possibility other than asking for humiliation. Not to mention whether the saint would help, the hundreds of demon gods of the North Sea demon clan would join forces and attack Zenuanzi together with Kunpeng. It would be enough for him to suffer. Everyone was worried that Zenuanzi would fail to take revenge and lose face, so they persuaded him to go back. It could be seen that Zenuanzi was very popular. If it were others, how could they persuade him? It was good enough that they did not laugh at him. Poor Wei appreciates your kindness, fellow Taoists. But to avenge fellow Taoist Hong Yun has become my obsession. If I can't do it, I'm afraid that poor Wei won't be able to go any further. Therefore, fellow Taoists, please return. I have no room to turn back. Now, this is the only chance for poor Wei. If I miss it, I'm afraid there won't be a second chance. Zenuanzi shook his head and said. How could he, who had made up his mind, be swayed by a few words from outsiders? Today, he had to kill Kunpeng. Alas! Seeing the firmness in Zenuanzi's eyes, everyone knew that he had made up his mind. Therefore, they did not persuade him but followed him silently. They thought that with them following fellow Taoist Zenuanzi, even if Kunpeng won, he would not dare to go too far. Anyway, with them here, fellow Taoist Zenuanzi's life would be saved anyway. At most, he would lose some face, which should not be a big deal. Seeing the crowd following him silently, Zenuanzi could not help but be moved. What was the spirit of brotherhood? This was it. It had to be said that Zenuanzi knew how to conduct himself. They were all famous good people in the untainted land. When ancestor Hong Yun was in danger, they chose to stand by and watch. When Zenuanzi was in danger, they showed up one after another and stood by him silently. This was the difference in conduct. If ancestor Red Cloud was half as capable as Jin Yuanzi, then he would not have fallen into such a state. Seeing that the crowd did not persuade Zenuanzi but followed him to the North Sea, the saint had no choice but to persuade him to go back. Fellow Taoist Zenuanzi, please wait. Before he arrived, Saint Juandi's voice came from afar. However, Zenuanzi turned a deaf ear to his voice, as if he did not hear him at all, and continued to walk forward. Seeing that Zenuanzi ignored him, Taoist Juandi felt embarrassed and appeared in front of him in a flash. Chapter 747. Friend, it's been a long time. Please listen to the poor Wei. Taoist Kundi stopped Zenuanzi and said with a smile. However, Zenuanzi's cold eyes responded to him. Friend Kundi, are you here to join forces with the poor Wei to kill Kunpeng? Zenuanzi asked as he stopped and stared at Saint Kundi. Hearing that, Saint Juanti was immediately embarrassed. He did not know how to continue. What could he say? Could he say that he was here to stop Taoist Kundi from seeking revenge on Kunpeng? He really couldn't bring himself to say such words. He was in no position to say that. However, Saint Juanti was embarrassed, but Zenuanzi was not. He continued as if he did not see Saint Juanti's expression. An era has passed. A whole era has passed. The poor Wei thought that Taoist Kundi had forgotten about Taoist Hong Yun's hatred. I never expected that fellow Daoist would actually specially rush over to lend me a hand at this critical moment. It's truly moving. It seems that you have not forgotten about Taoist Hong Yun's kindness in the Purple Cloud Palace. Well, since that's the case, let's join forces and kill Kunpeng to comfort Taoist Hong Yun's soul in heaven. As he spoke, Zenuanzi suddenly became excited as if he had been possessed by a drama queen. He stepped forward and grabbed Saint Juanti's sleeve. Regardless of his pale face, he wanted to drag him to the North Sea. Next to Jin Yuanzi, the great divinities who followed him all had strange expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. Brother Zenuanzi said that on purpose, didn't he? He must be mocking Saint Kundi on purpose, mocking him for being ungrateful and biting the hand that fed him. After Zenuanzi finished speaking, Saint Kundi's face turned pale. I can't leave, but I can't stay either. Although no one had discussed the matter between ancestor Hong Yun and the two sages of the West, most of them knew about it. They were not fools. How could they not understand that ancestor Hongyun did not show any signs of returning? Someone must be behind this. Other than the two saints of the West, there was no one else who was behind this. Therefore, when everyone saw that Zhen Yuanzi was mocking Saint Xuanti, they were all watching a good show to observe Saint Xuanti's reaction. That expression was truly marvelous. At this moment, Saint Xuanti felt extremely embarrassed. Ever since he was born, he had never been so embarrassed. Even with his thick skin, he wished he could just cover his face and leave. Unfortunately, he could not leave. Because his sleeve was being pulled tightly by Zhen Yuanzi. He didn't know if Zhen Yuanzi did it on purpose. He pulled Zhen Yuanzi's sleeves so tightly that Saint Xuanti couldn't even pull them away. Of course, if he insisted on it, he could still do so. However, wouldn't that be even more awkward for Saint Xuanti? Saint Xuanti forced himself to calm down and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi, calm down first and listen to poor Wei." But Zhen Yuanzi had finally gained the upper hand. How could he give him a chance to speak? Calm down for what? Today happens to be the death anniversary of fellow Taoist Hongyun. The two of us, together with Saint Jiayin, can join forces to kill Kuanpeng today. It can be considered as completing the friendship between us and fellow Taoist Hongyun. Zhen Yuanzi approached Saint Xuanti and said excitedly. This. Saint Xuanti didn't know what to say after being blocked by Zhen Yuanzi's words. However, at this time, Zhen Yuanzi still didn't intend to let him go. Zhen Yuanzi's expression changed, and he said in an extremely shocked tone, "Fellow Taoist Xuanti, you, don't tell me you don't know that today is the death anniversary of fellow Taoist Hongyun." As he spoke, a look of disbelief appeared on Zhen Yuanzi's face at the right time. That expression was as if Saint Xuanti had done something extremely evil. Ah, this is not the case. How could poor Wei not know the death anniversary of fellow Taoist Hongyun? Every 10,000 years, poor Wei and senior brother will pay respects to fellow Taoist Hongyun on this day. Saint Xuanti's expression changed, and he said hurriedly. At this time, even if he had really forgotten, he couldn't say that he had forgotten. Otherwise, the two of them would be too ashamed to face anyone in the untainted land. To some extent, if they really admitted that they had forgotten the death anniversary of ancestor Hongyun, the price would be more terrifying than exposing their identities as the descendants of the chaos demon god. It would be a complete social death. No matter who it was in the untainted land, they wouldn't bother to be associated with them. Even communicating with them would be regarded as a disgrace. After all, ancestor Hongyun had helped the two of them attain the Tao. Back then, when he died, it was fine that they didn't save him. Now, after his fall, you have even forgotten the anniversary of his death. What did this mean? It meant that the two of them had never taken ancestor Hongyun seriously. Oh my God! Even ancestor Hongyun, who had helped them attain the Tao, was not worthy of their attention. Who else was worthy of their attention? How could they not be disgusted when they were so heartless? Oh, so you still remember. Zhen Yuanzi pretended that he had misunderstood Zhen Yuanzi, but in his heart, he was laughing coldly. Paying respects to ancestor Hongyun every 10,000 years? That was ridiculous. They didn't even blink when they lied. If the two saints of Kundi had really done as they had said, ancestor Red Cloud would have returned from his deep slumber long ago. The sacrifice of a saint was no joke. The power it produced could be compared to Zhen Yuanzi's hundreds or thousands of times. After all, the saints represented the heavenly way. If they took the initiative to pay respects to a person, it would be difficult for that person not to return. It could be seen that Saint Xuanti was lying. They had never paid respects to ancestor Hongyun. In Zhen Yuanzi's opinion, it was true that the two saints of the West remembered the death anniversary of ancestor Hongyun, and it was also true that they would pay respects to ancestor Hongyun every 10,000 years. However, their purpose was definitely not to pay respects to ancestor Hongyun, but to use their magical powers on that day to cut off the possibility of ancestor Hongyun's return. the poison in their hearts was really chilling. At the side, the crowd watched Zhen Yuanzi use his words to make fun of Saint Juanti, and they were amazed. This kind of battle of words was even more satisfying than watching a real battle. Cool, it was really cool. Especially when coupled with Saint Juanti's expression, it was simply too appetizing. Today was the first time in his life that Saint Juanti had been insulted the most. He could not even speak, and he could only respond passively. After insulting Saint Juanti, Zhen Yuanzi only felt that all the anger in his heart had been vented, and he had a hearty pleasure. It was really comfortable. Then, perhaps because he had tasted the sweetness, Zhen Yuanzi changed the topic and began to target Saint Juanyin. Taoist Juanti, where is Taoist Juanyin? Why didn't he come? How can he not be involved in the matter of avenging ancestor Hongyun? If Taoist Juanyin doesn't come, there will inevitably be unfavorable rumors about him in the untainted land. They will say that he is ungrateful. That's not good. Hearing that, Saint Juanti could not help but curl his lips in his heart. Rumors? Other than you, who else would dare to say those words? Wantonly talking about saints would shorten one's lifespan. That was what he thought, but Saint Juanti naturally could not say that. He said, "Senior brother is behind. He will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 pure ones and the 4 saints of Saint Juanyin appeared in front of everyone. Although the 3 pure ones were also happy to see Saint Juanyin, greetings, fellow Taoists Zhen Yuanzi. The 4 saints stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist, can you give face to Poor Wei and the others? Let's leave first today and settle the score with fellow Taoist Kuanpeng another day. Without exchanging pleasantries, the Grand Pure One stepped forward and said directly. His words were not very clear, but the Grand Pure One knew that Zhen Yuanzi would definitely understand. As for the remaining 3 saints, although they did not say anything, they all stared at Zhen Yuanzi and waited for his answer. Fellow Taoist, you do have a lot of face. If it were any other time, Poor Wei would definitely retreat if you were to appear. However, today is the only day. Kuanpeng, Poor Wei is definitely going to be killed. Therefore, I hope that the 5 of you will give Poor Wei some face and make way. Facing the saint, Zhen Yuanzi still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. At this moment, there was no longer the excitement on his face when he was refuting Saint Juanti. There was only determination on his face. Even the saints could not shake his determination to kill Kuanpeng. The Grand Pure One was silent for a while before asking, fellow Taoist, have you really made a decision? That's right. Today, either he dies or I die. Zhen Yuanzi nodded and said with a determined expression. With the Zichen sword in hand, he really had the confidence to kill Kuanpeng. Alright, take care, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One sighed and opened a path for Zhen Yuanzi to pass through. The Grand Pure One's face was indeed very big, but Zhen Yuanzi's face was undoubtedly bigger. Just based on the fact that he had protected the Eastern land for countless years by himself, all the Eastern living beings had to remember his kindness. Therefore, they had to give Zhen Yuanzi face, even if he was a saint. He insisted on going over to fight Kuanpeng. Although the saint was unwilling and puzzled, he had no choice but to let him go. In fact, if Zhen Yuanzi was unfortunately defeated by Kuanpeng, they would even go over to save him. Otherwise, the saliva of the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace could drown the 3 pure ones. And that was the face of the Earth Immortal Ancestor. Of course, that was also the reason why the 3 pure ones wanted to save face. They could not do anything shameless. Otherwise, if they really insisted on not letting Zhen Yuanzi go over, Zhen Yuanzi would have no choice but to return home. Juanti was not from the east, so he could stop them. However, after Zhen Yuanzi said those words, if they appeared again, they would really be too ashamed to face anyone. Tisk, ha! Zhen Yuanzi let out a carefree laugh, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi was unusually arrogant. He sneered at the saints, but no one felt that it was wrong. The two saints who had received Ancestor Red Cloud's favor did not come forward to avenge him. However, Zenuanzi, who had not received any favor from Ancestor Red Cloud, embarked on the road to avenge him for the friendship in his heart. The gap between them was clear at a glance. After this incident, the two saints, Xuanti and Jiayin, would not be able to raise their heads in front of Zenuanzi for the rest of their lives. This would become a shadow in their hearts. The more outstanding Zenuanzi's performance was, the more despicable they were. After Zenuanzi left, the two saints of the West's faces were so gloomy that it could drip water. Today, they had lost all their face in the untainted land again. Zenuanzi. Clenching his fists, Saint Xuanti remembered this name and sentenced him to death in his heart. Since you still can't forget fellow Taoist Red Cloud, the poor Wei will send you down to accompany him. Looking at Zenuanzi's back view, Saint Xuanti thought silently. The Longevity Mountain was very far from the North Sea. However, with Zenuanzi's speed, he could cross the endless void in one step and rush to the North Sea from the Longevity Mountain. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to walk step by step from the Longevity Mountain to the North Sea. Zenuanzi's actions were not without reason. He was accumulating strength, preparing to reach the peak of his aura before rushing to the North Sea. It was good that he could kill Ancestor Kuan-Peng in one strike during the battle, not giving anyone a chance to save him. In fact, it was said that he was walking to the North Sea step by step. However, how could a great medium be the same as an ordinary person when he took a step? Zenuanzi took a step and crossed the distance of thousands of rivers and mountains. In just 9 steps, he rushed from the Longevity Mountain to the North Sea. At the same time, the aura on his body had accumulated to the limit. Little Kuan-Peng, come out and die. Above the North Sea, the power that Zenuanzi had accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted, turning into a world-destroying storm that swept across the North Sea. Ha, fellow Taoist Zenuanzi, you couldn't do anything to the poor Wei in ancient times. Now, you can't do anything to the poor Wei at all. Why come to the North Sea to humiliate yourself? A cold air emerged from the depths of the North Sea, freezing the world-destroying storm formed by the eruption of Zenuanzi's aura. Then, in the endless cold air, Ancestor Kuan-Peng walked over on the snow and appeared in front of Zenuanzi. Fellow Taoist, if you retreat now, the poor Wei will not care about today's matter with you. Compared to before, Ancestor Kuan-Peng was even younger. He no longer appeared in the face of a middle-aged man. Instead, he appeared in the world with a young face. A vigorous vitality was emitted from his body. Coupled with his young face, it made him look exceptionally heroic. This was Kuan-Peng. But it was not the Demon Master Kuan-Peng. It was the North Sea Demon Emperor Kuan-Peng. That's right. Before attacking the human race, Kuan-Peng had already been crowned as an emperor. He had changed from a demon master to a demon emperor. His young face. It was because of this that he was born. Chapter 748. When his mentality became younger, his body naturally became younger as well. At the same time, this also showed his ambition. Being young and full of vigor, it was the time for him to work hard. Restoring his youthful face showed his determination to dominate the world. He wanted to create another career. Looking at the high-spirited Ancestor Kuan-Peng, Zenuanzi calmed down instead of being excited. Go back. I'm afraid I can't do as you wish. Fellow Hongyun's revenge has been going on for many years since ancient times. Today, it's time to end it. Shaking his head, Zenuanzi said calmly. At this moment, Zenuanzi was really calm, so calm that he himself felt very surprised. He originally thought that he should be excited when he came to seek revenge on Patriarch Kuan-Peng this time. The pleasure of being able to take revenge would bring him heartfelt joy. But when he really came here, Zenuanzi's heart was not as turbulent as he thought before. Instead, it was full of calmness. Zhen Yuanzi felt that his state was not right, but he could not tell whether it was good or bad. Because, in this calm state, although he had lost all kinds of emotions, he was closer to the Tao. Fellow Taoist, please go on your way. In this strange state, Zhen Yuanzi tidied his clothes and slightly cupped his hands to Ancestor Kunpeng as a final farewell. Then, he slowly drew out the Zichen sword. The Zichen sword of the human emperor. Ancestor Kunpeng, who did not care much at first, could not help but raise his eyebrows and show a dignified look after seeing Zhen Yuanzi take out the Zichen sword. Somehow, after seeing the Zichen sword, Ancestor Kunpeng suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. But how could this be? Although the Zichen sword was strong, it was only an ultimate primordial spirit treasure, not a primordial treasure. How could it make him feel a sense of crisis? Although he was confused, Ancestor Kunpeng did not dare to be careless. He quietly summoned the Demon Master Palace to protect himself. Zichen sword. In the dark, the sage who followed Zhen Yuanzi quietly understood why he wanted to take revenge on Ancestor Kunpeng at this time when he saw Zhen Yuanzi take out the Zichen sword. Everything, this was all part of the Gaochen's scheme. For a moment, the saint subconsciously looked in the direction of the human ancestral land. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly raised his head and smiled in the direction of the 5 saints. Fellow Taoists, this is my return gift to all of you for inviting Ancestor Kunpeng out. I wonder if all of you are satisfied? Feng Zichen said with a chuckle. That's right. It's the human sovereign's Zichen sword. Raising the Zichen sword in his hand, Zhen Yuanzi said slowly, Fellow Taoist, it's time for us to put an end to this. With that, Zhen Yuanzi slashed out with his sword. There was no flash of sword light, no strange phenomenon, no fluctuation of the great Tao, and no trace of power. Zhen Yuanzi's slash was like a mortal wielding a sword, without the slightest ripple. After slashing out with his sword, Zhen Yuanzi did not have the slightest reluctance and directly turned to leave. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, the karma between you and poor Wei is now over. Although he was far away, Zhen Yuanzi's voice floated over from afar. What happened? What's going on? What was the purpose of Brother Zhen Yuanzi's slash? Seeing Zhen Yuanzi turn around and leave after slashing out with his sword, everyone's eyes were full of confusion. Wasn't Zhen Yuanzi here to take revenge on Ancestor Kunpeng? But why did he leave after slashing out with his sword? Also, why did it sound like he had already killed Ancestor Kunpeng when he said that the karma had been settled? But wasn't Ancestor Kunpeng still standing there? Confused, everyone looked at Ancestor Kunpeng again, but after looking at him for a long time, they did not see anything wrong with him. In fact, not only them, but also Ancestor Kunpeng himself had some doubts. What did Zhen Yuanzi mean? Why did he leave just like that? Also, what was the meaning of his action of slashing out with his sword? At the same time, Ancestor Kunpeng did not forget to check his body to see if there were any hidden dangers. But after checking for a long time, he did not see any problems. Zhen Yuanzi, driven by curiosity, Ancestor Kunpeng wanted to catch up with Zhen Yuanzi and ask him the reason. However, just as he took a step forward, he stopped. Just now, he suddenly felt his heartstrings tremble violently. Then, he saw a bright sword light flash in front of his eyes, and then he did not know anything. Because he was already dead. The supreme master of a generation, the North Sea Demon Emperor who had dominated the untainted land for many years, the demon master of the demon clan, and Ancestor Kunpeng, had died so muddle-headedly. And until his death, he did not figure out how he died. Zhen Yuanzi only waved his sword gently. How could he kill him? Doubts and puzzlement filled Ancestor Kunpeng's heart. But his doubts and puzzlement were destined to be unanswered, and no one could answer them. Because he had already died. With the greatest doubts and puzzlement, he died silently. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Beside him, everyone saw that Ancestor Kunpeng was suddenly stunned and could not help but ask curiously. However, in the face of their questions, Ancestor Kunpeng was destined to be unable to answer. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, fellow Taoist Kunpeng. Seeing that Ancestor Kunpeng did not respond, Tong Tian realized that something was wrong and quickly went forward to shout. While speaking, his hand had already been placed on Ancestor Kunpeng's body. However, the moment he touched Ancestor Kunpeng, his face suddenly became ugly. The Kunpeng patriarch had died, and he had died quietly in front of them. In addition, before the incident, no one noticed anything unusual. One had to know that more than half of the experts of the primordial world were gathered here, but even so, no one noticed anything unusual. This was extremely frightening to think about. It's the power of karma. Fellow Taoist Zenyuanzi's sword contained the power of karma. That's why he could kill fellow Taoist Kunpeng silently and directly destroy his true spirit. On the other side, the Grand Pure One hesitated for a long time before explaining the reason for Ancestor Kunpeng's death. However, although he said so, in his heart, there was still a trace of doubt. The power that killed Ancestor Kunpeng was indeed the power of karma. However, the power of karma was too strong. Not only did it easily kill an expert like Ancestor Kunpeng, but it also hid from their perception. Compared to the path of karma that the Grand Pure One was familiar with, it was really much stronger. If the power of karma was really so strong, there would not be so many conflicts in the world. The people of the world were afraid and naturally would not easily form karma with others. Naturally, there would be fewer conflicts. There was something wrong with the power of karma. Although he was suspicious, the Grand Pure One did not say it out loud. The power of karma. When everyone heard that, they released their spiritual senses and checked carefully. In the end, just as the Grand Pure One had said, they felt a slight karma fluctuation on Ancestor Kunpeng's body. How strong is the power of karma to be able to kill fellow Taoist Kunpeng? After understanding the truth, everyone exclaimed. It was not that they did not know about the power of karma, but it was the first time they had seen such a strong power of karma. It was simply beyond their imagination. Since this method could kill Ancestor Kunpeng, it could also kill them. Thinking of this, everyone could not help but fear Feng Zichen. They were all smart people. Naturally, everyone could see that the key to Zenyuanzi killing Ancestor Kunpeng was Zichen's sword. Without Zichen's sword, Zenyuanzi would definitely not be able to kill Ancestor Kunpeng with his strength. Human Emperor, what a good method. As they thought about it, everyone secretly decided in their hearts that unless they had no other choice, they would never form karma with the human emperor. The example of Ancestor Kunpeng was right in front of them. They did not know what kind of karma Ancestor Kunpeng had with the human emperor that he could use the power of karma to kill him. It was really terrifying. In the void, Feng Zichen walked in front of Zenyuanzi and asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, how does it feel to have your revenge?" After returning Zichen's sword to Feng Zichen, Zenyuanzi sighed and said, "Alas, the poor Wei is too persistent." After killing Ancestor Kunpeng, he did not obtain the slightest pleasure. He only felt relieved. He had really been a little persistent these years. He should focus on reviving fellow Taoist Hong Yun. Why was he obsessed with the hatred between him and Kunpeng? As for fellow Taoist Hong Yun's revenge, Zenyuanzi only needed to revive her and let her take revenge herself. When it came to taking revenge, it was obviously more satisfying to do it himself than to have someone else do it for him. Zenyuanzi had only figured this out after killing Kunpeng. If he had figured it out earlier, he would not have been so tired these years. Ancestor Kunpeng is dead, and only Sect Master Mingyi is left. Fellow Taoist, do you want to find trouble with him? If that's what you're thinking, then I don't mind lending you a hand. After putting away Zichen's sword, Feng Zichen said slowly. Ancestor Kunpeng was not the only one who killed Ancestor Kunpeng. There was also Ancestor Mingyi. It was the two of them who joined forces to kill Ancestor Kunpeng. Otherwise, Ancestor Kunpeng would have run away if he could not defeat them. No, the poor Wei has already accepted it. The life and death of sect master Mingyi will be decided after fellow Taoist Hong Yun returns in the future. Shaking his head, Zhen Yuanzi replied. Since coming to the North Sea, the knot in his heart had been untied, and his realm had also increased. The way he looked at things was obviously different from before. He had already touched the level of Tao, and looked at problems from the perspective of Tao. He was not far from the level of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. When Ancestor Kunpeng returned, he would completely untie the knot in his heart, and then he would be able to take the crucial step and be free. Fellow Taoist, it's good that you have thought it through. As for fellow Taoist Hong Yun, when the time is right, I will help. Seeing that Zhen Yuanzi had a breakthrough, Feng Zichen was very happy. After this, Zhen Yuanzi had become his ally. And the stronger his allies were, the more help they could bring to him. Then I thank you on behalf of Hong Yun. Hearing Feng Zichen's words, Zhen Yuanzi was completely relieved. With Feng Zichen's promise, it was only a matter of time before Ancestor Kunpeng returned. Fellow Taoist, if there is nothing else, poor Wei will return to Wu Zhuangguan first. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll come. Zhen Yuanzi bowed to Feng Zichen and said, if you need anything, just tell me and I'll come. Feng Zichen had no objection to this. Back at the Human Emperor Palace, Feng Zichen raised Zichen's sword and looked at it for a long time before he sighed with emotion. Under the Great Way, there is nowhere to escape, and nowhere to hide. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, you are careless. After saying this, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on Zichen's sword. It was Ancestor Kunpeng. That's right, Ancestor Kunpeng was not dead. Because Feng Zichen did not intend to kill him. Ancestor Kunpeng was bound by the Great Way, and could only be Feng Zichen's ally in this life. Otherwise, his life and death would be controlled by Feng Zichen. It was still possible to break an oath of the Heavenly Way, but what about an oath of the Great Way? Forgive Feng Zichen for his ignorance, but he had never heard of anyone who could break an oath of the Heavenly Way. Even Pangu could not do it. In this case, this kind of ally who was destined to not betray was stronger than any other relationship. How could Feng Zichen bear to kill him? Therefore, Zhen Yuanzi's sword did not destroy his real spirit, but captured it. The owner of Zichen's sword was Feng Zichen. Even if it was held by Zhen Yuanzi, it still obeyed Feng Zichen's orders. Therefore, when Zhen Yuanzi waved his sword, Feng Zichen forcibly captured Ancestor Kunpeng's real spirit with the power of an oath of the Great Way, and created the illusion that his real spirit was broken. Yes, this time, poor Wei was really careless. I didn't expect you to have the ability to communicate with the Great Way and make an oath of the Great Way with poor Wei. Poor Wei is really convinced by this method. On Zichen's sword, Ancestor Kunpeng's real spirit said with a bitter smile. He really regretted it now. He should have thought of it earlier. When Feng Zichen gave him the runes of the Great Way furnace, he should have thought that Feng Zichen had a way to communicate with the Great Way. Otherwise, how did he get the runes of the Great Way? However, blinded by greed, Ancestor Kunpeng completely ignored this point, so he ended up like this. Alas! It was really too late to say anything now. He was at the mercy of others, and now he could only be at the mercy of others. How are you going to deal with poor Wei? Ancestor Kunpeng sighed as if he had accepted his fate and asked. Under the oath of the Great Way, he did not have the strength to resist Feng Zichen at all. He could only blame himself for breaking his original promise. This was the price he had to pay. Of course, if Ancestor Kunpeng chose to keep his promise, then his treatment would be different. He would be Feng Zi's guest of honor. Instead of being a prisoner now. It could only be said that sometimes, the choice was very important. The right choice. It would determine whether the future was brilliant. Chapter 749. Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, don't think too much. You're my ally. What can I do to you? I'll just have to trouble you to stay by my side for a while. I'll let you go when the time is right. Feng Zichen said unhurriedly as he looked at Patriarch Kuanpeng, whose expression kept changing. Patriarch Kuanpeng, who had fallen, would become his new trump card. Sigh, whatever you say, fellow Taoist. Poor Wei will do as fellow Taoist says. Now, Patriarch Kuanpeng would naturally listen to whatever Feng Zichen said. He still had this bit of insight. The atmosphere in the Jade Void Palace became more and more oppressive. The 5 saints were silent and did not speak. There was nothing they could do about it. They had tried their best to come up with a plan against the human clan. Not only did it not cause any harm to the human clan, but it also increased the strength of the human clan. Who would be happy about such a thing if it happened to them? After a long silence, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a sullen face, Kuanpeng has fallen. The situation is becoming more and more unfavorable for us. Saint Jiayin hesitated for a while and said, then let's start the next plan. Let's take advantage of the fact that the North Sea Demon clan is not in chaos and can cause some trouble for the human clan. Today, even the saints had some tricks up their sleeves. There were not many methods they could use to deal with the human clan. If the next plan still failed, then they only had one path left. A path that they were unwilling to choose, which was to revive the ancient demon god. Then let's begin. Saint Taiching opened his eyes and glanced at everyone. Seeing that they did not show any signs of rejection, he opened his mouth and made the final decision. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the 5 saints shook together. A majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, it swept through the sky, the earth, and every corner of the primordial world. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It was as if there was a layer of fog, making it hazy. At the same time, the weather in the human clan's territory changed. At this moment, the sun seemed to be hotter, causing the temperature in the entire human clan's territory to inexplicably rise by a lot. The water level also dropped a little. The post-celestial qi that permeated the heavens and the earth was gradually tainted with a trace of decaying qi, giving people a feeling of decay and withering. Under the influence of this power, all the living beings in the human territory seemed to have lost their vitality and became listless. Even the low-level human cultivators were the same as the mortals. They had completely lost their energy and became somewhat dispirited. Feng Zichen naturally sensed the abnormality in the human tribe's territory at the first moment. Sage, what a vicious method. Releasing his divine sense, Feng Zichen carefully sensed for a while and found the reason for the change. It was the saints who had changed the laws of heaven and earth and distorted the astronomical phenomena in the human territory. From now on, the favorable weather in the human territory would no longer exist. Extremely bad weather would appear one after another. Summer would get hotter and hotter, winter would get colder and colder, and spring and autumn would slowly disappear. Hail, thunderstorms, gales, droughts, floods, such extreme disasters would appear one after another in the human territory until Feng Zichen completely abdicated. The post-celestial qi that permeated the heavens and the earth had also been tampered with by the saints and was tainted with a trace of the decaying aura of heaven and earth. Not to mention mortals, even celestial immortals would feel uncomfortable in such an environment. They would gradually lose their energy and spirit and thus decline. Heaven and earth were about to decline, so how could ordinary people be exempted? Naturally, they would decline along with them. Bastard! In the human emperor's palace, Feng Zichen was so angry that his face turned green. Saints, this was a desperate plan. They wanted to use this method to cause the human territory to enter a period of decline in advance, forcing Feng Zichen to abdicate. If he did not abdicate, the environment in the human territory would become worse and worse, until it was not suitable for all living beings to live in. In addition, even if Feng Zichen understood this, he could not change anything. Because he could not break the saint's method. It was not that he was inferior to the saint, but in this matter, the saint had an advantage that he could not compare to. If it was still the pre-celestial era, then everyone would be equal in front of the pre-celestial path. Therefore, the saint used the method of changing the laws of heaven and earth to deal with the human race. Feng Zichen could reverse the laws of heaven and earth with a thought, causing the human territory to return to normal. But now, it was the post-celestial era. In terms of control of the laws of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen was far from being comparable to the three pure ones. The entire system of laws of the post-celestial path was created and built by the three pure ones. They had absolute control over it. In other words, the three pure ones were the creators of this era. How could Feng Zichen compete with them? Wasn't it a joke to seize the control of the laws of heaven and earth from the hands of the creators? If Feng Zichen had this ability, why would he need to fight with the saint in the human world? Wouldn't it be better to just kill his way to the Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace? Damn it! Feng Zichen tried to reverse the weather, but the result was undoubtedly a failure. When he was shaking the laws of heaven and earth, one could see that above the laws of heaven and earth, there were 5 high and mighty figures sitting cross-legged. Vast auras bloomed from their bodies, looking down on the ancient times and suppressing the past, present, and future. Under their suppression, the laws of heaven and earth were as stable as Mount Buzhou. No matter how Feng Zichen shook them, he could not shake them in the slightest. In this way, he could not even shake them, let alone change the laws of heaven and earth. After a few probing, Feng Zichen found that he could not change anything. Instead, he calmed down. He laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you can deal with me like this? How ridiculous." As a qualified emperor, he naturally had to be fully prepared to prevent all kinds of accidents from happening. Although the saint's method was ruthless, Feng Zichen was not unprepared. The human path divine ability was born for this. Drought? Then he would use the human path divine ability to rain. Flood? Then he would use the human path divine ability to control the flood. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. It was getting colder and colder. Then he would use the human path divine ability to forcefully change the weather. The laws of heaven and earth were in the hands of the enemy. How could Feng Zichen not be prepared? He had long expected that sooner or later, the saint would use the method of changing the laws of heaven and earth to deal with him. There was not much reason. If it were him, with such a great advantage, he would also use it to weaken the enemy's strength. Therefore, Feng Zichen would gather the 508 Taoist priests of the human race with great fanfare to come to the ancestral land of the human race to study the human path divine ability. His purpose was to guard against this moment. The human path divine ability was a divine ability that completely relied on the human path. It integrated all aspects of the human race and perfectly reflected the idea of gods being used by humans. Even if the divine ability relied on the human path, no matter how the laws of heaven and earth changed, it would not affect their power at all. Unless one day, the human path was no longer around, the divine ability of the human path would never lose its effectiveness. Therefore, the weather had been changed. Feng Zichen was not worried about the impact on the human race at all. After all, this was the mythical world where the immortals and gods appeared. The changes in the weather could not be completely attributed to nature. They could also be changed by humans. Only by using humans to surpass the power of heaven and earth could the methods of cultivators be displayed. And this, it was also in line with the concept of humans conquering the heavens. No matter how bad the weather was, with the methods of cultivators, they could return it to normal. It could be said that as long as Feng Zichen was willing, every year would be a smooth year for the human race. The change in the weather was not worth Feng Zichen's worry. However, there was another point that made him somewhat troubled. That was the change in the acquired qi and the laws of heaven and earth. And this was also the method that the saint used to deal with Feng Zichen. The so-called change in the weather that made the living environment in the human territory worse was just a side effect. The real killing move of the saint was still the change in the acquired qi and the laws of heaven and earth. The supernatural power of humans could change the weather, but it could not change the acquired qi and the laws of heaven and earth. If the acquired qi was contaminated with the qi of heaven and earth, it would cause the environment in the human territory to become worse and worse until it completely lost its vitality. This point, even if the human race could change the weather, it would not be able to change it. This was because the qi of heaven and earth destroyed the origin of things. It destroyed everything from the root, causing all things to go to the end. Moreover, if the qi of heaven and earth was allowed to develop, sooner or later, it would cause a large-scale catastrophe in the human territory, and the 5 decay of heaven and man would descend. Under the 5 decay of heaven and man, except for the Khanate Taoist priests, all living beings would decay and die. When that time came, there was no need for the saint to make a move. The human race would collapse on its own. This plan could be called a desperate plan. It could be said that it was not ruthless. Did you think that this was the last resort of the saint? No, the saint had something even more ruthless. They had sealed off the acquired path of the human race, causing the human cultivators to be unable to cultivate the acquired path. They could only turn around and cultivate the Khanate path. Moreover, from then on, the human race would be unable to use the divine ability that required the use of the acquired laws of heaven and earth. At first glance, there was nothing wrong with this matter. Since they could not use the acquired path, the human race could use the Khanate path. However, a long time ago, the Khanate path had been severely injured by the 3 pure ones and had to retreat to the origin of heaven and earth to recuperate. After the Khanate path retreated, it would be difficult for all living beings to sense it again. This undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of cultivating the Khanate path. It was also at this time that the 3 pure ones opened up the acquired path. With the acquired path between heaven and earth, the Khanate path, which was originally difficult to cultivate, became even more difficult to cultivate. At this time, if you let the human race cultivate the Khanate path, wouldn't you be forcing them to their deaths? Did you really think that all humans were favored by the heavens and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Khanate god fiends? If they were to cultivate the Khanate path at this time, their lifespan would probably be exhausted and they would die of old age before they could achieve greater success. In the short term, this matter might not affect Feng Zichen much, but as time passed, as the first batch of cultivators grew old, they would definitely cause trouble. Under the threat of death, it was enough to make them lose their minds and do all kinds of unbelievable things. It was not impossible for them to join the saint. The saint was forcing the human race to rebel. He was forcing the human race who cultivated the acquired path to be rebelled by Feng Zichen. This was a blatant scheme. Even if Feng Zichen understood it, he could only try his best to remedy it in a short period of time, but there was no way to solve it. In fact, the solution to this matter was very simple. He just had to redefine the acquired path. The 3 pure ones could open up the acquired laws, so could Feng Zichen. As long as the postnatal laws were shattered and re-established, the 3 pure ones' plan would fall apart on its own. However, this required time and opportunity. If he were to break the acquired laws now, it would be equivalent to declaring war on the saint. However, this was not the best opportunity to make a move. This was because Feng Zichen had not finished accumulating his power, and his strength had not recovered to its peak. If he were to fight a decisive battle with the saint now, all his previous preparations would be in vain. Therefore, Feng Zichen still needed to endure for a while. When he had gathered his power and fought a decisive battle with the saint, he could shatter the acquired laws and redefine the acquired path. For now, he could only endure. Retreat. With a thought, Feng Zichen channeled all his dermic powers and shook. Immediately, an invisible wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Boom! 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 At this moment, an endless storm swept up in the human territory, driving out all the acquired qi that filled the air. In an instant, the entire human territory was cleared. There was no longer a trace of acquired qi, and only the innate qi remained. Of course, with the disappearance of acquired qi, the concentration of spiritual qi in the human territory also decreased greatly. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, on the Ziwei star, the great emperor of Ziwei suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he waved his hand, and Zhouxing immediately shone brightly, casting down boundless starlight. Fall. With this command, the stars in the sky trembled. Boundless starlight poured down toward the primitive desolation realm. At this moment, stars appeared in broad daylight in the primordial world. They filled the entire sky, reflecting a rare scene that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. The starlight fell and turned into boundless innate chi that flowed into the human territory to make up for the spiritual chi that had decreased due to the disappearance of acquired chi. Break. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was in the human emperor palace, suddenly clenched his fist and blasted towards the void. Rumble. The domineering fist mark, carrying the mighty dragon chi of the human path, hit the void in front of him and erupted with astonishing fluctuations. In an instant, the golden dragon chi of the human path surged out. It was boundless and covered every inch of the void in the human territory. Then, with a loud bang, the acquired laws that enveloped the human territory directly shattered. They were shattered into pieces by the dragon chi of the human path, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Humph. After doing all this, Feng Zichen snorted coldly. At the same time, the innate Tao in the boundless starry sky descended, turning into endless divine chains of order that enveloped the entire human territory, replacing the acquired Tao. At this moment, with the help of the boundless starry sky, the acquired Tao in the human territory was completely replaced with the innate Tao. In an instant, the environment in the human territory changed drastically. It was more lively and full of vitality. Chapter 750. If it weren't for the fact that there were too few Khanate life forms in the human domain, it would give people the illusion that they'd returned to ancient times. This way, the humans won't cause any trouble for the time being. After carefully sensing the situation around him, Feng Zichen breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, it was only a temporary sigh of relief. He hadn't completely resolved the problem the saint had given him. Although Feng Zichen had replaced the acquired path with the Khanate path, there were still flaws in this method. It could only be used as a stopgap measure. The Khanate path was much harder to cultivate than the acquired path. Feng Zichen's current actions had undoubtedly raised the threshold for cultivation. This would cause many people with insufficient talent to lose the right to cultivate. This wouldn't be a problem in the short term, but if this continued for a long time, the number of mortals in the human domain would greatly increase. This would be very detrimental to the development of the human race. Let's hold on for a while. Once the human race becomes stronger, it'll be time for the final battle with the saint. Feng Zichen's leisurely voice echoed in the human emperor palace. Meanwhile, in a secret realm in the primordial wilderness, 10 incomparably powerful figures stood quietly as if they were waiting for something. Behind them was an army numbering in the millions. An army of monsters. They were even more powerful than the elites of the North Sea. They were the 10 great demon gods led by Bai Zhe, and behind them were naturally the remaining forces of the demon heavenly court. Compared to the North Sea monsters, the subordinates of the 10 monster gods were the most orthodox monster race. At the same time, they were the only remaining forces of the ancient heavenly court. After an unknown period of time, Ying Zhao suddenly asked Bai Zhe, "Brother, are we really going to work with the saint? Do we have any other choice other than to work with them?" Bai Zhe didn't look at Ying Zhao. His tone was full of helplessness. "Ah, there's no harm in working with them. But will the saint really fulfill their promise?" Fei Lian sighed and asked worriedly. "Yes, the saint will fulfill their promise and revive the Empress of Heaven. The 3 pure ones disdain to lie. Besides, they can't afford to lose that face." Bai Zhe shook his head and said calmly. Then, there was another moment of silence. That's right, the 3 pure ones had found the remnants of the ancient demons. They had used the resurrection of Shi-He as a price in exchange for their help. Reviving Tai Di Jun was something that the 3 pure ones would never do. However, reviving Shiha, an insignificant person, was something that the 3 pure ones did not mind. Shihe's strength might not be the strongest in the demon clan, but her existence was extremely important to the demon clan. After all, Shihe was a heavenly empress. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, Baizé and the other divine beasts agreed to the saint's conditions and were willing to help him attack the human race. Of course, they had no room to refuse. Without Dijun and Tai, with their strength, how could they refuse the saint's conditions? Damn it, if the two majesties were still here, the saint would not dare to humiliate us like this. Thinking of the glory of the ancient demons, Ghost Chariot suddenly said with a face full of hatred. Sigh, I wonder if we can find a chance to revive His Majesty when we go out this time, Ji Meng said when he heard Ghost Chariot mention the Eastern Emperor Tai. Let's wait and see. Now that the calamity is coming, even the saint can't take care of everything. There will be a time when there will be a flaw. Baizé's face finally changed when he heard this, and he said with some excitement. Reviving Dijun and Tai had always been the long-cherished wish of these people. Only the revival of Dijun and Tai could lead the demon clan to glory again. Yes, this might be our last chance. Therefore, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we have to summon the two majesties back. Looking at each other, the 10 of them secretly made up their minds. The calamity was coming. Other than being stronger than them, the saint had no other advantage. This gave them a chance to revive Dijun and Tai. Without being able to deduce the secrets of the heavens, the saint could not figure out the plan of the 10 divine beasts. In this way, there would be more opportunities for them to operate. Letting them re-enter the untainted land might be the saint's biggest mistake. The saint was a little confused. He had been forced by the human emperor to make one move after another. The 3 pure ones would keep their promise, but why would the ancient demon clan? Reviving Su Shihe was indeed very significant, but how could it be more significant than reviving Dijun and Tai? From the beginning to the end, the 10 divine beasts only had one goal, and that was to revive Emperor Tai. The others were not in their consideration at all. The reason why they agreed to the saint's condition was just to take this opportunity to re-enter the untainted land and prepare for reviving Dijun and Tai. Without the saint's support, they would have been besieged to death by human experts before they even set foot on the untainted land with their identities as the remnants of the ancient demon clan. While the 10 divine beasts were silent, an inexplicable wave spread out and passed to their hearts. Immediately, the 10 divine beasts were shocked. They understood that the saint's signal had arrived, asking them to go to the untainted land to attack the human clan. Brothers, we can move now. Remember, this is our only chance. We can't fail. If we miss this opportunity, I don't know if we will have the chance to set foot on the untainted land again in this life. Putting away all his emotions, Baizé said to everyone. Then, he gave an order, all troops, listen up. Follow me to attack the human clan. As soon as he finished speaking, the million-strong army moved out. They marched in unison and charged toward the human clan. Let's go too. Seeing this, Baizé called for everyone to follow. Hearing this, the other 9 divine beasts did not say anything. They just took a step forward tacitly and followed the divine beasts' army. Once they left, they really had no way out. Baizé sighed inexplicably. However, even though he said that, he was confident in his heart. He would definitely be able to revive Dijun and Tai in this trip to the untainted land. The reason was very simple. There was an extremely deep secret hidden in Baizé's heart. He did not even tell the 9 divine beasts, who were his life and death friends. He buried it deep in his heart. That was, on the eve of the final battle between the liches and demons, Dijun had secretly summoned him and secretly told him some things. He told Baizé how to revive him after he fell. Who was Dijun? He was one of the most ambitious and ruthless people in the world. Under the watchful eyes of a powerful enemy like the Magi, how could he not have made preparations early and left behind a backup plan for his resurrection? A long, long time ago, Dijun had already considered what would happen after he fell. He knew very well that after he fell, not only would no one be willing to help him resurrect, but there would also be people who would hit him when he was down and prevent his return. Therefore, he had already arranged a backup plan in the untainted land to help him resurrect after he fell. Moreover, Jun had left behind more than one backup plan. There were many of them. One of the backup plans was told to Bai Zhe by him. Everything had to be prepared in many ways. Feng Zichen was like that, and so was Jun. It was because he knew where Jun's backup plan was that Bai Zhe was confident in reviving Jun. This time, attacking the human tribe was secondary. His main goal was to find an opportunity to activate Jun's backup plan. It was just that no one except Bai Zhe knew about this. As soon as the demon tribe army entered the untainted land, they were sensed by Feng Zichen. Regarding this, he only had 2 words to say: courting death. When the ancient demon tribe appeared, he did not need to do anything at all. Feng Zichen did not do anything. At the moment when the ancient demon tribe army entered the untainted land, the barrier between the netherworld realm and the human realm suddenly trembled violently. Then, a noble and tyrannical aura suddenly spread out and filled the world. It's the Magi. Although they did not see anyone, from this familiar aura, everyone already knew what had happened. It was the Magi. The Magi had reappeared. Rumble. Accompanied by a cold and murderous aura, troops of the Magi walked out of the netherworld realm and stepped into the untainted land. They majestically attacked the ancient demon tribe army. The ancient demon tribe and the ancient Magi were mortal enemies. When the ancient demon tribe army moved out, there was no need for Feng Zichen to do anything. After the Magi received the news, they would naturally send out an army to fight with them. What a joke! Using the ancient demon tribe to deal with the human tribe. I don't know what the sage is thinking. How could he come up with such a stupid idea? Could it be that they have forgotten that the ancient Magi still exist? In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head and laugh as he looked at the Magi and demon tribes who had already started fighting. He felt that the sage's current means were becoming more and more incomprehensible. He was going further and further down the road of insanity. Alas, Feng Zichen could not see the current situation in the Jade Virtual Palace. Otherwise, he would not think so. The 2 tribes have already started fighting. Everyone's attention has also been attracted. It's time for the 3 of us to make our move. As everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield between the Magi and demon tribes, in the Jade Virtual Palace, the 3 pure ones joined forces again after a long time. The 3 of them released their true spirits at the same time, which rotated according to a kind of magical track. Suddenly, an incomparably majestic power spread out from the 3 pure ones. That power could be said to be extremely virtuous and majestic. It transcended everything. It was so majestic that no one would have any thoughts of fighting against it. Normally, once this power appeared, it would startle the entire untainted land. That was because that was Panga's power. Once it appeared, it would resonate with heaven and earth. But now, the 3 pure ones used some unknown method to restrain this power in the Jade Virtual Palace, so that it could not leak out at all. Under the influence of this power, the 3 pure ones' figures slowly faded and then disappeared. After that, in the original position of the 3 pure ones, a majestic figure replaced them. Pangu. There was no need to describe it with words. Just by looking at that shocking figure, one would know that that person was the beginning of heaven and earth, the origin of all things, the great Taoist priest's Pangu. To be precise, this was Pangu's primordial spirit. The 12 ancestors of sorcerers could summon Pangu's physical body together. The 3 pure ones could also summon Pangu's primordial spirit together. However, since the birth of the 3 pure ones, no one had seen the 3 pure ones use this move. Therefore, many people thought that the 3 pure ones did not have the ability to summon Pangu's primordial spirit. But now, the 3 pure ones used facts to prove that the 3 brothers did indeed have the ability to summon Pangu's primordial spirit together. However, no one saw this scene. With the three pure ones' strength, it was obvious how powerful the Pangu's primordial spirit that they summoned was. In the Jade Void Palace, other than the three pure ones, there were also two saints, Xuanti and Jiayin. However, the two of them turned a blind eye to the Pangu's primordial spirit that suddenly appeared in front of them. They did not have any reaction. No, they did not want to turn a blind eye to it. However, they could not see it, nor could they feel it. Yes, that's right, they could not see it. Even if the three pure ones summoned Pangu's primordial spirit in front of the two saints, Xuanti and Jiayin. However, the two of them could not feel the majestic aura at all, nor could they see the existence of Pangu's primordial spirit. In their eyes, the three pure ones were still sitting there cross-legged, as if they were comprehending the Tao, but also as if they were deep in thought. In short, there was nothing unusual. The strength of Pangu's primordial spirit could be seen from this. As long as the three pure ones were unwilling, even the other saints, Xuanti, would not be able to detect any abnormalities. This meant that Pangu's primordial spirit already had the power to easily suppress the two of them. What an incredible power! It was so powerful that it was beyond imagination. Without a doubt, this was a power that had surpassed the level of primordial chaos. It had definitely reached the level of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. In the entire primordial world, perhaps only Hengjun Daolord could contend against it. Open! Suddenly, Pangu's primordial spirit moved. A vast and unimaginable power surged out of his body, piercing through layers of void and arriving in the netherworld. What was he doing? Why did the three pure ones attack the netherworld? Boom! 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 Pangu's power blasted into the deepest part of the netherworld, where the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was. During this period, no one noticed the appearance of this power. Even Huda was the same. With a boom, Pangu's power blasted the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, causing it to undergo an unknown change. What? For some reason, Huda's heart skipped a beat. She opened her eyes and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation disc beside her. Just now, she seemed to have felt that there was a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Puzzled, she began to carefully examine the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, but in the end, she found nothing. There was no problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Not having any problems was the biggest problem. With Huda's strength, it was impossible for her to be mistaken. Since she felt that there was a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, there must be a problem with the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. But she couldn't detect it. Huda couldn't help but think more. Did Father God make a move? In the primordial world, only Pangu could shake the 6 paths of reincarnation disc without being sensed by Hudu. Other than him, even Dao ancestor Hengjun would be sensed by Hudu. If it was any other power, even if it was the power of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, who had surpassed the level of primordial chaos, as long as it attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, Hudu would sense it. Chapter 751. But Pangu's power was different. He came from the same source as Hudu, so if he was too much higher than Hotian, Hudu would not be able to sense his existence. When the shamans and demons were fighting, the 3 pure ones suddenly joined forces to target the 6 paths of reincarnation. There must be a conspiracy in it. But other than the 3 pure ones, no one knew about this. In the netherworld, Huda was puzzled. She did not pay attention to the battle between the shamans and demons. She focused all her attention on the 6 paths of reincarnation. She wanted to see what was wrong with the 6 paths of reincarnation. If she could not figure it out in a day, she would look at it for a year. If she could not figure it out in a year, she would look at it for 100 years. Anyway, she had plenty of time. She was not afraid that she could not figure out the problem. After the 3 pure ones attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation, they gradually fell silent. Pangu's primordial spirit, which had dispersed, returned to its original form. However, In a corner where no one could see, the three pure ones were much more dispirited. Obviously, deriving Pangu's primordial spirit was not an easy task for them. They did not respect Pangu, but wanted to forcefully derive Pangu's primordial spirit and borrow his power. The three pure ones must have suffered an unimaginable price. One had to know that the three pure ones were not the 12 groups of shamans. They regarded Pangu as their faith and were willing to give up everything for him. They only had themselves in their hearts. Therefore, countless years ago, the three pure ones had cut off the connection between themselves and Pangu. In other words, the three pure ones did not have the ability to derive Pangu's primordial spirit at all. They gave up this right on their own initiative. However, although it was said that they had cut it off, it was not completely cut off. The connection between the three pure ones and Pangu could not be completely cut off. Otherwise, the three pure ones would not be called the Pangu three pure ones. The kindness of giving birth to him was greater than the sky. This was a connection that could not be cut off no matter what power. Therefore, the three pure ones could only try their best to weaken this connection. The origin marks of the three pure ones were given to them by Pangu. Their achievements today were mostly due to Pangu's orthodox name. They could rely on their own Tao to destroy the chi of Pangu's primordial spirit in their bodies, but they could not cut off the connection between their life imprints and Pangu. That was the foundation of the three pure ones. If they were really killed, they would be crippled. Therefore, even if there was no trace of Pangu's primordial spirit in his body, the three pure ones could still forcefully create Pangu's primordial spirit through his natal mark. However, the price he had to pay was simply too great. Otherwise, the three pure ones wouldn't have never used such a method. First of all, forcibly condensing Pangu's primordial spirit consumed the three pure ones' essences. This meant that every time Pangu's primordial spirit was condensed, the strength of the three pure ones would drop a little. How much it fell depended on the time they took to condense Pangu's primordial spirit. The longer it took, the more it would drop. Secondly, which was also the most dangerous part, forcibly condensing Pangu's primordial spirit would strengthen the connection between the three pure ones and Pangu. In other words, once the three pure ones chose to condense Pangu's primordial spirit, their previous efforts to break free from Pangu's influence would all be in vain. Apart from that, every time they used the power of Pangu's primordial spirit, it would cause them to gradually transform into Pangu. If they used it too many times, the three pure ones would not be able to escape the fate of being assimilated by Pangu's primordial spirit. At that time, it would be hard to say whether the three pure ones would still exist. Therefore, to the three pure ones, using Pangu's primordial spirit was their last resort. It was a desperate method that they would not use unless they had no other choice. Now, they used this method. From this, one could see how far Feng Zichen had forced them. They were really in a desperate situation. As the three pure ones attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, an unknown change happened. As the 6 paths of reincarnation disc rotated, the fragments of the innate indestructible true spirit of the fallen expert that were scattered between heaven and earth suddenly moved. They were pulled by an inexplicable force and constantly poured into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Then, they were repaired by the power of reincarnation and reincarnated along the mysterious reincarnation passage. And the direction of their reincarnation was the human clan. What were the three pure ones doing? First, they used the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to condense the true spirit fragments of the fallen experts. Then, they repaired them and sent them into reincarnation to the human clan. Were they helping the human clan to increase their strength? Obviously not. The three pure ones were not that kind. Then why were they doing this? Although he did not know the specific reason, there was no doubt that this was not a good thing for the human clan. However, Feng Zichen did not notice this at all. Because, at this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the battle between the ancient shaman and demon clan. In order to defeat the ancient demon clan army in the shortest time possible, ancestral shaman Xian Ming made a move. He took a step forward and directly came from the nether realm to the primitive world. He punched out at the 10 demon gods. Ancestral shaman Xian Ming was the most powerful person in the world. Over the years, he had been cultivating in the nether realm. With the help of the Xian Ming temple, his cultivation had long broken through to the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was only one step away from the unrestrained and carefree primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm. The terrifying power that surged out of his punch was enough to tear apart the untainted land and destroy all the acquired laws. There was no doubt that under the punch of ancestral shaman Xian Ming, even the Daluo Jingxian would die. There was no possibility of survival. However, countless years had passed. How could the 10 demon gods, who were infinitely close to the Sage-to-Be realm, still stay in the realm of the Daluo demon god? Seeing the punch of ancestral shaman Xian Ming, the 10 demon gods roared in unison and transformed into their original forms. In an instant, 10 earth-shattering auras spread out and shook the entire primitive world. Sage-to-Be. The 10 demon gods had stepped into the Sage-to-Be realm. Their leader, Bai Zhe, was in the late Sage-to-Be realm and had barely touched the threshold of becoming a great medium. It was obviously inappropriate to call them the 10 demon gods now. They should be called the 10 demon saints. The 10 demon saints had not lived in vain all these years. They had been working hard to cultivate. If it was someone else, they would have been affected by the tribulation aura and would never be able to break through. However, the 10 demon saints were different. On the eve of the shaman and demon cataclysm, Tai did not hesitate to consume his own origin to forcibly wash away the tribulation aura for them and opened up the path for them to become Sage-to-Be. It was because of this that the 10 demon saints could advance by leaps and bounds after the end of the cataclysm and enter the Sage-to-Be realm in one fell swoop. Ah, the 10 of them roared and joined forces to block the punch of ancestral shaman Xian Ming. 10 Daluo Taoist priests could not block the punch of ancestral shaman Xian Ming, but 10 Sage-to-Be could. Sage-to-Be. Ancestral shaman Xian Ming was slightly stunned when he saw the realms of the 10 of them. He seemed to be shocked, but that was all. If the 10 late Sage-to-Be demon race joined forces, they might be able to pose a great threat to ancestral shaman Xian Ming. However, 9 early and middle Sage-to-Be plus 1 late Sage-to-Be demon race would not be a threat to him. Not bad. You have amazed me. I did not expect that after the heavenly court was destroyed, there were still capable people in the demon race who could cultivate to the Sage-to-Be realm. However, it's still not enough. After a slight compliment to express his recognition of the 10 demon saints, ancestral shaman Xian Ming attacked. Splash! Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden heavy rain. At the same time, a gust of cold air swept toward the 10 demon gods with ancestral shaman Xian Ming as the center. Ancestral shaman Xian Ming, the ancestral shaman of rain, controlled the power of rain and snow. He was the goddess of cold winter in the extreme north. As soon as he attacked, there was an overwhelming amount of connate cold air. Along with the heavy rain, it froze all life in the world. Moreover, the rain was not ordinary water. It was connate cold water, which contained connate cold air. Even if the Daluo Taoist priests bathed in the rain for a long time, their bodies would be frozen and their true spirits would be destroyed. The snow was merciless. It froze all life and froze all life. This was ancestral shaman Xian Ming, the god of the north. Feeling the powerful connate cold air, the 10 demon saints' expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to hesitate and used their strongest techniques. Heavenly stem formation, rise. The 10 great demon saints moved and set up the ancient demon clan's unparalleled formation, the first heaven stem formation. As the overlord of the untainted land, the ancient demon race naturally had more connate formations than the heavenly cycle stars formation. However, the heavenly cycle stars formation was too famous and suppressed the other connate formations. This did not mean that the other connate formations of the ancient demon race were weak. They were just not comparable to the heavenly cycle stars formation. The Great Heavenly Stem Formation was second only to the Great Heavenly Constellation Formation among the connate formations mastered by the ancient demon race. Any array formation related to time was not simple. The primordial heaven stem array was an array formation that Di-jun had comprehended from the river of time and space. It contained the power of the primordial time sequence, and its power was unfathomable. In fact, in addition to the heavenly stem formation, there was another formation called the connate earthly branch formation. These two connate formations were the embodiment of the connate time order in the world. If these two formations were combined, they would become the heavenly stem formation and earthly branch formation, which was enough to be ranked in the top 10 connate formations of the untainted land. Unfortunately, Di-jun had only comprehended the heavenly stem formation with great effort. He had no clue about the connate earthly branch formation. Otherwise, the ancient demon race would have another great foundation. The outcome of the battle between the liches and the demons might have changed. However, there were no buts in this world. If he did not comprehend it, he did not comprehend it. No matter how regretful he was, it was useless. However, although Di-jun did not comprehend the connate earthly branch formation, countless years later, when the human emperor Fuxi was drawing up the 12 zodiac signs, he accidentally comprehended this formation. Di-jun begged bitterly, but he did not get anything. Fuxi was unintentional, but he was happy to get this formation. It had to be said that fate was really wonderful. With the help of the heavenly stem formation, the 10 great demon saints temporarily obtained the power to fight against ancestral witch Xianming. However, this was only temporary. This was because ancestral witch Xianming had not used his magic treasure yet. With the identity of ancestral witch Xianming, attacking the 10 great demon saints was already suspected of bullying the weak. If he used his magic treasure, he could easily win. However, in this way, he would lose all his face. Therefore, in the beginning, ancestral witch Xianming did not choose to use his magic treasure. Instead, he planned to defeat the 10 great demon saints in one blow. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. He actually fought with the 10 great demon saints for a long time. For ancestral sorcerer Xianming, this was a humiliating matter. He had lost face left and right. If ancestral witch Xianming was still unable to take down the 10 great demon saints, then he would really become a joke. Therefore, ancestral witch Xianming did not have any worries. With a thought, he was about to use his magic treasure to kill the 10 great demon saints. Xianming divine banner, come. Ancestral witch Xianming waved his hand, and a divine banner suddenly flew out from the Xianming temple that was located in the untainted land and fell into his hand. It was the magic treasure that Feng Zichen had tailor-made for the 12 ancestral witches, the 12 heavenly divine banner. At this moment, after countless years of nourishment, the 12 heavenly divine banner had already been promoted to the highest level of primordial spiritual treasure. Its power was beyond imagination, and it was almost comparable to the 12 ancestral witches in the middle of ancient times. Go! As soon as the Xianming divine banner was in his hand, ancestral witch Xianming felt a sense of joy that was connected by blood. Then, with a thought, he raised the Xianming divine banner. Suddenly, the primordial cold qi and heavy rain between heaven and earth soared several times. With a sudden sound, the primordial cold qi swept past, and the 10 great demon gods were covered in white frost. Even with the protection of the primordial heaven stem formation, they were still frozen. Seeing this, the 10 great demon saints knew that with their strength, there was no possibility of fighting against ancestral witch Xianming. After understanding this, Bai Zhe did not hesitate and directly roared to the sky, "Why are you still not attacking? Are you really going to sit and watch us be killed by ancestral witch Xianming?" The voice was so loud that in an instant, it spread throughout the untainted land. There's still a helper. Hearing this, ancestral witch Xianming was slightly stunned. Then, the movement of waving the Xianming divine banner in his hand became faster. Who cared who their helper was? Before they appeared, they had to kill all the remaining members of the ancient demon clan first. Ancestral witch Xianming thought so and did so. However, he did not succeed. Because at the critical moment, a burly man suddenly appeared in front of the 10 great demon saints and blocked the attack of Ancestral Witch Xianming for them. "It's you, Heavenly Ant. You didn't fall." "No, that's not right. You were resurrected by the saint." Seeing the person who came, Ancestral Witch Xianming's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief. "It's Lord Ant Saint, but didn't he fall long ago? Why did he suddenly appear here?" It was not only Ancestral Witch Xianming. On the other side, the 10 great demon saints also exclaimed in disbelief when they saw the person who came. In fact, not only them, but even the other great mediums who were watching the battle also revealed an incredulous expression when they saw the face of the person who came. Obviously, they all knew this person. Only Feng Zichen had a blank expression. He really did not know this person. "It's the poor Wei. The poor Wei has recovered from the silence." Nodding, the burly man who was called Heavenly Ant by Ancestral Witch Xianming said. Chapter 752. It was not easy for you to be resurrected. Instead of hiding properly, you actually dared to come out and stir up trouble. Do you want to die again? After the initial shock, Ancestral Witch Xianming regained his composure and stared at Sky Ant coldly. Who was Sky Ant? He was one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace and a top mighty figure of the ancient demon race. Yes, that's right. He was not a mighty figure but a top mighty figure. When Sky Ant died, his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of Sage to be. Of course, he could not be called a mighty figure. Sky Ant was the first ant born after the creation of the world. He was born as a top Khanate god fiend and was also a rare existence that cultivated the Tao of power. His strength was so formidable that even the Earth Bear King that Feng Zichen had killed a long time ago had to admit defeat. Sky Ant, the ant that moved the sky. He had the power to move the sky. Logically speaking, such a person shouldn't be unknown. However, Sky Ant was unlucky. He had fallen too early. Although he died at the hands of the witch race, he did not die in the battle between the witch race and the demon race. That was a period of time after the 3 Tao lectures in the Purple Cloud Palace had just ended. At that time, the demon race had not been established for long, and the heavenly courts had also been established. It was at that time that the witch race and the demon race clashed. During the battle, Sky Ant was torn to pieces by Ancestral Witch Di Jiang, and his blood spilled on the spot. When Sky Ant died, the demon race had not risen yet. After the demon race rose, he had already died many years ago. Everything about him was also buried by the candle dragon with the power of time. After being killed by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, even Di Juntai couldn't revive the heavenly ant even if he wanted to. As a result, the Sky Ant naturally became unknown. That person who had died many years ago and was almost forgotten by the world suddenly reappeared in the world. How could everyone not be surprised? Ha! Kill poor Wei again. Fellow Taoist Xianming, do you think the witch race is still the witch race and poor Wei is still the poor Wei? After Ancestral Witch Xianming finished speaking, Sky Ant laughed as if he had heard a joke. At the same time, a powerful aura spread from his body, causing the world to tremble. This aura, it was the half-step primordial chaos realm. Sensing this powerful aura, everyone's hearts trembled. Tian Yi's cultivation had actually dropped from mid-saint to half-step primordial chaos. What did this mean? It meant that the Sky Ant definitely didn't revive at this time. Countless years ago, he should have already awakened. Otherwise, the Sky Ant would not be so powerful. At the very least, the Sky Ant should have been revived when the Chaos Fiend Celestial's possession tribulation broke out. If they hadn't devoured the true spirit of the Chaos Fiend Celestial, the Great Masters wouldn't have been able to ascend to the half-step origin immortal realm so quickly. After seeing Tian Yi's realm, Ancestral Witch Xianming was a little surprised, but he didn't take it too seriously. Even if they were all half-step primordial chaos, there was still a difference in strength. He had stood in this realm for tens of millions of years and had long reached the peak. He was only one step away from the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. He could be said to be one of the strongest in this realm. As for Tian Yi, although he was a half-step primordial chaos expert, his strength fluctuated and was not stable. Clearly, he had just entered this realm. As such, Ancestral Witch Xianming was naturally not afraid of him. Fellow Taoist, your strength has indeed improved greatly. I just don't know which fellow Taoist was willing to pay so much to get you out of the river of time and space. Ancestral Witch Xianming asked curiously as he waved his hand to repel Tian Yi's aura. It was very difficult to revive a great master. The price to pay was too great. However, it would be much easier to revive a great master. Moreover, this was not the key to the problem. The key question was, who exactly was it that planned ahead? Who was it that planned this countless years ago, reviving the heavenly ant and hiding it? Only today did it appear. Ha! Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about that. I've come here for the sake of revenge. Fellow Taoist Dijiang's strike all those years ago is something that I can't forget for a long time. Now that poor Wei has returned, I naturally have to settle the karma with him. Without answering Ancestral Witch Xianming's question, Tian Yi changed the topic to revenge. Revenge? Ancestral Witch Xianming was slightly stunned. Dijiang had fallen for countless years. How was he going to take revenge? Thinking of this, Ancestral Witch Xianming's heart trembled. He could not help but think of a possibility. He did not feel good and hurriedly attacked Tian Yi. However, it was already too late. Tian Yi took out a black iron rod and smashed it directly at the primordial land. His target was Dijiang Temple. That was the place where Ancestral Witch Dijiang was resurrected. He. Fellow Taoist Dijiang, poor Wei was killed by you back then. Now that he has returned in defiance of the heavens and destroyed your resurrection place, it can be considered an eye for an eye. Amidst the cold voice, the iron rod brazenly smashed down. In the distance, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw this scene. Although he did not know the origin of that iron rod, it was definitely a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. A supreme-grade innate spirit treasure coupled with Tian Yi's divine power. To put it bluntly, even Feng Zichen would not feel good if he was hit by it now. Not to mention Dijiang Temple. Tian Yi swung his rod down, and violent fluctuations burst out. The void directly turned into powder, and time and space disappeared. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth shattered one after another. Rumble. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged, interweaving with a vast destructive aura as if they were going to destroy the world. They directly drowned Dijiang Temple. No! Seeing this scene, Ancestral Witch Xianming could not help but exclaim. Tian Yi's attack was too fast and too sudden. He had no time to stop it. Seeing that Dijiang Temple was about to be destroyed by Tian Yi's rod, at the critical moment, a jade-like hand reached out from the void and grabbed Tian Yi's iron rod, blocking the attack. Get lost! Accompanied by a cold reprimand, the jade-like hand trembled slightly. She actually picked up the iron rod and threw Tian Yi away. Rumble. Tian Yi's figure flew high into the sky, shattering countless voids. Then, he flew directly into the chaos beyond the heavens and disappeared into the vast chaos. At this moment, the world fell silent. Even the saints did not speak. That was because they all knew who had attacked. It was Goddess Hudu. She, who was observing the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, sensed that Tian Yi wanted to destroy Dijiang Temple. She immediately attacked in anger and sent Tian Yi flying with a single strike. Destroy. Since she had already attacked, Hudu did not hold back anymore. She directly pointed out with her finger, wanting to kill all the demons here. Facing Ancestral Witch Xianming, the 10 great demon saints still had room to resist. However, facing Goddess Hudu, who was at the saint level, they did not even have the strength to resist. With a point of Huda's finger, the invisible wave spread out and sealed the world. It imprisoned the 10 great demon saints and the countless demon army behind them. Fear and the shadow of death attacked the hearts of the 10 great demon saints at the same time. However, they could not do anything. Under Goddess Huda's power, they could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as they were all killed by the finger. Regret, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions filled the hearts of the 10 great demon saints. In the blink of an eye, they were filled with despair. Endless despair. Fellow Taoist Huda, please show mercy. Just as Huda's finger was about to land, the Grand Pure One's voice suddenly sounded from afar. Then, the Taiji painting flew over and turned into a huge canopy that enveloped the 10 great demon saints and the countless demon army behind them. Fellow Taoist Grand Pure One, are you trying to stop me? Goddess Huda paused slightly and said unhappily. Fellow Taoist Huda, please calm down. It's not that poor Wei wants to stop you, but I have no choice. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One bowed solemnly to Huda. Fellow Taoist, please spare the demons this time for the sake of the Gate of Witchcraft. Hearing that, Huda fell silent. If the Grand Pure One asked her to give him face and let the demons off, Huda could naturally reject him in disdain. However, since the Grand Pure One used the Gate of Witchcraft as an excuse, Huda could not attack the demons. The Gate of Witchcraft was the current barrier of the primordial world. It was also formed by countless experts of the witchcraft and demons. This gate concerned the safety of the primordial world and was very important. For that, after the Gate of Witchcraft was born, the witchcraft and demons, who had lost their destiny, instantly had their destiny extended and had the possibility of rising again. It could be said that as long as the Gate of Witchcraft was still around, the ancient demons would not be in danger of being exterminated. Once the ancient demons were exterminated, the Gate of Witchcraft would probably collapse in half. In that case, it would probably give the Chaos Fiend Celestial a chance to enter. At that time, the living beings would really be plunged into misery and suffering. In order to obtain the Great Tao Fruit, the Chaos Fiend Celestial did not want to destroy the primordial world. However, they needed to obtain the essence of the primordial world so that they could gain the upper hand when the Great Tao Fruit appeared. Goddess Huda could ignore the Grand Pure One's words, but she could not ignore the safety of the primordial world. Therefore, Huda hesitated. Forget it, I'll forgive them this time. After a long silence, Huda said. Then, she slowly retracted her hand. However, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and said, Taoist Tian-Yi wants to destroy my brother's temple. He can be exempted from death, but he can't escape punishment. Punish him to guard my brother's temple. When my brother returns, I'll set him free. After saying that, regardless of whether the Grand Pure One agreed or not, Goddess Huda directly captured Taoist Tian-Yi from the chaos outside the sky and turned him into a stone statue, standing at the entrance of the Dijiang Temple. What was domineering? This was it. After this incident, no one in the primordial world would dare to touch the ancestral Magus Temple. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One's mouth twitched and said, as long as you're happy, fellow Taoist. Little did he know that when he said this, his heart was bleeding. The person who had revived Taoist Tian-Yi countless years ago was him, the Grand Pure One. It could be said that Taoist Tian-Yi was one of the few trump cards in the Grand Pure One's hands. However, he did not expect that Taoist Tian-Yi would be suppressed by Goddess Huda the moment he appeared before he could do anything. It really made one's heart bleed. If he had known that this would happen, the Grand Pure One would not have revived Taoist Tian-Yi back then. He would have wasted so much of his effort. To be honest, the Grand Pure One really did not expect that Taoist Tian-Yi would destroy the Dijiang Temple. He clearly knew that the Lady of Earth was still in the world, so why did he dare to attack the Dijiang Temple? Did he really think that the Lady of Earth was made of mud? If the ancestral Magus Temple was so easy to destroy, it would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have stood in the primordial world for so many years? Taoist Tian-Yi was simply retarded. The Grand Pure One had asked him to come out to block the ancestral Magus Xian Ming for a period of time. If he did that, the Lady of Earth, who was observing the 6 paths of reincarnation, would not have the time to attack him. Unfortunately, he had recklessly touched the ancestral Magus temple. That was the Lady of Earth's reverse scale. If he touched it, he would die. Over the years, there had been more than 1 or 2 great mystical abilities who had died because of it. It could only be said that Daoist Tian-yi had brought this upon himself. Sister, go back. Don't interfere in this battle. The children of my race have not experienced the baptism of war for too long. We can use this opportunity to let them experience the cruelty of the ancient times. Before leaving, the Lady of Earth suddenly said to the ancestral Magus Xian Ming. From the looks of it, she wanted to use the ancient demon army to train the Magi army. The new generation of the Magi had never experienced the turmoil of the ancient times. Naturally, their quality was far inferior to the ancient Magi warriors. Now that the ancient demon clan had reappeared, they could use them to train their clansmen. At the same time, they could let the people of the Magi remember the hatred between them and the demon clan. Time was enough to dilute everything. As the old people withered, the new clansmen did not have the unforgettable feeling and would gradually forget the hatred of the past. That was why the Lady of Earth let the Magi fight with the demon clan. Only when they were in pain, injured, and saw blood could they understand the feelings of the older generation of the Magi. Yes, I understand. The ancestral Magus Xian Ming's heart moved, and he understood what the Lady of Earth meant. Seeing that she did not refuse, he put away the Xianming divine banner and left with the Lady of Earth. Just as they left, a few figures that the 10 great demon gods were very familiar with rushed out of the ancestral Magus temple. There were 10 ancient great wizards, including 9 Phoenix, Xiang Lu, and Tianhao. These were also said to be experts. Alas, there were originally 12 great wizards, 1 for each tribe. However, Ho Yi of the Dijiang tribe and Xing Tian of the Huda tribe were no longer there. Ho Yi was still in the reincarnation cycle, while Xing Tian was in the critical period of transformation and could not appear. Otherwise, Xing Tian alone would have been able to sweep through the 10 great demon saints without the use of formations. There were 10 great demon saints and 10 great wizards. After meeting again after countless years, there was no nostalgia between the two sides, only hatred. After looking at each other, they directly attacked. And as soon as they started fighting, it was the most intense life and death battle. One of them would die, and the other would die. Not long after the battle broke out, the 10 great demon saints gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It was not that they were inferior to the 10 great wizards, but because they had been injured when fighting with the ancestral Magus Xian Ming. Chapter 753. Not long after the battle, the 10 great demon saints were all injured. Blood gushed out of their bodies like a waterfall, dyeing the entire ground red. However, none of them cared. They still looked fearless as they fought the 10 great shamans. At this point in the battle, it could be seen that it was only a matter of time before the 10 great demon saints were defeated and died. The injuries that Grand Shaman Xian Ming had left on them were too serious. It had seriously affected the 10 great demon saints' combat strength. As a result, when they faced the 10 great shamans, they fell into a passive state and had no choice but to hold on bitterly. Knowing that they were going to die, the 10 great demon saints still did not choose to escape. Such a tragic spirit was truly moving. But was this really the case? As the battle became more and more intense, Bai Zhe retreated as he fought, gradually retreating to a secret realm in his memory. Boom! When he was not far from the secret realm, Bai Zhe suddenly found an opportunity to take a blow from Xiang Lu and was sent flying. And the direction he fell was where the secret realm was. The secret realm that Di Jun had told him about in the past. Kill! Seeing that Bai Zhe was injured, Zhou Feng suddenly abandoned his opponent and joined forces with Xiang Lu to kill Bai Zhe, who had fallen to the ground. Rumble! In an instant, divine powers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were blasted out from the two of them, drowning Bai Zhe who had fallen to the ground. The other 9 demon saints wanted to help, but they were blocked by the 8 great shamans. They could only watch as Bai Zhe was torn to pieces by the 2 great shamans, Xiang Lu and Jiufeng. With a bang, a rain of blood fell from the sky. It was Monster Saint Bai Zhe's body that had been forcefully blown apart. Whoosh, a breeze blew past, and the rain of blood fell. Bai Zhe's body reappeared. However, compared to before, his aura was much weaker. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was incomparably pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. With a wah, Bai Zhe could not help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. However, there was not the slightest sadness on his face. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. In the end, he even laughed out loud. Ha! Bai Zhe's sudden display of madness caused Shengliu and Jiufeng to hesitate instead. They were unable to figure out the situation, and they actually didn't dare attack Bai Zhe for a time. Could it be that Bai Zhe had been beaten silly by them? This shouldn't be the case. Not only the sorcerer tribe, but even the demon tribe was stunned by Bai Zhe's actions. They could not help but stop what they were doing. Boss, why are you laughing all of a sudden? This is a battlefield, a battle of life and death. Can't you be a little more serious? The sudden change caused the battlefield to fall into a strange silence. For a moment, Bai Zhe's carefree laughter reverberated throughout the silent battlefield. Acting all mysterious. Kill. After a long silence, Xiang Lu saw that Bai Zhe still didn't move. Xiang Lu's heart sank, and he rushed towards Bai Zhe again. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Bai Zhe suddenly stopped laughing. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of essence blood, which fell into the ordinary-looking volcano below him. In the next moment, an astonishing change took place. Endless divine light erupted from the volcano, illuminating the place in a dazzling golden color. Then, in the golden light, divine patterns with the volcano as the center quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the void within a radius of millions of miles. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of heaven and earth, a domineering emperor's aura suddenly erupted. It swept towards the 10 great sorcerers with a momentum that swept across the universe. Oh no! Under this tyrannical power, the 10 great sorcerers were sent flying without any resistance and fell into the deepest part of the void. When they got up again, they were already seriously injured. Tai. The moment this power appeared, Goddess Hutu, who was supposed to leave, and Saint Tai Ching, the 2 saints, appeared at the same time and looked towards the volcano. In the next moment, the other saints, as well as the 2 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, Feng Zichen, and Great Emperor Ziwei, also rushed over. After that, all the powerful beings of the primordial world arrived. They all stood outside the golden light and looked towards the depths of the volcano with bewildered expressions, in the direction where the Emperor's aura came from. The reason why everyone paid so much attention to it was because the aura came from a god, a legendary god, Donghuang Tai. That's right, the method that Di Jun left behind was not used to resurrect himself, but to resurrect Donghuang Tai. It's Lord Donghuang, not His Majesty. At this moment, not to mention others, even Bai Zhe, who had activated Di Jun's backup, was shocked. Back then, when Di Jun told him to do it, he did not say that it was prepared for Tai. That day, when Bai Zhe was in seclusion, Di Jun suddenly appeared in front of him and gave him a ball of essence blood. He said that if he could not be resurrected after he died, he could take this ball of essence blood to a secret realm. The secret realm that Di Jun mentioned was the volcano under his feet. Countless years after Di Jun's death, there was still no sign of him being resurrected. Bai Zhe thought of Di Jun's words back then and took this opportunity to rush here. As for that ball of essence blood, it was naturally the ball that Bai Zhe spat out. The backup plan that Di Jun left behind was not something that Bai Zhe's essence blood could activate no matter how bad it was. In fact, the ball of essence blood that Di Jun left behind was the innate sun origin that he had spent hundreds of millions of years collecting in the sun star. The power contained in it was almost comparable to that of a half-step primordial chaos existence. And that volcano was not simple either. It looked ordinary, but in fact, Dijun had secretly set up the 10 suns burning sky formation inside. And in the Great Formation, what had been refined was the innate origin of all the experts that the demon clan had killed since the establishment of the demon clan. Since the establishment of the demon clan, countless experts had been killed, and the origin of those experts had been secretly collected by Dijun. Using the 10 suns burning sky formation to refine it back to its origin and turn it into the purest origin item. How many powerful experts had died at the hands of the demon clan? It was simply unimaginable. Even if it was only a part of the innate origin of these experts, it was still ridiculously powerful. In addition to Dijun's essence blood, these two forces combined. Dijun's goal was probably not only to resurrect Tai, but to resurrect Tai in his peak state. A shocking change. What kind of unprecedented change was this? This was it. The resurrection of Tai was really a big deal that was beyond imagination. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Fellow Taoist, in order to deal with me, you are really willing to sacrifice yourself. You actually did not hesitate to resurrect Donghuang Tai. I just don't know if that Tai will find trouble with the human clan first after he returns, or with you fellow Taoists first. Glancing at the innate origin in the depths of the volcano, Feng Zichen shook his head and mocked the 3 pure ones and the others. Of course, he knew that even if the human clan won, the 3 pure ones would not resurrect the Donghuang Tai. In the current situation, it was obvious that they had messed up. This was not the original intention of the 5 saints. However, although he understood, this did not affect Feng Zichen from mocking the saints. Who asked them to mess up? Hearing this, the 5 saints' faces darkened, but they did not refute. Because this time, they had indeed messed up. Before asking the ancient demon clan to take action, the 3 pure ones, Zhuan Ti, and the other saints had already carefully investigated the primitive world countless times. It was not until they were sure that there were no more backup plans left behind by Dijun that they were relieved to ask the ancient demon clan to take action. However, they did not expect that even though they had taken precautions, they did not prevent the demon clan from having such a trick up their sleeves. To be honest, it was not that they had not seen this volcano before, but before Dijun's backup plan was launched, no matter how they checked, they did not find anything unusual here. It had to be said that Dijun was indeed worthy of being the Celestial Emperor. This method of hiding things was really brilliant, even hiding from the saints. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was amazed by Dijun's brilliant method, but suddenly, he felt a familiar aura from the divine pattern. That aura was high and indifferent. If it was deeper, it would be exactly the same as the aura of the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart trembled slightly, and he thought of a possibility. Then, he turned his head to look at the 3 pure ones, and as expected, he saw that their faces were even darker. Feng Zichen could sense the aura of the Tao ancestor, so naturally, the 3 pure ones, as their direct disciples, could also sense it. At this point, the truth had been revealed. It was not that Dijun's method was so brilliant that the saints could not discover it, but that the Tao ancestor's method was too brilliant. Back then, out of his own bad taste, the Tao ancestor had left many small things on the treasure-snatching rock. These things, how to put it, might not be very powerful, but their functions were definitely strange. Some were for escaping, some were for hiding auras, and some were for attacking. In short, there was nothing they could not do, as long as you could not think of it. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Dijun had obtained a treasure that could hide auras and used it here. It was no wonder that the saints could not discover the problem. This time, the 3 pure ones had been cheated by their master, so it would be strange if their faces were not dark. Suppressing his anger, Saint Zhuandi said to Feng Zichen, Taoist friend Gaochen, don't be sarcastic. Do you want to see Tai return? If there was anyone present who did not want to see Tai return, it was none other than Saint Zhuandi. Just as Feng Zichen had said, after Dong Huang Tai returned, if he wanted to take revenge, his first target would not be the human clan. The human clan regarded the demon clan as their mortal enemy, but the demon clan did not think so. Their mortal enemy was the wizard clan. If they wanted to take revenge, the first thing they would look for was the wizard clan. The second, of course, was our Saint Xuanti. If he had not released the 10 golden crows, so many things would not have happened. With this karma, Taoist Xuanti was naturally unwilling to see Dong Huang Tai return. Humph. Hearing this, Feng Zichen snorted coldly but did not continue speaking. At this time, the human clan was in a critical period, so he was naturally unwilling to see Tai return at this time. Everyone, let's do it. If we continue to hesitate, Tai will really come back. Saint Taiching glanced at everyone and said. He wanted to combine everyone's strength to forcefully interrupt Di Jun's backup plan. Resurrection required time. The more powerful the existence, the longer the time needed. During this period of time, outsiders would have a chance to destroy it. By forcefully interrupting Di Jun's backup plan, even if it could not stop Tai from returning, it could weaken his strength and prevent him from reappearing in his peak state. That's right. Everyone, the other 5 saints, Feng Zichen, and Great Emperor Ziwei, nodded in agreement. They did not want to see Tai return. However, when they nodded, Feng Zichen looked at Saint Taiching in surprise. He felt that Saint Taiching's reaction was a little strange. He was too calm, as if he had expected this situation. There was something strange about this matter. Feng Zichen could not help but ponder. That's right, Saint Taiching was indeed very calm because the situation in front of him was completely within his expectations. How could a saint make such a simple mistake? If they really wanted to stop Bai Zai, how could Bai Zai have the chance to activate Di Jun's backup plan? With just a thought, he could freeze Bai Zai on the spot. He even wanted to spit out blood essence. Dream on. The reason why Bai Zai could complete his plan so easily was the result of the saint's deliberate plan. The saint had always been unafraid of figuring out Di Jun with the greatest malice. Therefore, even if they searched the entire primordial world, they did not think that they had completely destroyed the backup plan left behind by Di Jun. There must be something left behind by Di Jun in the primordial world. It was just that they could not find it. After thinking about it, the saint felt that Di Jun's backup plan should be related to the ancient demon race. Therefore, they planned to use the ancient demon race as bait to lure out Di Jun's backup plan. If they succeeded, they could destroy Di Jun's backup plan in one fell swoop and solve a huge problem. If they failed, it would be fine. They could use the ancient demon race to deal with the human race. Both sides were beneficial to them. Why didn't the saint use it? This was the thought of the other saints. As for the Grand Pure One, he thought deeper. He was using this method to verify a guess in his heart. It was a very bold guess. Saint Taiching suspected that Tai Yi had already been resurrected, but he had not appeared. This guess was not groundless. First of all, the Chaos Bell had disappeared after Tai Yi died. Who could guarantee that Tai Yi's true spirit had dissipated and was not hiding in the Chaos Bell? Secondly, for some reason, the Grand Pure One kept thinking of the Chaos Bell a while ago. That was a whim. Otherwise, why would he think of the Chaos Bell for no reason? Recently, something big had probably happened regarding the Chaos Bell. Apart from the East Emperor Tai Yi, Saint Taiching could not think of anything else related to the Chaos Bell. For that, he planned to take this opportunity to test the East Emperor Tai Yi and see if he had been resurrected. The brotherhood between Di Jun and Tai Yi was very deep. If they attacked Di Jun's backup plan, Tai Yi would definitely stop them. However, things were often unexpected. Saint Taiching still underestimated Di Jun's brotherhood. Chapter 754. Who would have thought that the backup plan Di Jun left behind was not to revive himself, but to revive Tai Yi? This kind of brotherly love was truly moving. However, it did not matter. The Grand Pure One's goal was only to confirm the life and death of the Eastern Emperor Tai. As for who this backup plan was left behind for, he did not care much. Kill. At a certain moment, everyone attacked. At the same time, they unleashed their divine abilities and blasted towards the core of the volcano. Including Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, there were a total of 7 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian figures. When they joined forces to attack one place, their power could be imagined. Rumble. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Unparalleled power erupted, almost drowning everything. It seemed that the 7 terrifying divine abilities were about to blast into the volcano. However, suddenly, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One changed the direction of their attack. They were actually attacking the demon army and the 10 demon saints in the other direction. In Feng Zichen's hand, Zichen's sword trembled. A resplendent sword light bloomed and enveloped the 10 demon saints. In the Grand Pure One's hand, Tai's horsetail whisk gently flicked, releasing a vast and boundless wave that drowned the countless demon army. Without a doubt, if their 2 divine abilities were to hit, the 10 demon saints and the millions of demon army would definitely not be able to survive. Seeing this sudden change, the hearts of the powerful cultivators at the side could not help but skip a beat. What were they doing? Why did they attack the ancient demons for no reason? And it was a fatal blow. If he were to kill all of the ancient demon race, the gate of the shamans would crumble right away. At that time, the primordial world would be in danger. Just as everyone was worrying about the fate of the demon clan, a bell suddenly rang out from an unknown place. The bell rang slowly, cutting through the past, present, and future. As soon as it appeared with a mighty force that suppressed everything. At this moment, all the Daos and space-time froze. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One's divine abilities were also frozen the moment they were about to approach the demon army and the 10 demon saints. Clang! After that, another bell chime was heard. The mystical abilities of Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were instantly destroyed. Bell of Chaos. Tai, you really didn't perish. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One shouted at the same time when they heard the familiar bell. Then, the 2 of them unleashed their connate cardinal treasures and charged toward the depths of the void. It turned out that Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One did not intend to destroy the backup plan left behind by Di Jun. This was because, in their hearts, Tai had most likely been resurrected, or rather, he hadn't fallen at all back then. Since that was the case, even if they destroyed the backup plan Di Jun left behind, they might not be able to force Tai out. At that thought, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One made up their minds and attacked the ancient demons. They wanted to use their lives to force Tai out. Tai could ignore the backup plan that Di Jun had left behind for him, but he definitely could not ignore the survival of the ancient demons. Therefore, if Tai was still alive and saw that someone wanted to destroy the ancient demons, he would definitely appear to save them. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One thought of the same thing. Of course, although the 2 of them were ruthless, they could not really destroy the ancient demons. Therefore, when the 2 of them attacked, they restrained their strength. This was also why Tai had been able to easily destroy their mystiques with a single strike. At that moment, before everyone could figure out the exact situation, they saw Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One charging into the depths of the void at the same time. Rumble, almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the void. Clearly, an unimaginable battle was erupting inside. It was also at that moment that everyone understood what had happened. The East Emperor was not dead. Tai of the East Sea was not dead. Just now, the chaos bell rang. There was no doubt that the East Emperor Tai had attacked. Otherwise, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One would not have such a huge reaction and rushed into the depths of the void without caring about anything. Hiss, the East Emperor Tai was fine or had been revived. This was definitely shocking news. Where had he been all these years? Why did he not appear? Did he have some shocking plan? For a moment, everyone's thoughts were in a mess. However, at that moment, there was a bang. The void suddenly shattered and turned into dust. Following that, a powerful shockwave swept out and turned everything into nothingness. Oh no! When the powerful cultivators nearby saw this, they immediately knew that something was wrong. They did not dare to hesitate and directly took out their Dharma treasures. They tried their best to block the fluctuations from the depths of the void. This power was too strong. If it was allowed to spread, even the entire primordial world would be stirred into nothingness. A primordial chaos expert had the power to destroy heaven and earth, not to mention the 3 primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian who had primordial chaos treasures. They fought fiercely in the depths of the void. The aftermath of their divine powers would definitely cause the destruction of the primordial world. Although everyone joined forces and could not completely block the aftermath of the 3 people's fight, they were still able to limit it to a certain range so that it could not harm the primordial world. On the other side, the Saints' joint attack on the backup left by Di Jun was also hindered. One could see that when the Saints' divine powers fell, the figure of a Taoist slowly appeared in the center of the endless Tao patterns. In an instant, an unparalleled amount of energy permeated the air, shattering all the Saints' techniques and turning them into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. That Taoist was Tao ancestor Hung Jun. The treasure that Di Jun had obtained from the treasure-snatching rock played a role at this moment and blocked the divine powers of the Saints. It was also at this moment that the great battle in the depths of the void suddenly stopped. 3 indomitable figures appeared in front of everyone. One held the Bell of Chaos, one held the Taiji diagram, and the last held the vast seal. They stood in the void respectively, and the vast aura spread out from their bodies, suppressing the past, present, and future. They were Feng Zichen, the Taiqing saint, and the Donghuang Tai. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. Tai of the East Sea looked up at everyone and greeted them. Greetings, Taoist brother Tai. Everyone hurriedly returned the greeting. Only the saints, Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei, and a few others looked on coldly and did not say a word. Taoist brother Tai's welcoming ceremony is really grand. After greeting everyone, Tai said to the Taiqing saint. Then, without waiting for the Taiqing saint to reply, he turned his head and said to Feng Zichen in an admiring tone, "The poor way of the Zichen clan of the human clan remembers you. I didn't expect that you, who was easily defeated by me back then, would have grown to the point where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me." After he finished speaking, Tai couldn't help but sigh a little. Back then, when he met Feng Zichen for the first time, he had severely injured him with a casual blow. And when he met Feng Zichen for the second time, the other party was actually able to contend with him for a short time with the help of the chaos formation. Now that he thought about it, he still found it unbelievable. Now, it was the 3rd time that Tai and Feng Zichen met. It was also this time that Tai was greatly shocked. The young man of the human clan of the past had actually reached this step. Without relying on any external forces, he could compete with him with his own strength. Such talent was truly frightening. After being flattered by Donghuang Tai, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he said with a serious face, "6th heaven of primordial chaos. Your Majesty Donghuang's strength is still amazing. As expected of the #1 expert of the primordial world." That's right. The strength that Donghuang Tai currently displayed was at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos. It was still terrifyingly powerful. Among all the saints, only the Taiqing saint could suppress him in terms of cultivation realm. As for Feng Zichen, only the Ziwei emperor could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. They were both at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos. As for the other identities, even the strongest North Star was still inferior to him in terms of cultivation realm. Donghuang Tai's strength was evident from this. At the same time, this also meant that Donghuang Tai definitely wasn't resurrected now. He should have been resurrected countless years ago. In other words, he didn't die in the battle between the liches and demons back then. Instead, he faked his death and escaped. If that wasn't the case, Donghuang Taiyi's cultivation realm wouldn't be so strong. He remembered that when Donghuang Taiyi died back then, he was only at the 3rd heaven of primordial chaos. Now, he was already at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos, infinitely close to the 7th heaven of primordial chaos. Wouldn't it be an insult to people's intelligence to say that he was resurrected recently? One resurrection directly raised his cultivation realm by 3 heavens. If that was the case, then what cultivation did they have to cultivate? If that was the case, what was the point of cultivating? They could just do sit-ups and revive each time they died. Well, since it was confirmed that Taiyi wasn't resurrected recently, then the question was, where had Taiyi been all these years? What had he done? Why didn't he show up? However, despite his doubts, Feng Zichen didn't ask. This was because someone was more curious than him about what Taiyi had done all these years. Taiyi, since you've been resurrected long ago, why didn't you show up? What plans did you have for hiding all these years? Saint Juan-Ti asked with a sullen face. At this moment, he was already a little flustered. To be honest, Saint Juan-Ti had thought that Taiyi might be resurrected, but he had never thought that Taiyi would be so strong after being resurrected. One had to know that Saint Juan-Ti's current realm was only at the 5th heaven of primordial chaos. Taiyi, on the other hand, was at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos. This was a realm stronger than him. Back then, he couldn't compare to Taiyi, so it was fine. However, countless years after Taiyi's death, he still couldn't compare to Taiyi. This made it difficult for him to accept. How could Taiyi be so strong? A wave of anger burned in Saint Juan-Ti's heart, almost drowning his rationality. In his heart, unwillingness and hatred intertwined. He hated that he was inferior to Taiyi. In fact, Saint Juan-Ti's heart was filled with fear rather than anger. Thinking of what he had done in the past, he was afraid that Taiyi would settle the score with him. Although saints were immortal, they would still feel pain and be injured. If he couldn't beat Taiyi, then Taiyi could beat him and humiliate him. To a saint, this was something that was even more unacceptable than death. Donghuang Taiyi looked at Saint Juan-Ti meaningfully and said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Fellow Taoists, please rest assured. Although I've been resurrected for some time, I've been lost in the chaos and can't find the way back to the untainted land." It wasn't until recently that she vaguely sensed the coordinates of the primordial world and embarked on the way back from the vast chaos. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Originally, it would take a long time for poor Wei to return to the primordial world. However, at this moment, a call suddenly came from the primordial world, pulling poor Wei back to the primordial world. It's also because of this that poor Wei was able to appear in time and save the children of our demon clan from the 2 fellow Taoists. Sigh, I have to thank Big Brother for leaving behind a backup plan. Otherwise, poor Wei would have been lost in the chaos for some time. After saying that, Taiyi glanced at the backup plan left behind by Di Jun, his eyes full of gratitude. Although he didn't use the backup plan left behind by Di Jun, he felt the friendship in it. After hearing Taiyi's explanation, everyone hesitated for a moment and chose to believe him. Taiyi had never lied in his life. Because he disdained lying. He was such a proud person. Since Taiyi said that he was lost in the chaos, then he must have been lost in the chaos. Fellow Taoist, you didn't die. Is it because of the Bell of Chaos? After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One asked. When the others heard this, they also looked at Taiyi curiously, looking forward to his answer. It was really strange. Taiyi had clearly sacrificed himself, so why hadn't he died? It was almost impossible to say that Taiyi had faked his death. Back then, Taiyi had sacrificed himself in front of everyone. If he could successfully fake his death like this, then everyone's eyes could be thrown away. Taiyi definitely had the ability to hide from 1 or 2 people. However, if he really had the ability to hide from everyone, the outcome of the battle between the liches and demons would not have been like that. Since he didn't fake his death, why did Taiyi revive so quickly? Everyone was very curious about Taiyi's resurrection method. Such a good resurrection method might be used one day. How could everyone not be curious? That's right, it's the Bell of Chaos. It was it who protected me and allowed me to survive the battle between the liches and demons. Nodding, Taiyi told everyone about his experience. When he sacrificed himself and transformed into the gate of the liches, Taiyi also thought that he would definitely die. However, he didn't expect that at the last moment, the Bell of Chaos would suddenly erupt with all its strength and protect a trace of his true spirit from being destroyed. Then, the Bell of Chaos brought his remaining true spirit through the barrier of heaven and earth and came to the great chaos outside the realm. The Bell of Chaos, the legendary heaven-opening treasure, had the power to suppress the chaos. When Pangu opened the sky, he used the Bell of Chaos to suppress the chaotic chaos chi. The chaos chi here referred to the chaos chi of the great chaos outside the realm, not the chaos chi of the chaos outside the realm. Chapter 755. The Bell of Chaos left the primitive world and entered the great chaos. It was like a fish in water, very comfortable. In the great chaos, the Bell of Chaos operated on its own, gathering chaos chi from all directions and condensing chaos origin for Donghuang Taiyi to recover from his injuries. Just like that, with the help of the Bell of Chaos, Donghuang Taiyi quickly regained consciousness. After regaining consciousness, Taiyi wasn't in a hurry to return to the primitive world. Instead, he focused on recovering from his injuries in the great chaos. By the time he reassembled his body and fully recovered, countless years had passed. It was also at this time that Taiyi suddenly realized that he, who had drifted in the great chaos for countless years, had lost his way. He couldn't find his way back to the primitive world. Left with no choice, Taiyi could only cultivate while searching for a way back to the primitive world. Under the protection of the Bell of Chaos, Taiyi wasn't afraid of encountering any danger, nor did he have to worry about encountering chaos demon gods. The Bell of Chaos still had the ability to block the chaos demon god senses. Just like this, Taiyi began to wander around the great primal chaos by himself. Countless years had passed. Although Taiyi still hadn't found his way back to the primitive world, his strength had increased greatly. He'd ascended from the third heaven of primordial chaos to the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. Primordial chaos experts themselves were Tao. The process of them becoming stronger was to constantly improve their Tao. They absorbed knowledge from the myriad Taos to strengthen their Tao. Therefore, even in the chaos, Taiyi didn't have to worry about the great Tao being blocked. Without the heavenly Tao, he could directly comprehend the great Tao to improve his Tao. Of course, comprehending the great Tao was more difficult than comprehending the heavenly Tao. But this wasn't a problem for Taiyi. This was because his talent was very high. He was the strongest among the Khanate god fiends. With the help of the Bell of Chaos, it wasn't too difficult for him to comprehend the great Tao. Peerless talent and peerless treasures. It was because of these that Taiyi could improve so quickly and reach the sixth heaven of primordial chaos in the chaos. Moreover, the chaos didn't remember years. Only tens of millions of years had passed in the primitive world, but who knew how many years had passed in the chaos? Perhaps Taiyi had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the chaos to reach his current level. In short, as long as one didn't die in the great chaos, it was a great opportunity. As Taiyi spoke, everyone gradually fell into his story. They started to imagine what Taiyi had encountered in the chaos outside. At this moment, while everyone was distracted, Taiyi moved. He leaped and rushed directly to the crater of the volcano, where Dijun's backup plan was. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take away the congenital origin before everyone else. Those Khanate essences were left behind by Dijun to revive Taiyi. But now, Taiyi had been resurrected. Naturally, there was no need for it. But just because Taiyi couldn't use it didn't mean that the others couldn't. With so many Khanate essences, any one of the almighty experts present could easily enter the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. This was an opportunity to attain the Tao. Even if he didn't use it to attain the Tao, these Khanate essences were enough for him to do many things. Just for example, resurrecting Dijun. The power that could revive Tai could naturally revive Dijun as well. This was because everyone knew that Dijun was weaker than Tai. Now, the purpose of Tai's action to snatch these Khanate essences was very clear. It was to revive Dijun. Seeing that Tai was about to rush into the volcano, Feng Zichen, who had been paying attention to him, made his move. Go back. Raising the human Tao imperial seal, Feng Zichen smashed it fiercely at Tai. At the same time, Great Emperor Ziwei and Saint Taiqing also made their move. The Zhouxing diagram and the Taiji diagram appeared at the same time. They each emitted earth-shattering fluctuations and blocked in front of Tai. In front of him was the Zhouxing diagram and the Taiji diagram, and behind him was the human Tao imperial seal. For a moment, Tai was in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. The Khanate essences were right in front of him, but he couldn't get close to them. Among the three people who attacked him, other than Feng Zichen who wasn't his match, the other two, whether it was Great Emperor Ziwei or Saint Taiqing, were not weaker than him. They were even slightly stronger. With the three of them working together, even someone as strong as Tai could only barely resist one or two attacks. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Under such circumstances, it was simply a fool's dream for him to want to obtain those innate origins. Ah! Once again, he was hit by the Taiji diagram and staggered. Tai struggled to support himself and suddenly roared at the sky. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with Tai at the center. Oh no, stop him! Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the other two thought of a possibility. Their expressions changed, and they pounced on Tai even harder. At the same time, the three of them didn't forget to yell at the five saints, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy that ball of Khanate essences." As they spoke, another change occurred in the depths of the volcano. The ball of Khanate essences trembled violently. Then, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen slowly emerging. Looking at its appearance, it was very similar to Tai's face. It was Tai's clone. That ball of Khanate essences had been prepared by Dijun to revive Tai. Naturally, it was connected to Tai's aura. Now, Tai was forced into a desperate situation by Feng Zichen and the other two. In order to seize the Khanate essences, Tai had used the connection between him and the Khanate essences to forcefully turn them into his clone. In this way, once the clone was born, no one could stop Tai from taking the Khanate essences away. Thinking of this possibility, Feng Zichen and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Damn it! At this time, the saints also noticed the change in the Khanate essences, and their expressions turned ugly. Kill! Almost without any hesitation, the five saints joined forces and used their magical powers again, blasting toward the Khanate essences. At this moment, only the sages dared to make a move. The great mediums did not dare to make a move at this moment. Tai's ferocious name was deeply imprinted in their hearts. In ancient times, Tai had killed the most great divine ability masters. Where do you think those Khanate essences came from? More than 80% of them were killed by Tai. How could they not be afraid of such a ferocious person? Rumble. The five saints' magical powers blasted over, but the phantom of the Tao ancestor waved his hand lightly and destroyed those magical powers. The five saints' attack missed once again. However, they weren't discouraged. With a shout, the five saints mobilized their magical powers again and used their magical powers to attack again. Although the magic treasures left behind by the Tao ancestor were powerful, they weren't the Tao ancestor himself. There was a limit to how powerful they were. It was fine if they could block one or two attacks, but could they block 3 or 4 more? Boom! 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 Magical powers blasted over, and the phantom of the Tao ancestor became fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared. At this time, without the phantom of the Tao ancestor blocking, the saints' magical powers hit the Khanate essences. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the innate source shattered and turned into fragments that filled the sky, about to merge with the world. However, at this moment, huge roots suddenly stretched out of the void and swept toward the broken Khanate essences. It was the World Tree. It was the World Tree. With so many Khanate essences, wouldn't it be a waste if they were allowed to merge into the world? It was better to be swallowed by the World Tree and become a resource for its advancement. When the World Tree advanced in the future, it could better replenish the world. That was the true definition of sustainable development. Thinking of this, while fighting with Dong Huangtai, Feng Zichen didn't forget to secretly communicate with the World Tree and inform it to devour these Khanate essences. Seeing the roots that had suddenly rushed out and were wantonly devouring the Xiantian origin fragments, everyone's first reaction was to destroy them. However, the moment they attacked, everyone suddenly recognized the origin of the World Tree. Oh no, it's the World Tree. Stop quickly. Don't hurt it. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Amidst the exclamations, everyone quickly stopped, but they didn't dare to attack the roots of the World Tree. As everyone knew, the World Tree was the only chaos spiritual root in the untainted land and was also the foundation of the untainted land. It was also an object of great importance to the heavenly Tao. If they hurt it, they would have to face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, even if they were killed, they would lose a layer of skin. Even if they attacked a saint, they couldn't attack the World Tree. Its identity was that important. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the World Tree was much more precious than a saint. After all, with the World Tree, the Eldritch world wouldn't be completely destroyed no matter what. As the World Tree grew, the Eldritch world would also be qualified to advance. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a treasure to be destroyed? Damn it! Seeing the Khanate essences being shattered by the saints, Dong Huangtai was furious. He placed the Bell of Chaos in front of him and pushed fiercely. Instantly, with a clang, the Bell of Chaos collided with the human Tao Imperial Seal, the Zhouxing diagram, and the Taiji diagram. Rumble. Destructive fluctuations spread out. In an instant, everything melted, and everything ceased to exist. Everything turned into nothingness. After a fierce collision, the 4 Khanate cardinal treasures were sent flying back. Poof! 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 The 4 treasures flew back, and the terrifying recoil came. The 4 immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood, each of them injured. Among the 4, Dong Huangtai's injuries were the most serious. His body almost collapsed like a broken porcelain, and his entire body was covered in cracks. After all, Feng Zichen and the other 2 each suffered a portion of the recoil, but he suffered 3 portions. After the 4, the ones injured were the great gods. To prevent the 4's battle from affecting the Eldritch world, everyone had been trying their best to seal off the battlefield. But this time, the 4 of them had used their full strength, and the aftermath of the divine ability had far exceeded the limits of what they could bear. As soon as they came into contact, they were heavily injured and broke through the defense they had set up. If the other saints hadn't helped at the critical moment and spread the aftermath of the divine powers, the Eldritch world would have been destroyed. Come! Using the opportunity of being sent flying, Dong Huangtai finally came to the depths of the train. He waved his sleeve and began to compete with the Tree of World for the fragments of the Khanate origin. At this time, every time he collected a fragment of the Khanate origin, it would take less time for him to resurrect Dijun in the future. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the other 2 didn't care about besieging Tai. They also joined the battle for the Khanate origin. Dijun had left behind too many Khanate origins. Its value wasn't much lower than that of Khanate treasures. If not, how could he resurrect Tai in his peak state? Such a supreme treasure, not to mention others, even a sage would be tempted. After Feng Zichen and the other 2, the other saints also joined the fight. For a moment, the scene became even more chaotic. As time passed, for some reason, the crowds started fighting as they fought over the items. A chaotic battle broke out. Clang! Tai suddenly shook the bell of chaos and charged towards Saint Juan-Ti. At the same time, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning waved the Pangu banner and charged toward Feng Zichen. On the other side, seeing Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning charging toward Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei was about to save him. However, beside him, Saint Taiching suddenly charged over with the Taiji painting. Helpless, Great Emperor Ziwei could only activate the Heavenly Cycle Star map and fight with Saint Taiching. On the other side, Lady of Earth was about to stand up and help when she saw this. However, before she could move, Grand Master of Heaven had already charged over with the 4 immortal slaying swords. Sighing, Lady of Earth took out the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation and faced the 4 immortal slaying swords. As for Saint Jiayin, the moment Donghuang Tai attacked Saint Juan-Ti, he had already run over to help. He joined forces with Saint Juan-Ti to fight against Donghuang Tai. Otherwise, Saint Juan-Ti alone would definitely not be a match for Donghuang Tai. As for Goddess Nuwa, she did not appear in this battle. Her identity was too awkward. Even though Empress Hua of the demon race had left the demon race, there was still a relationship between them. It was not appropriate for her to attack Donghuang Tai. Therefore, she decided not to show up to avoid awkwardness. Of course, Goddess Nuwa only had so much friendship with the demon race. After avoiding Donghuang Tai a few times, this relationship was completely severed. At that time, they would only be fellow Taoists and not fellow Taoists of the past. However, at this moment, Goddess Nuwa had no choice but to make a move. The cauldron of heaven and earth hung down from the sky, emitting an aura that could suppress the universe. It worked together with the great divine abilities and separated the battlefield where Feng Zichen and the others were from the primordial world and threw them into the chaos outside the heavens. After that, the cauldron of heaven and earth stood between heaven and earth, suppressing the restless earth, fire, water, and wind, stabilizing the order of the primordial world. Just as Goddess Nuwa made a move, the few people who were fighting also felt it. They were very cooperative and allowed her to strip the void. It was precisely because of this that Goddess Nuwa and the others could so easily separate the battlefield from the primordial world. Chapter 756. The battlefield formed by the chaotic battle of the 9 primordial chaos experts could not be shaken by the power of Nuwa and the great mediums if they did not deliberately do so. Rumble. As the void trembled, the 9 primordial chaos experts, together with the roots of the world tree, charged into the chaos beyond. After reaching the chaos beyond, the 9 of them no longer had any scruples and attacked each other with all their might. In an instant, the 7 Khanate ultimate treasures rose into the air. Destructive power was released from their bodies. Even the chaos in outer space couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered with a loud bang. The chaos beyond was shattered and worlds were born. One after another, powerful and vast worlds emerged from the chaos beyond. Then, before they could fully form, they were destroyed by the aftermath of the 9's battle. As the 9 of them fought, countless worlds were born and destroyed. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. At this point, the outcome of the battle was beginning to show. The first to fall was Feng Zichen, who was fighting with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. He was reincarnated and his strength had not reached its peak. In addition, the human emperor's fate was not complete. His strength was only at the early primordial chaos level, roughly comparable to the 3rd sky of primordial chaos. On the other hand, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning was at the peak of the 5th sky of primordial chaos. The difference in strength was not too great, but it could not be taken lightly. As a result, Feng Zichen was constantly suppressed by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Bang! Once again, the 10,000 spirit crown was knocked askew by the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Feng Zichen was completely enraged. He made up his mind and suddenly affected the fate of the human race and the celestial court. In an instant, Xin Hua trembled and descended into the chaos beyond. At the same time, the fate that represented Emperor Gaochen in the celestial court also shook and turned into a Gaochen divine beast, pouncing into the chaos beyond. With the two great fates of Xianhua and Gaochen, Feng Zichen's aura skyrocketed from the third sky of primordial chaos to the sixth sky of primordial chaos. Kill. Feng Zichen's realm skyrocketed, bringing unparalleled power to Feng Zichen. He held the Zichen sword in his hand, derived the Khanate sword Dao, and brazenly attacked the heavenly lord of Yuanshi. Seeing that Feng Zichen had summoned the luck of the human clan, the heavenly lord of the Origin's eyes lit up. He pushed himself to the limit and desperately activated the Panga banner to fight him. Boom! 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 Panga's banner continued to vibrate, unleashing streams of terrifying chaotic sword chi that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart, shattering the boundless chaos. Buzz buzz buzz. The human Tao Emperor's seal shook violently, producing endless chaotic energy. Then, one could see a giant finger standing in the chaos, emitting a boundless and ancient aura. It was like a heavenly pillar that could suppress the past, present, and future. Rumble. Panga's finger and the chaotic sword chi clashed fiercely within the chaos, causing endless ripples to appear. A greater thousand world was quietly born. Break for the poor way. Suddenly, a look of madness appeared on the heavenly lord of the Origin's face. He completely ignored Feng Zichen's attack and would rather risk injury to rush in front of him. He raised the Panga banner high and viciously stamped it on Feng Zichen's body. At the same time, Feng Zichen gripped the human Tao Emperor's seal and viciously smashed it on the heavenly lord of the Origin's shoulder. An inexplicable change occurred. The two of them completely abandoned their supernatural powers and fought in close combat with Khanate treasures in hand like scoundrels in the marketplace. If you hit me with the Panga banner, I'll hit you with the human Tao Emperor's seal. If it weren't for the terrifying ripples around them that caused the chaos around them to disintegrate layer by layer, they would really be like two mortals fighting each other. There was no elegance to speak of. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out. The heavenly lord of the Origin's right arm had been smashed off by Feng Zichen's human Tao Emperor's seal. Pfft! Blood rained down as the primeval lord of the Origin's right arm flew high into the chaos and fell into the greater thousand realms that had just been born. At the same time, Feng Zichen wasn't in a good state either. He'd taken a series of heavy blows from the Panga banner. Shocking cracks had already appeared on the myriad spirit crown that protected his body. His body was also on the verge of collapse. But this wasn't enough for Feng Zichen to be moved. Compared to the primeval lord of the Origin's broken arm, this loss was still too light. What Feng Zichen found hard to accept was that the human fortune within him was showing signs of instability under the primeval lord of the Origin's ferocious attacks. One could see streaks of terrifying chaos sword chi surging within the human fortune, wantonly destroying everything around them. The Panga banner was a treasure that the Panga had used to destroy the chaos and create worlds. If it could even break through the chaos, then the human fortune would be even less of a concern. In the primeval world, there was almost nothing that the Panga banner couldn't break. The reason why Feng Zichen's injuries were lighter than the primeval lord of the Origin's was because when the primeval lord of the Origin attacked him, his main target was the human fortune in his body, not him. Why was the primeval lord of the Origin obsessed with attacking the human fortune? For a moment, a doubt appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. However, there was no time for him to think. While he was deep in thought, the terrifying chaos sword chi suddenly erupted, stirring up waves of destruction and shattering the human fortune into pieces. Boom! The human fortune in Feng Zichen's body exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky and overflowed from his body. At the same time, Feng Zichen's aura began to fall from the sixth heaven of primordial chaos to the perfected fourth heaven of primordial chaos. Attack! Seeing that the human fortune was shattered and gushing out of Feng Zichen's body, the Grand Pure One suddenly shouted. He actually abandoned the Ziwei Emperor and rushed towards the human fortune. On the other side, after hearing the Grand Pure One's shout, the Grand Master of Heaven also abandoned the Lady of Earth and rushed towards the human fortune. They were going to plunder the human fortune. However, how was that possible? Fortune was an invisible thing. It could be seen but could not be touched. It was a power of will, and all power was displayed at the level of will. If one did not obtain its approval, it would be difficult to shake it at all, let alone plunder it. If fortune was really so easy to plunder, the saints would not have to spend so much effort scheming against the human race. They could just snatch it. Not to mention the 5 saints joining forces. Even if the 3 pure ones joined forces, there were only 2 or 3 people in the primeval world who could contend against them. If they really wanted to snatch it, who could snatch it from the 3 pure ones? Fortune could not be snatched by force. However, why did the saints still do that when they knew that? Although Feng Zichen did not understand this very well, he knew that since the saints had taken action, they naturally had their reasons. They would not do something that they were not confident in. That meant that the saints had a way to plunder the fortune of others. Feng Zichen could not figure out what it was exactly. However, no matter what the saints' method was, he was right to stop them. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to condense the human fortune again. However, the human fortune had just been shattered, and its power was too scattered. For a moment, it did not respond to his orders. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly took out the human Tao imperial seal. He wanted to use the treasure of the human race to collect the shattered fortune of the human race. However, at that moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning forcefully suppressed his injuries and charged towards him again. Pangu's banner soared into the sky and blocked the human Tao imperial seal. Helpless, Feng Zichen could only continue fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. However, just as he was fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, he did not forget to use a secret technique to contact the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, instructing them to collect the shattered fortune of the human race. Whoosh! In the chaos, the Khanate Cardinal Treasure Taiji diagram and the Immortal Slaying Sword formation swept over one after another, ruthlessly brushing towards the shattered fortune of the human race. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the human race's fortune was swept away. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen finally saw clearly what method the 3 pure ones had used to take away the fortune of the human race. It was the position of the emperor's teacher. The Grand Pure One was the teacher of the emperor. In the primordial world, respecting one's teacher was not just a saying. It really had a very strong binding force. If one did not respect one's teacher and did not pay attention to the Tao, such a person would not be able to achieve much no matter how talented he was. Therefore, with this master-disciple relationship, the Grand Pure One could temporarily borrow the power of the Emperor to achieve the goal of collecting the fortune of the human race. The fortune of the human race might reject the Grand Pure One, but it would definitely not reject the Emperor Fuxi. Good. 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 After seeing this scene clearly, Feng Zichen's face was livid as he said good 3 times. He had long known that the Grand Pure One held the position of the Emperor's teacher and would bring disaster to the human race sooner or later. However, he did not expect the Grand Pure One to be waiting for him at this moment. In theory, even if the Grand Pure One could borrow the power of the Emperor, it was impossible for him to collect the fortune of the human race endlessly. However, what was a cultivator? He was the destroyer of the rules. As long as he could find a loophole, he would be able to tear a huge hole out of it. If he could not even do that, the 3 pure ones would not be worthy of being called saints. With such a huge loophole like borrowing the power of the Emperor, the 3 pure ones would have a lot of room to operate. In other words, the human race had risen too quickly and did not give them much time to plan. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as reading the fortune. With a whoosh, the Zhouxing diagram rushed over and sent the Taiji diagram flying far away. At the same time, the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation quietly appeared and pulled the immortal slaying formation aside. The 3 emperors, who were far away in the fire cloud cave, also began to take action. Vast and unpredictable power surged out of their bodies, breaking through layers of space and reaching the mysterious unknown place's river of destiny. Boom! In the next moment, the river of destiny trembled and emitted vast fluctuations. After sensing this fluctuation, the shattered fortune of the human race suddenly surged into the void and disappeared. It had already returned to the river of destiny. The fortune of the human race. Feng Zichen no longer had any scruples in his heart. He charged toward the heavenly lord of primordial beginning without caring about anything else. Because of the disappearance of the human race's fortune, Feng Zichen's realm fell from the 6th heaven of primordial chaos to the 4th heaven of primordial chaos, and his strength was much weaker. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's condition was not good either. His destroyed right arm had yet to recover. It was not that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning did not want to recover, but he could not. If it was just a broken arm, it was naturally not a serious injury to a saint. He could recover in the blink of an eye. However, it was different this time. When Feng Zichen smashed the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's arm, the power of Pangu on the human Tao imperial seal directly branded the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's life mark, erasing the existence of his right arm from the source. In other words, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's right arm had been completely cut off by Feng Zichen. Without millions of years of effort, he would not be able to recover. And in these millions of years, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could only appear in the world with a one-armed appearance. After losing an arm, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's Tao body was no longer complete. It was hard to say what the future would be, but in a short period of time, his combat strength would most likely drop by a lot. His combat strength was temporarily damaged. Facing the fearless Feng Zichen, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could not help but feel a little powerless and gradually fell into a disadvantage. In particular, when Feng Zichen learned from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that 20% of the human race's destiny had been lost, he went completely crazy. That's right. In that short period of time, the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven had taken away 20% of the human race's destiny. Ah, he shouted in a deep voice, and the aura on his body suddenly soared again. In the endless starry sky, the Gaochen Imperial Star shone brightly. An incomparably vast origin power surged out and poured into Feng Zichen's body through the connection. At the same time, the Khanate sword Dao drooped down and turned into a ball of hazy light. It merged with the Zichen sword in Feng Zichen's hand and the myriad sword illustration. Whoosh, the myriad spirit crown was also shining. It borrowed the power of all spirits from the human Dao and blessed Feng Zichen's body. At this moment, Feng Zi had used all his trump cards. His strength reached an unprecedented peak and entered the 7th level of primordial chaos. Then, he took a step forward and brazenly charged toward the Grand Pure One. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, his sword struck out. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling sword light appeared. It was extremely resplendent and illuminated the entire chaos. Whoosh! Under the envelopment of the sword light, the entire chaos outside the sky seemed to have fallen into daytime. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Oh no! Seeing the sword light slashing over, the Grand Pure One activated the Taiji painting and the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda without hesitation to protect himself. Bang! The sword light swept over and sent the Taiji painting flying. However, it did not hurt the Grand Pure One at all because he still had the protection of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Seeing that Feng Zichen's sword had missed, the Grand Pure One was about to let out a long sigh of relief. However, just as he finished taking a deep breath and before he could exhale, he saw the Zhouxing painting break through the sky. It was the great Emperor of Ziwei. Don't forget that the one fighting with the Grand Pure One was the great Emperor of Ziwei. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, how could he not make a move? Not to mention, he and Feng Zichen were at the same time and had the same emotions. However angry Feng Zichen was, he was just as angry. With a bang, the Zhouxing painting crashed into the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda and sent it flying. Needless to say, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda was indeed the #1 defensive treasure. After being hit by the Zhouxing painting, it was only sent flying and did not suffer any damage. Without the protection of the Taiji painting and the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the Grand Pure One appeared in front of the two of them without any defense. However, at this moment, the two of them did not look at him. Instead, they looked at the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in the distance. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.